Chapter 1798. Ing Wu Xie and the rest had solemn expressions, bright light shined in their eyes. Some variant human Gu immortals were hesitant, thinking, why are we using our strongest method now, isn't it too early? Fan Yuan had his previous life's memories. He knew that Xia Cha had secretly discovered many of the formation's profundities, she was just hiding it. In the previous life, she suddenly erupted and caused Lady White Rabbit's death. Fan Yuan's side was in a terrible state. In this life, Fan Yuan would not make the same mistake. Then who do we attack first? Lu Weiyin or Xia Cha? Bai Ningbing asked. The modified year's flow execution formation had one of its strongest methods. It was a silver-white pillar of light that could only hit one person at a time. If a Gu immortal was hit by it, their time would be slowed down by countless times. They would not be able to defend against it. Lu Weiyin was the current generation Paradise Earth inheritor. He had incredible methods and was deeply hidden. Meanwhile, Xia Cha was a time path great expert who could break the formation. She was a huge threat to the year's flow execution formation. This was not an easy choice. Because once this method was exposed, the remaining Gu immortals would be on guard. The chances of getting hit by it would be much lower. Fan Yuan's answer was simple. It is not Lu Weiyin or Xia Cha, it is that rank 7 Gu immortal. Ba Ba was still hidden in the crowd. Another immemorial year beast entered the battlefield through the whirlpool door. Ba Ba's eyes twitched, he resisted the urge to attack. This formation is still sturdy, I need to endure it. When I attack, it will be the most crucial moment. I need to catch Fan Yuan off guard and make him reveal a flaw. I will win this battle. Just as he thought of this, a certain ancient year beast near him froze. The pure dream reality seeker physique body inside itself detonated. Dream realms spread out rapidly. Ba felt a strong sense of danger. At this moment, a silver-white pillar of light shot out and shone on his body. What? Ba's eyes slowly opened wide. Time seemed to have slowed down for him. In his field of vision, everything in the outside world suddenly sped up crazily. Originally, the dream was close to him, but with this fast forward, it directly spread across his entire body. Ba wanted to curse, but it was too late. He was drowned in the dream, sinking into it. What happened? This is a dream. Lord Ba? Damn it, Fan Yuan has seen through Sir's identity. The southern border immortals were moved, many of them shouted in shock. This attack came too fast and too sudden, completely shaking their bodies and minds. There is actually a third rank 8 Gu immortal? Fan Yuan's subordinates were shocked. At the last moment when Ba was trapped, he revealed his true rank 8 aura. But it was useless. It was too late. Xia Cha was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. They didn't expect Fan Yuan to see through their hidden trump card. Ba had been slacking and hadn't really contributed his strength when Fan Yuan took care of him in advance. Xia Cha was furious. She screamed as intense winds blew around her. Crack, crack. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. These illusions condensed into a fan that she held in her hand. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. In the previous life, Xia Cha used this move to put Fan Yuan's side in a difficult situation. The year's flow execution formation was on the verge of breaking apart. Fan Yuan and the rest were heavily injured. Lady White Rabbit died. But in this life? I'll fan! Xia Cha waved her fan fiercely. A strong gust of wind blew and whistled. Good, I was waiting for you! Fan Yuan shouted coldly. His eyes shined like lightning. The formation was activated by him, emitting a buzzing sound as it emitted a dazzling silver light that absorbed and melted the fan's wind. Xia Cha stared with wide eyes, extremely shocked. The offensive move that she had placed her hopes on was actually ineffective? Again! She waved her fan again. Winds blew with great momentum. Year beasts were all smashed into powder along the way. Even immemorial year beasts could not resist the wind and were blown away. But at the next moment, silver light appeared again, blocking all the wind. Xia Cha. Her expression was ashen, she had a bad feeling in her heart as she continued to fan like a madwoman. Whoosh! 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 Wind howled like never before, creating a terrifying wave of attacks. But under the silver light, the sound of the wind was instantly extinguished. The destructive aura earlier was like an illusion. Xia Cha opened her mouth. She was stunned for a breath of time before screaming. This is impossible! Indeed, this was impossible. This situation was clearly targeted. Not just that, her summer fan killer move was completely broken. Heaven have mercy on me! Xia Cha felt wronged in her heart. She rarely used this summer fan move. How could Fan Yuan know about it, and even break it? Was this a dream? It did not make sense at all. Of course it made sense. In the previous life, Fan Yuan not only fully grasped summer fan killer move, he even modified it and surpassed Xia Cha. Thus, the trump card that Xia Cha was so proud of was just a shallow, elementary version in Fan Yuan's eyes. In this life, Fan Yuan targeted Xia Cha's killer move and modified Year's flow execution formation. Xia Cha's threat fell to rock bottom. The reason why he allowed her to do as she pleased was because Fan Yuan wanted to use her to weaken the Year beasts, and also to investigate the foundation of these southern border Gu immortals. Thus, in fact, even though Xia Cha's attacks were shocking and had many battle achievements, to Fan Yuan, she was the weakest among the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. Xia Cha's emotions fluctuated intensely. She exposed a flaw. Using this chance, Fan Yuan and the rest used the silver light pillar to fix her in place. Together with the dream realms, they dealt with her again. Not far away, Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. He activated a killer move and fell asleep. A dream realm spread out from his body. At once, the 3 rank 8s were helpless. The remaining rank 7 Gu immortals were going crazy. What the hell? How did the situation change so quickly? They could not escape from Fan Yuan's demonic claws. The silver light pillar shone on Tai Chu Zhong, followed by Lu Hao, and then, this sequence was meticulously deduced by Fan Yuan. After the southern border immortals entered the formation and lost contact for several minutes, a white light shot out from the horizon. The white light turned into a rank 8 Gu immortal. He was tall and wore a spotless white robe. He had a pair of snow-white eyebrows that extended all the way to his forehead. It was Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu immortal Jun Xinguang. He cultivated Light Path. He was originally a supreme elder of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but recently, he was recruited by Fairy Myrtle. He contributed his immortal aperture and became a member of Celestial Court. Lu Hao and the rest disappeared here. Jun Xinguang had just inspected when he found many suspicious traces. Oh no, it seems that Lu Hao is dead. There must have been an intense battle here. Lu Hao did not send any request for reinforcements. Was it an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield? After a while, cold sweat appeared on Jun Xinguang's forehead. A horrified light flashed past his eyes. All the signs showed that Xia Cha and the rest were defeated. 3 rank 8s and many rank 7 experts had been tricked by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan should have used Dream Realms. Soon after, his gaze landed on a small piece of Dream Realm. He was even more certain. Besides using Dream Realms, Fan Yuan's other methods, no matter how sharp they are, cannot create such a result. Jun Xinguang sensed something strange and immediately retreated. After a while, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building arrived with Wu Yong and Qi Chiyu. They disappeared here. The southern border Gu immortals had grim expressions. Hurry up and check what's going on. My clan can't contact First Supreme Elder. Xia Clan's Gu immortals were extremely anxious. We can't contact Lord Ba Shurb either. Ba Clan's Gu immortals were also anxious. In this life, Xia Clan was not alone. They had Ba Clan who were in the same predicament. There seems to have been a tributary of the River of Time here. There was also a Time Path immortal battle. Our people barged in and engaged in an extremely intense battle here. What is going on with this Dream Realm? Someone saw the small piece of Dream Realm left behind by Fan Yuan. Be careful. The southern border immortals gradually dispersed and surrounded this small piece of Dream Realm. This dream realm is shrinking, someone suddenly said. A moment later, several goo worms escaped from the shrinking dream realm and entered the outside world. Just like in his previous life, these information path goo worms contained the extortion letters that Fan Yuan left for Southern Border's righteous path. The Southern Border immortals went into an uproar again. This, misleading people with lies. How can this be? Our pursuit team was actually captured by Fan Yuan? Humph. This must be a huge scam. But why can't we contact our clan's goo immortals? The Southern Border immortals were bewildered. They started to discuss. While discussing, the dream realm shrunk completely, revealing Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin's dream realm dissipated. He opened his eyes and saw Wu Yong and the rest. His expression changed slightly. He looked around and shouted, "Oh no!" His appearance and his following words destroyed the last trace of hope in the hearts of the deities of Southern Frontier. Southern Border's righteous path team that chased after Fan Yuan not only lost, they were all captured by Fan Yuan. Oh heavens! How could Fan Yuan be so strong? Also, how could there be such a time path formation out of nowhere? Who can tell me why? This was illogical. It was a hunt that they thought they had a high chance of winning, but in the end, the roles between the prey and the hunter had suddenly reversed. The Southern Border immortals suffered a severe blow. Their ears were filled with noisy discussions, and their hearts were even more chaotic and panicked. They had lost all their face. Their losses were huge. Next, they would be extorted by Fan Yuan. What would they do? The Southern Border immortals wanted nothing more than to tear Fan Yuan to pieces, but this evil demon had already escaped. No one knew where he was right now. Immortal Killer Move, Jade Flow Pearl. Fan Yuan's figure flickered as he arrived at the 5 regional mountain range. With fixed immortal travel, it was so convenient. Chapter 1799. Rumble. Fan Yuan floated in the sky, looking down at the ground. The huge mountain range was collapsing. The 5-colored light chi seemed to be boiling and leaking out intensely. But the light chi did not mix or interfere with each other. They were doing their own thing. It is not so simple to destroy the 5-colored mountain range. In my previous life, Wu Yong obtained the accumulation of Qiao clan's inheritance for many years to succeed. Fan Yuan thought. To draw out Tao Zhu's true inheritance, he needed to destroy the entire 5-colored mountain range. This would cause a huge commotion. Fan Yuan had been restraining himself. He only made a move now. Firstly, he had just won and captured the Southern Border immortals. His strength had risen greatly. Secondly, while the Southern Border immortals were distracted and the Celestial Court's attention was attracted, he had to make his move quickly. The rumbling 5-colored light chi started to melt and disintegrate, shrinking at an unimaginable speed. Fan Yuan nodded in satisfaction. If he randomly changed the earth vein here, unless he was extremely lucky, under normal circumstances, the 5 regional light chi would still exist in large amounts. Only by truly understanding the arrangements here and using the correct method could he change the earth vein, causing the 5-colored light chi to dissipate completely. After a while, the 5-colored light chi dissipated completely. A powerful aura suddenly rose, and a huge 5-colored pillar of light soared into the sky. At the same time, a loud voice echoed throughout the 5-boundary mountain range. "Junior, you've done well. You've actually passed my final test and destroyed the entire 5-boundary mountain range. Now, the 5 regional inheritance that I left behind is yours. Cultivate well and roam the world in the future. Don't disgrace my name." Within the 5-colored light pillar, a will gathered like smoke, forming the appearance of a goo immortal that looked like it was alive. This was the will left behind by Tao Zhu. Fan Yuan smiled coldly. He stretched out his hand towards Tao Zhu's will. Tao Zhu's will froze. He felt a formless force restraining him. Then, like a radish in the mud, he was forcibly pulled out of the colorful light pillar. With a whoosh, he flew in front of Fan Yuan, who grabbed his throat with one hand. Tao Zhu's will was furious and embarrassed. He stared at Fan Yuan. "You rank 7 junior, don't humiliate me. I was a rank 8 when I was alive. Ugh!" Fan Yuan purposely leaked a trace of rank 8 aura. After Tao Zhu's will sensed it, his expression changed. He chuckled, and his attitude became much more relaxed. With an equal tone, he said, "So it's fellow immortal." Secretly, he was thinking, "This young man looks talented and elegant, but I didn't expect him to be so vile and overbearing. He was clearly a rank 8, but he pretended to be a rank 7. This was definitely not a righteous path move." He's not a good person." Fan Yuan smiled and said, "I am the devil of the present age. Tao Zhu, old man, I will accept your teachings." Saying so, he waved his sleeves and shot out a killer move that he had already prepared. The ground shook, large numbers of goo worms flew out of the 5-colored light pillar. They were mixed with immortal goo as they entered Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. Next, the 5-colored light pillar dissipated. It was no longer eye-catching. Tao Zhu's will was dumbfounded. With Fan Yuan's wisdom path methods, it was not strange that he could see through his thoughts. What he was shocked was that without his acknowledgement, Fan Yuan actually took away all of the true inheritance's contents. His main body's arrangements back then were completely useless. "Sir, who are you?" Tao Zhu's will's attitude changed again. He looked at Fan Yuan with a gaze of inquiry and wariness. Just this move that Fan Yuan showed had already surpassed Tao Zhu's attainment in life. Not only did he see through Tao Zhu's arrangements, he even countered them perfectly and successfully deciphered them. Fan Yuan glanced at him coldly. Tao Zhu's will felt his body being hollowed out. No, his entire body was seen through, he had no secrets left. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. "Old man Tao Zhu. I am here." Tao Zhu's will felt a great terror beneath Fan Yuan's smile. He did not dare to hide his identity anymore. "Your true inheritance is very interesting. In the future, when I, Fan Yuan, roam the world and invade the celestial court, it will be of great use. To reward you, I will allow you to choose an inheritor in my grotto heaven. I will not destroy your will, I will replenish your energy and allow you to live forever," Fan Yuan said. Tao Zhu's will was controlled by Fan Yuan. He could not move, he was like a puppet, he was filled with bitterness. Back then, his main body researched the profundity of the 5 regional walls. Towards the end of his life, he had a breakthrough and obtained shocking results. But his main body's lifespan was coming to an end. He did not have time to make a name for himself. He could only create his inheritance, and leave it for his descendants. This was a huge regret. Thus, Tao Zhu's main body had set up a huge true inheritance based on the 5 regional mountain range, carefully designing all kinds of tests, testing and screening. He tried to find an outstanding disciple to inherit his legacy. In the future, his disciple would become famous. He would also be famous in the 5 regions. It could be considered as making up for the regret of the past. In the end, he met a tough guy like Fan Yuan. Not only did he directly destroy the 5 regional mountain range, he skipped all the tests in front and directly came to the last test. He even controlled his will and forcefully snatched the contents of the true inheritance. He did not have a good expression at all and looked down on him. Tao Zhu's will was aggrieved. This was completely not in line with the script that his main body had designed. But what could he do? He was just a will. Even if my main body is still alive, I am probably not this person's match, right? From what he said just now, he actually wants to invade the celestial court. If he does not have the ability, he would definitely not say that. Thinking of this, Tao Zhu's will sighed and said to Fan Yuan, forget it, this is fate. I don't care if you are a good person or a bad person. If the true inheritance falls into your hands, it might cause a bloodbath, but this will definitely make your name known in the 5 regions, right? This is also the result that my main body wants. I only hope that you will not erase my main body's achievements in the future. So what if the true inheritance is given to you? Ha! Fan Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter became more and more intense, his black hair fluttering in the wind, his eyes shining brightly, and the surrounding wind and clouds surged. After laughing, he looked at Tao Zhu's will seriously. Don't worry, why would I covet the reputation of a dead person? If I don't even have this bit of magnanimity, how can I win against the celestial court, surpass all the supremacies, and pursue that ethereal and supreme eternal life. Tao Zhu's eyes widened again. He thought to himself, This person's tone is so arrogant. He actually wants to win against the celestial court and surpass the supremacies? Is he a lunatic or a fool? Oh no, he can even see through my thoughts. Fan Yuan laughed again. If I don't have this bit of ambition, what is the point of being human? It doesn't matter if I fail, I can just try a few more times. Even if I fail in the end, so what? Tao Zhu's will's expression froze. He looked at Fan Yuan in a daze. He saw that Fan Yuan took a deep breath and looked far away. His eyes were dark and eerie. But Tao Zhu's will seemed to see brilliant fireworks in the deep darkness of this world. Instantly, many memories surfaced in his mind. Countless people's doubts and disdain. Study the 5 regional walls? What is there to study? He is so arrogant. Such a difficult problem has existed since time immemorial. How can he, Tao Zhu, solve this problem? He is just a rank 6 immortal, and a lone cultivator at that. He is very ordinary. The suppression of southern border's righteous path. Tao Zhu! Stop studying it. The person who warned him had a high cultivation level. His expression was cold as ice. Why? I did not provoke you. Tao Zhu retorted angrily. Do you still not understand? The southern border righteous path Gu Immortal looked at him deeply. His tone was cold as ice. What is the true meaning of the 5 regional walls? Right now, Central Continent is the strongest, the other 4 regions are weak. If your research really succeeds, the world will be in turmoil, the 5 regions will fight, it will be a calamity. For the sake of all living beings in the world, we will take all of your research results. No! Boom. You overestimate yourself. If not for that person, would you still be alive? The southern border righteous path Gu Immortal gave him a cold glance before leaving. The departure of a lover. Tao Zhu, we are not compatible, let's end it here. Tao Zhu was in great pain. Yes, I am only a lone immortal, while you are the beloved daughter of Yao Clan's first supreme elder. No, that is not it. Do you still not understand? Tao Zhu. It is because of you. You study the profundities of the 5 regions day and night. How much time do you spend with me? Ask yourself, do you really put me in your heart? You love your research more than you love me. The female immortal started crying. Tao Zhu was speechless. The female immortal wiped her tears and took a deep breath. She looked at Tao Zhu with teary eyes. One last time, Tao Zhu, I will ask you one last time. Do you want me, or do you want your research? Tao Zhu lowered his head. He was hesitant and perplexed. The female immortal took a step closer. Be with me, marry into Yao Clan. We will be together forever and have a son and a daughter. Don't think about the profundities of the 5 regions. You will not lack cultivation resources. With my father around, you will not need to fear any calamities or tribulations. Tao Zhu. The female immortal's deep voice made Tao Zhu's heart tremble. Tao Zhu looked at the female immortal. The female immortal's expectant gaze seemed to have a formless force that made him take a step back uncontrollably. I. He clenched his fists, his Adam's apple moved. He wanted to say something, but he could not say anything. He did not want to deceive the female immortal. He did not want to deceive himself. The female immortal looked at him. Her beautiful face became even paler. In the end, her bright eyes completely dimmed. She smiled lightly. She turned around. Crystal tears fell down her cheeks. She flew away on a cloud. Not long after, news spread that Yao Clan had a marriage alliance with another righteous path force. The female immortal was the bride. He is Tao Zhu? Is he an idiot? In order to research the secret of the 5 regions, he gave up on such a marriage. He is more like a lunatic. There was a period of time when I saw him crawling into the regional wall. He ended up bleeding and in a pathetic state. On the night of the female immortal's wedding, Tao Zhu hid in a dark cave, looking at the mortal formation in front of him with a dazed expression. This formation was merely rank 2, it was the result of his research for most of his life. He looked at this formation, the image of the female immortal's beautiful figure appeared in his mind. Her smile was as beautiful as the spring moon. He laughed heartily. His hoarse voice echoed in the cave. He continued to research the formation in front of him. Tears flowed down his face. All of his efforts were not in vain. The seeds of stubbornness were planted in the soil of his blood and sweat. They bloomed into dark flowers. Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder heard the news and came over. Tao Zhu, who was a rank 8, raised his head and looked at him. Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder looked at Tao Zhu calmly. There was a trace of pity in his gaze. I heard that you made some progress in your research? I was lucky. Tao Zhu smiled coldly. You came here to snatch the results? The old man in front of him shook his head. You have just reached rank 8. I do not want to bully the weak, or the young. Tao Zhu's smile became even colder. Your words can deceive those who have yet to enter the world, but to me? Tao Zhu shook his head. A look of disdain appeared on his face. Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder smiled, not minding it. I admit it. He sighed, nodding. I was wrong to think that you could advance to rank 8. If I had known this, I would not have plotted against you. I would have nurtured you. I would have done everything I could to bring you together with my daughter. Even if you are stupid and stubborn, even if you cannot give my daughter happiness, you have to put my Yao Clan's benefits first. Tao Zhu's expression changed. The moment he mentioned his beloved female immortal, his gaze turned dark. However, Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder's expression turned solemn. He said in a solemn tone, I will not let you research the profundity of the 5 regional walls. Tao Zhu's eyes flashed with cold light. He regained his cold expression. Humph, you are afraid of causing chaos in the world again, causing the 5 regions to go into a chaotic war that would kill all living beings? However, have you thought about it? Once the profundity of the 5 regional walls is solved, it will bring prosperity and hope. The regional walls are a huge obstacle to the 5 regions' interactions. If they disappear, the 5 regions' Gu immortals will be able to interact more freely and frequently. Our transactions will bring more cultivation gains. However, the possibility of war is far greater than peace, isn't that so? Yao Clan's old man interrupted Tao Zhu. Tao Zhu was silent. He did not retort. There were too many differences between the 5 regions. Not only were the landforms different, even the social customs were different. Most importantly, resources were unequal, population densities were different. There was no lack of ambitious people since ancient times. It was not like the current 5 regions. They were separated from each other and did not interact much. Each had their own economic, political, and military balance. Once the regional walls were opened, this balance would collapse. So, you are still here to persuade me to stop? After a long while, Tao Zhu broke the silence. He sneered in disdain. You know that is impossible. Yao Clan's old man nodded, saying solemnly, I have to admit, it is very risky to deal with a rank 8 existence. It is very difficult for our southern border righteous path to make this decision. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we will not choose to fight to the death. Thus, I am here to tell you a secret. I hope you can keep this secret for our Yao Clan after hearing it. Why do I have to listen? Tao Zhu laughed. Yao Clan's old man also smiled. Because this secret is related to the 5 regional walls. Do you want to hear it? Tao Zhu was visibly moved while a wisp of urgency surged into his heart, but he forcefully restrained it right after that. Yao Clan's old man's eyes were filled with pity. This secret is quite cruel to you, but at this point, I have to tell you. In the future, the 5 regions' earth veins will merge into one. The 5 regional walls will disappear on their own. What? Tao Zhu could not help but shout in shock. Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder dealt a fatal blow to Tao Zhu. His secret directly rejected Tao Zhu's life goal. If the 5 regional walls disappeared, wouldn't Tao Zhu's research be meaningless? All the effort he put in, all the dangers he risked, he even gave up on his beloved fairy, all these sacrifices, would they become a joke to him? This is impossible, you are lying. Tao Zhu's voice was hysterical, but there was a trace of fear in it. This is the Paradise Earth true inheritance that my Yao Clan inherited. I have already given you the evidence. Even if you do not believe me, do you not believe Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's words? Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder said this as he smiled. Furthermore, you have researched this for your entire life. You are very clear about the connection between the 5 regional walls and earth veins. You should be aware of it yourself, right? There must be many parts of your achievements that can verify this future. Tao Zhu was covered in sweat. His eyes were wide open, but they were empty. He took a few steps back and looked down at the ground. He had a dazed and panicked expression. Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder smiled. He looked at Tao Zhu. His benevolent expression was filled with coldness and cruelty. It was enough for him to say this. Yao Clan's old man turned around and left. Before leaving, he said, "Stop researching the 5 regional walls. They will disappear on their own sooner or later. Your research is meaningless." Of course, if your research had been fruitful while the 5 regional walls were still around, you wouldn't have been able to do so. I think the moment you succeed, my southern border righteous path's rank 8s will join forces to kill you. That's all I have to say. Tao Zhu, think about it. Tao Zhu stood on the spot in a daze. He did not move. His face was filled with defeat. The past was like a dream. Back to the present. Tao Zhu had died long ago. The will he left behind was held by Fan Yuan by the neck. The true inheritance had already been taken away by an expert. However, Fan Yuan's words moved Tao Zhu's will. If I do not have this ambition, what is the point of being human? It does not matter if I fail, I can just try again a few times. Even if I fail in the end, so what? Ha ha! Tao Zhu's will laughed maniacally. Years later, after his main body recovered from the blow dealt to him by Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder, he had the same realization. That's right. Even if I fail in the end, I will fail my entire life. So what? Even if the 5 regional walls disappear on their own in the future, so what? Even if my research has no meaning, so what? This is what I want to do. You call me crazy, you call me an idiot, you curse me for being stubborn, you call me stupid. All right. I am a lunatic, I am also a fool, I am not only stubborn but also stupid. But this is what I want to do. This is how I want to live. This is how I want to live, it is interesting to me. However, I have some regrets, so I left behind the inheritance. Now, this inheritance was obtained by Fan Yuan. At once Tao Zhu's will became excited. Fan Yuan, right? I will pass this inheritance to you, as well as the true meanings hidden in another location. I will also pass all of them to you. My main body is not skilled in fighting, so I have a lifetime of regrets. But I feel that if I give the inheritance to you, these regrets will be made up for. This is a match made in heaven. The corners of Fan Yuan's lips curled up, revealing an arrogant smile filled with confidence and arrogance. Then watch carefully, old man Tao Zhu. I will let your true inheritance. Chapter 1800. After taking all of Tao Zhu's true inheritance, Fan Yuan immediately left the 5 regional mountain range. Like in the previous life, this mountain range could not escape the fate of being destroyed. But for Fan Yuan, the result was different. In the previous life, he set up an ambush and provoked the battle of the 5 regional mountain range, accidentally provoking Tao Zhu's true inheritance. But there was no chance, he could only leave the battlefield. In this life, Fan Yuan was wary of the ink effect and had been enduring patiently until he ambushed southern border's pursuers and obtained complete victory. Only then did he feel that the time was ripe and came to collect this true inheritance in advance. After some time, southern border's righteous path would agree to support Tai clan in building beacon towers. At that time, if Fan Yuan made a move, it would be much more troublesome. The scattered beacon towers allowed southern border's Gu immortals to reinforce each other to increase their speed and strength. In the previous life, during the final battle, Fan Yuan obtained the important contents of Tao Zhu's true inheritance from Wu Yong and Shi Chuyu. He even created a super immortal formation with them. Thus, he knew a lot about Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Along with all sorts of deductions and preparations, he successfully obtained the true inheritance. Tao Zhu's true inheritance! Fan Yuan sighed internally. This method of inheritance was of great help to him. It was no small matter. Even though Tao Zhu was only rank 8, the importance of this true inheritance surpassed even venerable true inheritances. The previous life was the best proof. Fan Yuan used Tao Zhu's method to deal with the 99 consecutive unceasing formation. Chen Yi and the rest felt extremely stifled. They had no way to advance or retreat. It was extremely effective. Using Tao Zhu's methods, he could also deal with heroes among people. Due to the amplification of heroes among people, Celestial Court and Central Continent's Gu immortals had a huge boost in strength. But as long as they were inside the five-colored smoke, the stronger these Gu immortals were, the greater the backlash they would suffer. This was an amazing move. The effect was simply too good. Fan Yuan had to give 2 thumbs up. No amount of praise would be enough. The 99 consecutive unceasing formation and heroes among people were venerable methods, but Tao Zhu's true inheritance could actually counter them. Countless Gu immortals were taken aback. They were deeply shocked. In this life, even if I don't find a way to break the heroes among people, I can use the 5-colored smoke to restrain it. It will give those people in the Central Continent a headache. It's just that the methods in Tao Zhu's true inheritance aren't particularly flexible. Back then, he had used it to build an immortal formation. Although I already know about this formation, I don't want a fixed formation. I still need to improve on this foundation. Fan Yuan pondered as he read through Tao Zhu's inheritance. As he had expected, in the previous life, the formation that he created with Southern Border and Northern Plains Gu immortals was the essence of Tao Zhu's true inheritance. In this true inheritance, Tao Zhu named the grand formation the 5-world limit formation. What made him surprised was that other than this formation, there was also an immortal killer move that had the same value as the 5 regional limit formation. This move was called 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. Once activated, it could shoot out 5-colored light qi. The light qi had the effect of regional walls. Inside this light qi, the 5 regions Gu immortals would suffer backlash. The bigger the commotion, the more severe the backlash. Of course, because of Fan Yuan's unique body, he was not restricted inside the light qi. The 5 regional limit formation and 5 restriction profound light qi were the essence of Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Other than that, there were 2 immortal Gu that were preserved. The 2 immortal Gu were Rule Path Gu worms. One was rank 8 called Realm, the other was rank 7 called Limit. The rank 8 Realm Gu was Tao Zhu's vital Gu. It had advanced to rank 8 with him. Tao Zhu's immortal aperture was not preserved. According to the true inheritance's contents, Tao Zhu was very poor. Most of his resources were used for research. His immortal aperture did not have many resources. Of course, most importantly, he had intentionally abandoned his immortal aperture before his lifespan ended, leaving it to Southern Border's righteous path to hide the location of his true inheritance. Fan Yuan looked through the true inheritance, feeling more and more emotions. Tao Zhu was clearly a strange genius. He had spent his entire life's time and energy on research. He had invested a lot of manpower and resources. In the true inheritance's contents, there were records of his countless experiments. He had risked his life many times to seek death. Even after becoming rank 8, he would often enter the regional wall to sense its profundities. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Thus, his immortal aperture was very poor. It could barely sustain the feeding of his immortal Gu. It could not develop. The backlash of a rank 8 Gu immortal traveling through regional walls was too intense. Next, I need to manage my immortal aperture. I need to have the ability to feed my 2 immortal Gu. After that, Fan Yuan faced a choice. Should he choose the 5 regional limit formation or 5 restriction profound light qi? Both used realm and limit Gu as the cores, with a vast number of mortal Gu as supplementary Gu. If he constructed the formation, he could not use 5 restriction profound light qi. By the same logic, if he chose 5 restriction profound light qi, he would not have enough time to construct the 5 regional limit formation during battle. There was a huge flaw in constructing a formation. Because it was a fixed formation, it needed to extract the strength of the earth vein. Tao Zhu's true inheritance also stated clearly, the 5 regional limit formation not only needed to be placed on the ground, it also needed to be rooted in the earth vein. Thus, in his previous life, Chi Chuyu added an earth vein immortal goo. At this time, earth vein immortal goo had not appeared yet. Once the formation was constructed, it would not be practical. Because at the crucial moment, Fan Yuan could not take it out. Unless he used formation flag goo or the formation spirit to move this formation. But the prerequisite was that he had to modify it greatly again. The effect was unknown. 5 restriction profound light chi was more convenient and had greater power, but it could not last as long as the formation. More importantly, it had its flaws. Every time this killer move was used, a vast amount of earth chi would be expended from the Goo Immortal's immortal aperture. This expenditure was huge, even Fan Yuan was tongue-tied. However, there is a way to resolve the flaw of 5 restriction profound light chi. I'm here. Fan Yuan stopped thinking, coming to an ordinary cave. Very well hidden, even I can't sense anything strange about it. Fan Yuan nodded inwardly. Next, he let out Tao Zhu's will. Tao Zhu's will took a few steps forward, the cave changed. A wave of true meaning spread out of the cave walls. Tao Zhu's will offered this true meaning to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan first inspected it, and did not find any problems or peculiarities, thus he unreservedly absorbed it. A moment later, his rule path attainment level jumped to Great Grand Master. This Tao Zhu's true meaning could allow a poor rule path person to advance to Great Grand Master. Of course, Fan Yuan had his own foundation. He was a Grand Master in rule path. Right now, even though Fan Yuan was still a great Grand Master, his original foundation was not wasted. He still had some accumulation, but he had not reached Supreme Grand Master. It seems that Tao Zhu was a rule path Great Grand Master when he was alive. Fan Yuan nodded. When a path's attainment level reached Great Grand Master, there would be a qualitative change. Rank 8 Gu Immortals were the elites of this generation. Chi Clan's Chi Chuyu was a formation path Great Grand Master. He could use natural Dao marks to set up formations. Blazing Heaven Demonis was a fire path Great Grand Master. Back then, she tricked Fan Yuan and tampered with the immortal materials, but Fan Yuan could not find anything. Spectral Soul was a great Grand Master of all paths. This showed how strong he was. Many rank 8 Gu Immortals only had a certain aspect of Spectral Soul's attainment in their life. Thankfully, Fan Yuan managed to turn the situation around, otherwise, the demon Venerable would have infiltrated the Celestial Court, and Shadow Sect would have taken control of the world. As for why Tao Zhu cultivated Restriction Path, but left behind true meaning that helped Rule Path. Restriction Path was a small path derived from Rule Path. It was not completely separated. Like the Charm Emotion Path derived from Wisdom Path, this path was specialized in increasing one's charisma and using emotions to bewitch others. In fact, there were many small paths derived from Rule Path. It was the number 1 path without a doubt. The more famous ones were Restriction Path and Phantom Path. Phantom Path was also derived from Rule Path. It focused on both real and fake, but it was not completely separated from Rule Path. Fan Yuan had Rule Path immortal Gus such as Precaution, Great, Fight, and others. One could see the most prominent characteristic of Rule Path from them. Size, height, fat, thin, far, near, good, bad, square, straight, true and false, strong and weak, 1, 2, 3, 4, they were all Rule Path Gu worms. Precisely because Rule Path had too many concepts, it could produce the most small paths. Among all the paths, Rule Path Gu worms have the widest range of uses, or rather, the most practical. For example, the Rule Path Gu worm strong can be used with any path to make all killer moves stronger. Rule Path had another advantage. Gu Immortals could often condense their own true meaning. This was also the advantage of Wisdom Path. True meaning involved the truth of Rule Path, as well as the will of Wisdom Path. Other than these 2 paths, there were very few Gu Immortals of other paths who could leave behind their true meaning. The 10 Venerables were not included. These monsters were special cases in all aspects. They could not be measured with common sense. Tao Zhu's true meaning was a pleasant surprise to Fan Yuan. Because he knew that in his previous life, Wu Yong and Chi Chuyu did not have such gains. This was not hard to understand. Fan Yuan had already deduced many truths. When Tao Zhu was alive, he was suppressed by Southern Border's righteous path. Before dying, he purposely abandoned his immortal aperture to attract their attention, then set up his true inheritance and hid his true meaning elsewhere. When Southern Border's righteous path obtained Tao Zhu's immortal aperture, they thought he had not researched anything, and could not see through the 5 regional mountain range, thus they did not discover Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Although in his previous life, Tao Zhu's true inheritance ended up in the hands of Southern Border's righteous path, Tao Zhu's true meaning was concealed. This Tao Zhu's true meaning was like a pillow sent to Fan Yuan when he was sleepy. It came at the perfect time, because he had just captured Ba Shi Ba. This rule path rank 8 Gu Immortal's Grotto Heaven could not be annexed by Fan Yuan's previous rule path attainment level. I had planned to continue transacting with Qi Chu Yu and collect some rule path dream realms to raise my attainment level. Chapter 1801. Wu Clan's Headquarters. In the study room, the light was dim. Wu Yong's expression was ashen, he was sitting straight like a statue. The information path Gu worm in his hand was still warm from the activation earlier. Earlier, there was a meeting of Southern Border's righteous path higher-ups. It was as lively as a market. Xia Clan and Ba Clan's Gu immortals were screaming and shouting, their voices were filled with panic and helplessness. Most of the people were discussing noisily, almost to the point of arguing. They seemed to be venting their shock and fear. How can this be? Fan Yuan ambushed us, he obtained a complete victory, our Gu immortals were all captured by him. What do we do now? In the history of our Southern Border, there has never been such a precedent. If this matter spreads, our Southern Border righteous path will become the laughingstock of the 5 regions. Reputation is no longer important, the important thing is that our people are now in his hands. Didn't the information path Gu worm that Fan Yuan left us earlier say to wait for his offer? Yes, but he did not send any new information. Are we going to wait like this? These people's conversations seemed to be echoing in Wu Yong's ears. Humph, a bunch of useless people, what can they do by just discussing? Wu Yong snorted in displeasure. His eyes narrowed, making his already slender eyes look even more slender. Waves of cold and eerie light flickered in his eyes. His fists were clenched uncontrollably. This is troublesome. Fan Yuan has the absolute initiative. Even if we reject his extortion, Xia Clan and Ba Clan will not. They lost their first Supreme Elder. Celestial Court's arrangements did not have any effect. Humph, to think I even notified Ziwei. However, this is not because Celestial Court is weak, it is because Fan Yuan's performance in this battle is too shocking. Under such terrifying battle results, in our Southern Border's righteous path, only Qi Chu Yu has some ability to remain calm in the face of danger. Wu Yong clearly remembered that in the discussion just now, it was Qi Chu Yu who had a calm expression and suggested for the first time to take the initiative to pursue and kill Fan Yuan. Although there were few who responded, this was the strength of the righteous path. Wu Yong didn't know that Qi Chu Yu was just pretending to be calm. His heart was filled with deep shock and terror. He had pretended to propose this plan to continue pursuing Fan Yuan in order to hide himself. Fan Yuan actually won? Not only did Fan Yuan win, he even captured 2 rank 8s and several rank 7 experts. Was this a joke? If this was before this battle, Qi Chu Yu would definitely think this was a joke. But he couldn't smile at all now. Qi Chu Yu did not dare to believe it, but Lu Wei Yin's evidence was irrefutable. He had to believe it. Fan Yuan won this battle. Not only did he cause chaos in Southern Border's righteous path, he even had Qi Chu Yu's weakness. Because Fan Yuan's winning move was Dream Realms. And these Dream Realms were given to him by Qi Chu Yu of all people. That was to say, Qi Chu Yu was Fan Yuan's greatest supporter in this battle, and also the greatest traitor of Southern Border's righteous path. Qi Chu Yu had thought of how Fan Yuan would use these Dream Realms to deal with Southern Border's righteous path. But his thoughts were limited. Firstly, it was because Qi Clan benefited greatly from the transaction with Fan Yuan. This huge temptation shrouded Qi Chu Yu's vision. Secondly, Fan Yuan had used pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to self-detonate and help him escape. But during the entire process, Fan Yuan was in a sorry state. Because after the self-detonation, Fan Yuan could not control the dream realms freely. Thus, Qi Chuyu felt that the threat of the pure dream reality seeker physique body's self-detonation was low. But I did not expect Fan Yuan to actually set up a time path super-immortal formation. If not for this immortal formation that obstructs Gu Immortal's movement, how could the dream realms work? The time path immortal formation is not scary. The scary thing is that this immortal formation is deeply concealed. If it was not activated by Fan Yuan, we would not be able to see it. Qi Chuyu felt a headache just thinking about it. He was a formation path great grandmaster. He naturally had some understanding of formation path. But every path's immortal formation had its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of a time path immortal formation was that it could affect the flow of time inside the formation. Fan Yuan relied on this to fight for several days and nights inside the formation, killing all the pursuers. But only a few hours had passed in the outside world. The advantage of a time path immortal formation was not in concealment. Formations that were good at concealment were dark path, phantom path, transformation path, and so on. Once a time path immortal formation was set up, it would be clearly visible. It would not be easy to conceal itself. Why did it conceal itself in Fan Yuan's hands? Qi Chuyu was troubled by this question. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle, who was inside the celestial court, had already found the answer to this question. She had just finished a deduction. There were still some purple light waves left in Central Great Hall. Fairy Myrtle sighed deeply. It should be the legacy of Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect had once spread across the 5 regions. Using Zombie Alliance as a cover, they secretly found a natural tributary of the River of Time and used the surrounding time path down marks to set up a formation. At Great Grandmaster level, formation path Gu Immortals could directly use the naturally existing down marks to set up a formation. But the formation that was set up would have different advantages and disadvantages depending on the distribution of the natural down marks. The Gu Immortal who set up the formation could only adjust it slightly. It was not as free as using Gu worms. But Southern Border's time path formation is very good at concealment. Fan Yuan made use of it. He added other time path formations inside and used dream realms to capture almost all of the Southern Border group that was chasing him. Fairy Myrtle had a dark expression. She was regretting it a little. If she knew this would happen, she would have told the Southern Border Gu Immortals about the deaths of Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch. In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Celestial Court lost. Fairy Myrtle only chose a portion of it and publicized it. As long as Southern Border's Righteous Path knew about the deaths of Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch, they would pay more attention to Fan Yuan. They would not just send 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. Lu Wei-yin joined voluntarily. He was not controlled by Southern Border's Righteous Path. This was not a mistake on Fairy Myrtle's part. She had considered it before. Initially, Fairy Myrtle still had some hope. She felt that Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch had a chance of survival. Thus, she only publicized Fan Yuan's secret to the world and concealed this part. As time passed, Fairy Myrtle understood that Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch had died. She chose to conceal this information because she did not want to boost Fan Yuan's reputation, and also because she was worried that the Gu Immortals of the other 4 regions would compromise with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had the strength to kill rank 8 Gu Immortals. This was a qualitative change. The other 4 regions were not like Central Continent. They had many different forces. They were in a state of disunity. They could be easily defeated by Fan Yuan. They could easily make deals and compromise with each other. Fairy Myrtle was right. Western Desert's Tang clan and Southern Border's Qi clan were in such a situation. Fairy Myrtle concealed this fact and urged the other 4 regions to deal with Fan Yuan. No matter what the outcome was, they would exhaust each other. No matter which side suffered losses, it would be a good thing for the Celestial Court. At the same time, the information and clues that both sides exposed would allow the Celestial Court to gain huge gains just by watching quietly. When the time was right, the Celestial Court would deduce Fan Yuan's location and attack with full force. They would have a chance to eliminate this demon. Fairy Myrtle's plan was good. She looked towards the future and started to make preparations for the 5 regions' chaotic war. but things were still out of her expectations. Fan Yuan obtained a complete victory and captured all of the deities of Southern Frontier. Even though Fan Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, last time, he used Langya Blessed Land's foundation. This time, he used the legacy of Shadow Sect. This battle was completely one-sided. Our arrangements did not even have time to take effect. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in hatred. Fan Yuan was too crafty and cunning. It was getting harder and harder to deal with him. Fairy Ziwei started to feel a sense of helplessness. Fan Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, but she could not do anything to him. One of the reasons was that he cultivated too many paths. For example, Wisdom Path. Fan Yuan had deep Wisdom Path attainment. Fairy Myrtle could not deduce his location even if she used all her strength, she could only search for relevant clues. Normally speaking, Gu immortals who were not Wisdom Path could be easily deduced. There were many demonic path Gu immortals in the world, but why were there so few who acted recklessly like Fan Yuan? Once they did so and wreaked havoc everywhere, the righteous path would quickly find Wisdom Path Gu immortals to deduce and find their location. They could capture them. For example, Refinement Path. Langya Blessed Land was not so easy to devour. Many Gu immortals could not devour it even if they wanted to. Even some rank 8 Gu immortals could not. Because to devour a rank 7 Langya Blessed Land, one needed at least Grandmaster Refinement Path attainment level. For example, Dream Path. Fan Yuan had been reborn from the future, he had many Dream Path methods. During the Battle of Etian Mountain's Dream Realm, he used these methods to avert danger and escape. For example, this ambush battle. Fan Yuan displayed his formation path attainment. To be able to use a time path formation to such an extent, his formation path attainment level was at least Great Grandmaster. Of course, this could also be because Shadow Sect had already set up a formation. But why did Fan Yuan not use it earlier? That is less likely. There is another possibility. Fan Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land. The variant human Gu immortals inside had Great Grandmaster formation path attainment level. There are not enough clues. Fairy Myrtle rubbed her forehead as a sharp light flashed in her eyes. She immediately got up and left Central Great Hall, arriving at the place where Spectral Soul was imprisoned. Soul Search. Not long after, Fairy Myrtle nodded in satisfaction. She accurately searched through Spectral Soul's memories and found the secret of that time path formation. It is indeed an extremely powerful concealment formation. It does not have the ability to summon year beasts. The latter should have been added by Fan Yuan later. Fairy Myrtle was deep in thought. Chapter 1802. Celestial Court. There was endless light, immortal palaces were everywhere. Behind the central Great Hall, a tall tower was erected. It was covered in a layer of white gold light. It was the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower. Surrounding Heaven Overseeing Tower, several Celestial Court Gu immortals were working together. They were extremely busy. Under their hard work, a refinement path formation was gradually taking shape. A tall and muscular Gu immortal was observing from outside the formation. Even though he was just standing there, he gave off the feeling of a giant pillar that could support the sky. It was Duke Long. Greetings to Lord Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle arrived at this time, standing behind Duke Long. Now that Langya Blessed Land is in Fan Yuan's hands, it means he has also grasped the profundity of Refinement Cauldron. Originally, Celestial Court's Refinement Path formation was made by imitating Refinement Cauldron. I ordered people to dismantle the original formation and set up a new one. Duke Long said this as he turned around, looking at Fairy Myrtle. A look of remorse flashed across Fairy Ziwei's face. It is my fault for not leading properly. Before she finished, Duke Long raised his hand and interrupted. There is no point in blaming yourself. I believe you have already reflected on your actions. The past has become the truth. We should face the present seriously and plan for the future. Duke Long looked at Fairy Myrtle, sighing. Right now, our Celestial Court is still in control, but the situation seems to be getting out of our control. Fan Yuan is a chess piece arranged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Earlier, he repelled our attack and caused the deaths of Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost's true monarch, and now, he has even captured the southern border immortals. Regardless of whether he is rank 7 or what methods he used, the result is the result, the truth is the truth. Ziwei, how will you deal with this? In the previous life, Duke Long did not place much importance on Fan Yuan, he thought of him as a clown. Now Fan Yuan had won consecutively, his battle results were shocking, Duke Long became vigilant. He no longer trusted Fairy Myrtle as much as he did in his previous life. Instead, he began to worry and took the initiative to ask about her. Fairy Myrtle took a deep breath. She had already planned out how to deal with Fan Yuan. She replied calmly, "To deal with Fan Yuan, the first step is to find his tracks. This cannot be done with wisdom path methods alone. I have already secretly arranged for 3 rank 8 Gu immortals in southern border to search for clues about Fan Yuan. The second point is to deal with his killer move that uses fixed immortal travel as the core. This move is even more threatening than the omnidirectional ancient battle formation. It allows Fan Yuan to take the initiative and advance or retreat as he pleases. I have already ordered them to prepare to refine fixed space Gu at any time." Fixed space Gu was in the hands of Gu immortal Lu Hao, and now, Lu Hao was captured by Fan Yuan. But Fairy Myrtle was confident. With the methods of the Celestial Court, they could still make Lu Hao's immortal Gu self-destruct. With the crucial fixed space Gu, they would have a way to deal with fixed immortal travel. And the third point. Fairy Myrtle paused for a moment before saying in a heavy tone, "We need to guard against Fan Yuan's spring-autumn cicada. I am increasingly suspecting that Fan Yuan has already used spring-autumn cicada to undergo a rebirth. In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, our side lost mainly because Star Cast was seen through. There is something fishy about this. Feng Jioga left behind so many down marks in different places. Why is Fan Yuan so sure about that place? Did he set up a formation in advance to encircle and intercept us? But I have deduced many times, but to no avail. There are too few clues." Fairy Myrtle sighed deeply. "Spring-autumn cicada is indeed a problem." Duke Long nodded. "Do you have any way to deal with it?" Fairy Myrtle nodded. "Lord Duke Long, didn't you and I already discuss using equal treatment to deal with spring-autumn cicada? But Benevolence Gu is in southern border immortal world, under the control of the current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth, Lu Weiyin." "That's right," Duke Long said solemnly. "If Fan Yuan uses spring-autumn cicada, he might not just be using Gu, he might also be using a killer move. And using equal treatment to deal with any possible spring-autumn cicada killer move is the safest." "Precisely." Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with purple light. "Thus, I plan to contact Lu Weiyin and discuss the matter of renting Benevolence Gu." In the previous life, at this time, the Celestial Court was calm and at ease. It was far from the time to contact Lu Weiyin. But in this life, because of the ink effect, the Celestial Court contacted Lu Weiyin in advance. Duke Long nodded as he realized. "You want to use this chance to probe and see if Fan Yuan has revived?" "Yes. If Lu Weiyin rejects us, the possibility of Fan Yuan reviving will be higher. Because we do not have equal treatment to restrain Fan Yuan. But if Lu Weiyin agrees, it means that we have equal treatment, the possibility of Fan Yuan reviving will be smaller. At the same time, we can probe the attitude of Lu Weiyin, the current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth." Fairy Myrtle said slowly. Mentioning Paradise Earth, Duke Long had a complex expression. "Let's do that. However, even if Lu Weiyin does not lend it, we lack methods to deal with spring-autumn cicada. We do not need to worry too much. As long as we have the upper hand and advance step by step, that scoundrel Fan Yuan will not be able to make a comeback no matter what he does. Back then, even with Red Lotus's strength and foundation, he could not do anything about it. He failed. Not to mention him." Duke Long said this as he laughed calmly. Fairy Myrtle hesitated before asking, "Lord Duke Long, I do not understand something. Our Celestial Court has such a deep foundation. Why do we need to borrow an immortal Gu to deal with spring-autumn cicada? Could it be that our mighty Celestial Court really has no methods to restrain spring-autumn cicada?" The smile on Duke Long's face faded. The main reason is probably Red Lotus. Back then, when I fought with him, I heard him say this personally. He said that he had set up several stone lotus islands in the River of Time. They were not connected to each other but had a mystical effect on each other. All of the stone lotus islands formed an immortal killer move. It was his proudest method. This method could affect the flow of the River of Time, and indirectly affect the trajectory of all living beings in the world. If there was no River of Time, the whole world would be in a state of stillness. With the flow of the River of Time, all living beings in the world could move. Using this connection, Red Lotus Demon Venerable used a grand method that had been influencing the world until now. The most obvious result was that any goo worm, or method that could restrain Spring-Autumn Cicada had no fate with Celestial Court. After the incident with Red Lotus, Celestial Court concealed the truth and maintained its authority, while actively searching and planning to find a method to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada. Gradually, Celestial Court discovered something strange. Any immortal goo that could restrain Spring-Autumn Cicada would intentionally avoid Celestial Court. The number of goo immortals recruited by Celestial Court that cultivated Time Path was also very few. But as time passed, this influence gradually weakened. Celestial Court also has some methods in its treasury that can influence and disturb Spring-Autumn Cicada. You also know this, it is not very presentable. Duke Long continued to speak. So that's it. Fairy Myrtle's expression was calm, but her heart was shaken. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's method was truly too amazing. It simply surpassed the limits of Time Path. It had a trace of the color of fate. Not only did he damage Fate Goo, he even forcefully used Time Path methods to imitate Fate's power and deal with it instead. Fairy Myrtle blinked, quickly calming her emotions. Next, I will spread the news that Fan Yuan is attempting to undergo tribulation and advance to rank 8. At the same time, I will negotiate with Wu Yong and other forces of Southern Border's righteous path to get more people to resist Fan Yuan's extortion. Lastly, I have already ordered to nurture Guyue Fanjing. This person was created by the Heavenly Tao. He is a crucial factor in dealing with Fan Yuan. He is already undergoing immortal ascension, right? Central Continent. The blood rain stopped. On a mountain peak, Guyue Fanjing was floating in the air, the three chi of heaven, earth, and man condensed into one point. His experiences were full of twists and turns. These difficulties turned into wealth, allowing him to smoothly grasp the balance of the three chi. Fanjing suddenly opened his eyes, he breathed in deeply, and placed a rank 5 blood path goo worm into the chi lump. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the chi lump exploded and an immortal aperture appeared. High-grade blessed land. Fanjing succeeded in his immortal ascension. There were still remnants of heaven and earth chi left. Fanjing was overjoyed. With these heaven and earth chi, he could raise his vital blood path mortal goo to an immortal goo. Fanjing, let me in. I will protect you during the tribulation. Fan Shi transmitted. He was protecting Fanjing during the entire process. Fanjing frowned. He showed an unhappy expression. The immortal aperture was the most private place of a goo immortal. Fan Shilu wanted to enter. Fanjing felt a sense of anger and displeasure. But soon, his frown eased as he opened the immortal aperture's entrance, saying plainly, "All right, Fan Shilu, please come in." Fanjing knew that not just Fan Shilu, there were countless pairs of eyes watching him during his immortal ascension. He gradually understood his value. He was a tool. The reason why he was nurtured was to deal with Fan Yuan. A moment later, the tribulation ended. Fan Shilu was inside his immortal aperture. He had a complex expression. "Oh Fanjing, this is a high-grade blessed land. Back then, I spent so much effort to accumulate it and undergo tribulation, but it was only a middle-grade blessed land. This immortal aperture is at least 8.5 million km2, the highest record was only 9 million km2. This is definitely a tributary of the River of Time. Compared to the outside world, the time flow is 20:1. The limit of high grade is 30:1, the difference is very small. Time path and space path resources were much higher than Fan Shilu's achievements in the past. Those who had high grade blessed lands were elites among rank 6 goo immortals. They were rare to begin with. During this tribulation, you even advance your vital goo. You now have a second blood path immortal goo. The sect has orders. They also asked me to bring you a lot of resources for you to plant. You will be able to pass the difficult initial stage of immortal ascension. Fan Shilu said as he took out a large number of blood path resources from his immortal aperture. Each and every one of these resources was extremely valuable. Many were immortal materials. Even a Gu immortal like Fan Shilu, who had many years of experience, could not conceal his envy and jealousy. The sect had invested so much in nurturing Fangjing. The total value of these resources was equivalent to 100 years of accumulation of a rank 6 lone cultivator. Even with Fan Shilu's help from Crane Gate, he spent 50 years to reach this stage. It could be said that Fangjing did not have to do anything to become a millionaire among rank 6 Gu immortals. The sect's efforts, Fangjing, you cannot let them down. Finally, Fan Shilu said with a hoarse voice. Just looking at Fan Shilu's complex expression, Fangjing knew what was going on. He was also secretly shocked at how much attention and nurturing he was receiving. Regardless of the motive, I have finally become an immortal. Fang Yuan, we are no longer mortal and immortal. Fangjing's divine sense swept around. He looked at his immortal aperture as he felt a surge of emotions. This is my immortal aperture, my blessed land, my foundation. At this moment, he felt that his future was bright. There seemed to be endless possibilities. Fan Yuan, even though you are strong, you are still chased around by Central Continent and the Celestial Court. You do not dare to step into Central Continent. With their help, I might be able to deal with you. Even though I understand you, I will not forgive you. Fate makes fools of people. You and I will meet in the end. Different from the previous life, Fangjing received even more resources. His immortal ascension was brought forward. In the previous life, everyone knew about the nightmare of Southern Borders Gu immortals. Fan Yuan's demonic might was overwhelming. But now, the Celestial Court kept some information about Langya Domain's defeat. The news of Southern Borders change had not spread yet. Thus, Guyue Fangjing did not know about Qingyi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch's deaths. He did not know that the deities of Southern Frontier were captured by Fan Yuan. Chapter 1803. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. In the desolate mini-yellow heaven, a figure flew over at lightning speed. The figure stopped abruptly, landing in front of a group of Gu immortals. It was Fan Yuan's time path clone. Greetings to Lord Fan Yuan. Greetings to sect leader. The immortals bowed together. Looking around, other than Ing Wuxia who was guarding Green Ghost Desert, Fan Yuan's subordinates were all present. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Fairy Miaoyin, Lady White Rabbit, Shui'er, Bing Yuan, Shizong, Shiqing, Mo Tansang and others, immortal Qi lingered around them. Talents of all kinds were gathered together. These people had participated in the ambush of years flowing ambush. They had personally witnessed how Fan Yuan controlled the situation and captured the deities of Southern Frontier. Thus, the immortals were looking at Fan Yuan with much more fervent and respectful gazes than before the battle. Especially those variant human Gu immortals, they were submissive and had a respectful attitude. They were as obedient as cats and dogs. No need to be so polite. Fan Yuan glanced at them before turning to the other side. An immortal formation was floating in the sky. It had been constructed by these Gu immortals not long ago. Of course, the main body of the formation was created by Fan Yuan himself. The remaining minor details were left to these subordinates. Fan Yuan's time path clone observed for a while before nodding in satisfaction, confirming that the formation was in good condition. This was the Wisdom Refinement Immortal Formation. It used the light of wisdom to assist woman's heart and unravel mystery to refine other immortal Gu. If there was someone else's will, the effect would be even better. Initially, Fan Yuan had used Mo Yao's fake will to help him refine the immortal Gu that he obtained from Bo Qing's immortal zombie. Change Soul Immortal Gu was among them. This crucial immortal Gu allowed Fan Yuan to turn the tables and snatch Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu during the Battle of Etian Mountain. In the previous life, this formation was modified by Fan Yuan. It was even more powerful. In this life, Fan Yuan only made some minor adjustments to it. It was already powerful enough, there was no need to modify it. All right, enter the array, Fan Yuan instructed. A portion of the Gu immortals around him entered the formation and controlled it in place of Fan Yuan, maintaining its operation. Fan Yuan turned around and looked behind him. Behind him was a blurry dreamland, like a huge, colorful cloud. A pure dream reality seeker physique had already been formed. This was what Fan Yuan had learned from Feng Kim Hong in his previous life. It was a perfect pure dream reality seeker physique that could exist forever. However, Fan Yuan's soul cultivation was very weak, and he did not have the capital to split his soul. Thus, only Fan Yuan's will was controlling the pure dream reality seeker physique body. The willpower would continue to shrink as it was consumed until it completely disappeared. Only when paired with a soul could it be considered a clone. Thus, this pure dream reality seeker physique body was only half a dream path clone. However, this was enough for the time being. The pure dream reality seeker physique body entered the dream realm, and quickly pushed out a southern border Gu immortal. Before entering the formation, the expressions of the Gu immortals around Fan Yuan changed. They recognized this person. After the battle, they did not stay idle, they actively searched for information about these captives, thus they knew a lot about them. This is Yang Clan's Gu immortal Yang Ku. He is one of the top representatives of Soul Path and Southern Border's current Gu immortal world. He had once destroyed the nest of a group of ancient desolate beasts alone, before escaping from the pursuit of the immemorial desolate beasts. Lady White Rabbit and the rest conversed softly. Yang Ku's upper body was still in the dream realm, his lower body was exposed. It was convenient for Fan Yuan's main body to use killer moves. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. A ghost hand descended from the sky and entered Tai Chu Zhong's immortal aperture. Under the gazes of the immortals, in just a few breaths of time, the ghost hand came out. It flew past Fan Yuan's time path clone and arrived above the slowly circulating wisdom refinement formation. Then, it opened its 5 fingers and threw the stolen immortal Gu into the formation. This was a rank 7 soul path immortal Gu. The immortal Gu entered the wisdom refinement formation and was immediately enveloped by the formation, falling into the center. Activate with all your strength! The Gu immortals inside the formation shouted. The wisdom refinement formation immediately let out a dazzling golden light. Amidst the buzzing noises, the light of wisdom gathered on the stolen immortal Gu and rapidly refined it. Great Thief Ghost Hand flew back to Tai Chu Zhong's immortal aperture. In a few breaths of time, it came out with a second immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was Assimilation Soul Gu. Fan Yuan's time path clone nodded. With this immortal Gu as the core, the killer move Assimilation Soul could be activated. Great Thief Ghost Hand threw Assimilation Soul immortal Gu into the wisdom refinement formation before flying back to Yang Ku's immortal aperture. For the next 2 times, it stole immortal Gu, stealing all of Yang Ku's immortal Gu. Some variant human Gu immortals who did not know what was going on showed shocked expressions at this sight. Could it be that Fan Yuan had modified Great Thief Ghost Hand so that it could steal immortal Gu every time? If that was the case, then Great Thief Ghost Hand would no doubt be thousands of times more terrifying than before. Great Thief Ghost Hand had indeed been modified. Fan Yuan had comprehended the Steel Life true inheritance, and made some progress. Great Thief Ghost Hand could locate and steal targeted immortal Gu. As long as Fan Yuan had a deep understanding of the target, and knew the location of the immortal Gu, he could steal immortal Gu every time. But Fan Yuan knew Yang Ku's immortal aperture like the back of his hand. Because in the previous life, he stole Gu, soul-searched, and devoured apertures, until he fused Yang Ku's immortal aperture into his own. In a short while, Fan Yuan extracted all of Yang Ku's immortal Gu, and under the effect of the wisdom refinement formation, he quickly refined them into his own. Fan Yuan's time path clone took away Assimilation Soul immortal Gu and injected immortal essence, activating the killer move Assimilation Soul along with other Gu worms. This Assimilation Soul killer move had also been modified. It was much more powerful than in the previous life. Fan Yuan exerted his strength and extracted Yang Ku's soul. As a soul path Gu immortal, Yang Ku's soul completely left the dream realm and was about to wake up. But Fan Yuan was prepared. He used a soul path killer move to seal it. After taking away the immortal Gu, Yang Ku was like a tiger pulling out its teeth. Once the soul was taken out, Yang Ku, this toothless tiger, was already beyond cure. Final step, extract aperture! Fan Yuan shouted as he activated a killer move, directly extracting Yang Ku's immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was forcefully sealed by Fan Yuan. It turned into a gray lump of light. Bai Ningbing and the other two Gu immortals saw this and slowly flew over. Fan Yuan's time path clone cautiously handed this gray lump of light to Bai Ningbing, saying, "Go." Everything had been deduced. Bai Ningbing and the other two held Yang Ku's immortal aperture as they flew down to Mini's southern border. After finding the location, Bai Ningbing lightly tossed the gray lump of light to the side of a certain mountain peak. Immediately, heaven and earth chi surged intensely as the gray light exploded, becoming larger and larger. At the periphery of the gray light, the ground cracked and the mountains moved, emitting a deafening sound. The gray light became larger and larger, eventually returning to the original appearance of Yang Ku's immortal aperture. "Pay attention!" Bai Ningbing shouted coldly. The two immortals beside her were already on standby. "Caw caw caw!" First, a large group of flower-winged white-boned birds let out crow-like caws as they scrambled to fly out of the cave. After that, the earth trembled as a beast tide rose from Yang Ku's blessed land and spread towards the lesser southern territory. Bai Ningbing and the others had solemn expressions. They were not flustered at all. Long ago, Fan Yuan had deduced everything and arranged an extremely detailed plan to deal with it. The three immortals immediately moved. Bai Ningbing quickly dispersed the beast tide. And the flower-winged white-boned birds were also successfully led away by a variant human Gu immortal. Yang Ku blessed land was originally independent, all living beings lived in harmony. But now that it was merged into Mini's southern border, the balance that Yang Ku had meticulously designed was broken, causing a series of chaos. If it were an ordinary Gu immortal, they would be flustered. But Fan Yuan was unruffled, using his deep wisdom path attainment, and the help of his Gu immortal subordinates, he managed to maintain the situation. The chaos only lasted for a while before it dissipated. One of the three immortals stayed behind to clean up the mess, while Bai Ningbing and the variant human Gu immortal flew back to Mini Yellow Heaven. On their way back, they saw another group of Gu immortals. There were also three of them. They were holding a pink lump of light as they landed in Mini's southern border. Great Thief Ghost Hand, Wisdom Refinement Formation, Absorb Soul Killer Move, Aperture Taking Method, Stealing Gu, Refining Gu, Separating Body and Soul, Annexing Immortal Apertures, Suppressing the Chaos. Fan Yuan arranged everything in an orderly manner. He did it with ease. Mainly because of his previous life's experience, Fan Yuan had a deep understanding of the situation of the captives. Just a few days later, Fan Yuan had captured almost all of the captives. Only Jia Ba and Lu Hao were left. Shi Shiqing was already overjoyed that a huge dark ink stone vein had been moved to the resting place of the stone golems. In Mini's southern border, dozens of mountains appeared. Some of the mountains even reached the level of famous mountains in the southern border. Interior Rain Mountain, Copper Seal Mountain, Bone Bird Peak, the first supreme elder of the Rockman tribe, Shirzong, sighed internally. "This is truly the golden belt of killing and arson." Because they were southern border Gu immortals, half of their resources were gathered in Mini's southern border, while the other half were distributed to the other 4 Mini regions and the Mini 9 heavens. For example, in Mini's central continent, there was a phantom shadow flower garden. A vast amount of immortal farmer soil was used to create a fertile plain. For example, in Kokidahara, there was a heavenly pillar wind. And for example, in Mini Eastern Sea, there was a brand new sea area called Wave Flower Sea Area. And for example, in Mini Western Desert, there were more than 10 Fusang trees. Every branch of this tree was an immortal material. The most important gain was the Year Essence Pool in Xia Cha Grotto Heaven. In the previous life, Fan Yuan did not know that Xia Cha had a Year Essence Pool. He spent a lot of effort to create one. Even with 2 Year Essence Pools, it was not much. It caused a huge waste of resources. The resources that Fan Yuan extorted from Southern Border's righteous path were mostly invested in the construction of the Year Essence Pool. In this life, Fan Yuan directly took Xia Cha's year essence pool for himself. The year beasts, ancient year beasts, and immemorial year beasts that Fan Yuan had been having a headache with, Fan Yuan stuffed them into the year essence pool. The immortals' emotions fluctuated. After experiencing waves of shock, they were already numb to it. Fan Yuan plundered them by force. He practically devoured the life accumulation of Southern Borders Gu immortals without wasting anything. Lord Fan Yuan's attainment level is truly comprehensive. He annexed the immortal apertures of many paths with ease. His grotto heaven is even more grand and vast. It annexed so many immortal apertures, but it is still so stable. This is simply slaughtering pigs and dogs. These Gu immortal experts in Fan Yuan's hands are like chickens in the hands of a butcher. Their throats are slit, their blood is drained, their feathers are plucked, they are cleaned, and they are cut up. This is truly. The immortals were tongue-tied, some were speechless. Fan Yuan's direct action of devouring apertures made them feel a chill in their hearts. It was as if Gu immortals were not Gu immortals in front of Fan Yuan. They were chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs, ready to be slaughtered. Even rank 8 Gu immortals were no exception. Chapter 1804. An immortal Gu floated in front of Fan Yuan, emitting a rank 8 aura. This immortal Gu was like a cocoon, but it was not white, it was pitch black like iron. Holding it in his hand, it had a cold and heavy metallic texture. This was rank 8 Rule Path Immortal Gu, add. It fed on pearl thread water. Pearl thread water was a rank 8 water path immortal material. On the surface, it looked like a lump of clear water without any impurities. There was nothing special about it. But if one placed one's hand into the water and squeezed, one could grab a water line and pull it out of the water. The water line was endless. There were water droplets condensed on the water line. They were side by side and close to each other. The entire water droplet was like a necklace. It was beautiful and beautiful. If one continued to pull the water line up, the pearl thread water lump would shrink, until all of the water lumps turned into a long water line. Immortal Guad was an oval pitch-black cocoon, even though it had no mouth or mouth. As long as it was soaked in pearl thread water for 8 days and 8 nights, it would be full. It would last for 80 years. There are 36 years left until the next feeding. Ba Shi Ba's immortal aperture already has more than half of the pearl thread water. The rest can be traded with Eastern Seas Gu immortals. Fan Yuan was well aware of all this. He knew it like the back of his hand. Because he had already taken out Ba Shi Ba's immortal Gu and his soul. Ba Shi Ba also had a lake in his immortal aperture. The lake was huge. There were a large number of ancient water spiders and 2 immemorial water spiders, 1 male and 1 female. Pearl thread water was the saliva of the immemorial water spiders. It was condensed into essence after living in the water for a long time. The accumulation was slow, drop by drop. If it was not collected in time, the pearl thread water would be consumed by the ancient water spiders to raise their strength. Ba Shi Ba was a rule path Gu immortal. His immortal aperture was mostly rule path. He had spent a lot of effort to create this lake. Feeding immortal Gu was troublesome sometimes. For example, even though Ba Shi Ba's immortal Gu ad was rule path Gu, the food was pearl thread water. If Ba Shi Ba wanted to feed it himself, he would need to create a water path resource point that produced pearl thread water. This was not good for a rule path Gu immortal. But for Fan Yuan, this was not a problem. His mini Eastern Sea was too huge. After the water spiders entered, it was like a small village entering a huge city. Fan Yuan could even create a sea area for these water spiders to live in. With a huge space and a better water path environment, these water spiders would thrive. Fan Yuan, who had the sovereign immortal aperture, could cultivate many paths. He had a huge advantage in terms of Gu nurturing. Ba Shi immortal Gu. Of them, Ba Shi Gu was his only rank 8 Gu. Other than that, there were rank 7 and rank 6 immortal Gu, among which there were 2 rank 7 Gu, 1 and 3. Number Gu was an extremely large series of rule path Gu worms, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It could be said that there was no limit to it. Even though Fan Yuan had so many rank 8 immortal Gu, in fact, ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals having 1 rank 8 immortal Gu was already quite good. Ba Shi Ba had 1, Xiao Cha had 2. Because these two were leaders of righteous path superforces, they had deep foundations and inheritances. Ordinary lone cultivators could not obtain a rank 8 immortal gu even if they begged for it. For example, old ancestor Shui Hu of Northern Plains, he had great battle strength, he was the number 1 demonic path gu immortal in Northern Plains, but he did not have any rank 8 immortal gu. Even the Celestial Court had many rank 8 gu immortals but few rank 8 immortal gu, the ratio was huge. In the previous life, when Longevity Heaven attacked, the Celestial Court was in an awkward situation. Many rank 8 gu immortals woke up, but they did not have enough immortal gu to use. Ba Shi Ba's most valuable killer move was the consecutive hit battle method. If he could hit 18 times in a row, Ba Shi Ba could easily kill gu immortals of the same rank. In the previous life, when he fought with Qin Yi, this Celestial Court member paid a lot of attention to it. He tried his best to stop Ba Shi Ba from hitting 18 times in a row. In truth, Fan Yuan was a little disappointed. He had thought that since Ba Shi Ba was skilled in consecutive hit battle methods, his rank 8 rule path immortal gu was likely to be consecutive gu. To think that it was addition gu. Consecutive gu was much more famous than addition gu. It was also more practical. With rank 8 consecutive gu, Fan Yuan could use its power to connect all sorts of killer moves to form a consecutive move effect. Consecutive moves were one of the techniques of using killer moves. When 2 or more killer moves were used consecutively, they could unleash even greater power. Often, only elites among gu immortals could use it. Back then, Blazing Heaven Demoness had this technique. She used Angry Bird and Fire Prison to form a consecutive move. It had extraordinary power. Gu immortals who could think of consecutive moves had to be at least Great Grandmaster attainment level. It could be seen that Blazing Heaven Demoness consecutive moves were all fire path killer moves. But using consecutive gu, killer moves of different paths could be combined into consecutive moves. The significance of this difference was extremely significant. For example, Fan Yuan's Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon and Great Thief Ghost Hand, or Jade Flow Pearl and Strength Path Giant Hand, there were many combinations that could raise one's battle strength to an unimaginable level. Ba Shi Ba's immortal gu, killer moves, and soul were all taken by Fan Yuan. Only his body and immortal aperture were left. Even though Fan Yuan could annex apertures, his attainment level was high enough. But he still pushed back the time of annexing apertures for later. Because after annexing apertures, the next calamity and tribulation would be reset, and the time would be reset. Even though this was a small detail, it was very important. The annexation of apertures came to an end, but Bai Ningbing and the rest were busy. During this period of time, Fan Yuan had taken and annexed a large number of immortal apertures. It was truly shocking. There were simply too many blessed lands and grotto heavens added. Even though the sovereign immortal aperture was still stable, after the ecology of the immortal aperture interfered, there was quite a bit of chaos. Bai Ningbing and the rest were dealing with this chaos. Earlier, they were roughly suppressing the chaos, but now, they were making detailed adjustments. Which mountains needed to be moved, which rivers needed to be preserved, which beast groups needed to be moved, which plants needed to be nurtured. These complicated matters were all deduced by Fan Yuan in great detail. He had a perfect plan for the overall situation. This was the benefit of having deep wisdom path methods. The new plan not only allowed these resources to coexist harmoniously, they could even promote each other. Finally, he even considered the future Ba Shi Ba Immortal Aperture and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. He left a lot of empty space for them. If it were gu immortals of other paths, they would feel dizzy and exhausted. They would not be able to make such a good plan. They would expend a lot of resources internally. The losses caused would often make gu immortals feel heartache. Fan Yuan was even busier. His time path clone and main body had been cultivating bitterly. He was racing against time, but he still felt that he did not have enough time or energy. Fan Yuan wanted to split himself into several parts and work hard together. Fan Yuan's rule path attainment level had risen. Attainment level was the foundation of gu cultivation. The increase in attainment level would affect all aspects, everything would change and become brand new. Especially Rule Path, which was the most versatile. Fan Yuan had obtained so many new Rule Path immortal goo. If he did not think of killer moves or fuse them into his original killer moves, Fan Yuan would be letting down his hard work and planning. The management of the immortal aperture could mostly be done by his subordinates, but there were some areas that Fan Yuan needed to do personally. The refinement of killer moves was also an important point. Ba Shi Ba's consecutive attacks could be put aside. He was already familiar with Xia Cha's time path killer moves in his previous life, but the two methods of Tao Zhu's true inheritance were something that Fan Yuan had to learn. They were the most important ones. Giant Sun's true inheritance, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, and Long Hair's true inheritance were all profound. Every time Fan Yuan comprehended them for a period of time, he would have some gains. For example, Giant Sun's true inheritance. Ba Shi Ba was added to Southern Border's pursuit team. Fan Yuan could not deduce it. Because Southern Border's righteous path did not lack wisdom path goo immortals, they worked together to conceal this secret. What made Fan Yuan vigilant was that his luck was being suppressed mysteriously. During the ambush battle, he observed carefully and found the huge threat of Ba Shi Ba. Fan Yuan's luck path strength had grown by a lot. If it was before, he would not be able to sense it. Other than those Northern Plains goo immortals, Fan Yuan could use luck path methods to deal with others. They were more reliable and could even obtain unexpected results. Because there were only 3 luck path true inheritances, they were arranged well by Giant Sun Immortal. They were not widely spread. Even the Celestial Court searched for them bitterly but did not gain anything. Southern Border's righteous path was the same. Another example was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Without the recent gains, Fan Yuan could not modify Great Thief Ghost Hand. There was also Long Hair's true inheritance. Even though Fan Yuan had quasi-supreme Grandmaster attainment level in refinement path, he still had gains from comprehending Long Hair's true inheritance. Ignoring everything else, the concept of goo as before had made a lot of progress because Fan Yuan had comprehended Long Hair's true inheritance several times in a row. To speak the truth, Fan Yuan felt like he had eaten too much. He felt like he had indigestion. His sovereign immortal aperture was very strong, it could hold immortal apertures and was still very stable. But there were too many things he needed to comprehend, there were too many killer moves he needed to deduce and modify, and there were too many true inheritances in his possession. If an ordinary person obtained one of these true inheritances, they would be able to change their future and benefit their entire life. They could even influence the situation of the entire world's forces. Right now, in Fan Yuan's possession, he could not even count the number of such true inheritances. Red Lotus true inheritance, Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Giant Sun's true inheritance, Genesis Lotus true inheritance, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance had 2, Long Hair's true inheritance was not inferior to these venerable true inheritances. Tao Zhu's true inheritance was also very strong. Fan Yuan had a lot of immortal goo. He had so many rank 8 immortal goo that almost all rank 8 goo immortals in the world would feel ashamed. He even had rank 9 immortal goo. And his subordinates. Different from the previous life, in this life, he had many subordinates and many of them were elites. They were much more outstanding than an ordinary super force. At this point, Fan Yuan's accumulation and foundation could be said to be world-shaking. He only needed a long period of time to digest them and Fan Yuan's strength would reach the peak of rank 8. But he lacked time. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. In the previous life, he had already felt that he did not have enough time. In this life, the situation had worsened. This feeling was even more intense. Fan Yuan estimated that even with the light of wisdom, according to his current situation, he would need at least 100 years to completely digest these true inheritances and fuse them together. Furthermore, he would have to research them himself and create new ones, to comprehend them himself and achieve even greater results. On one hand, I can adjust the immortal aperture's flow rate and try to gain more time. On the other hand, I need to explore dream realms and raise my attainment levels. It will be much easier for me to comprehend Long Hair's true inheritance compared to Thieving Heaven, Giant Sun, and Genesis Lotus true inheritances. Finally, I need helpers, more clones! Under Fa Yuan's eager anticipation, Dang Hun Mountain was repaired several days later. Chapter 1805. A tall crystal mountain stood towering in the little southern border. It was pink in color and emitted a dreamy radiance. It was one of the famous secluded domains of heaven and earth recorded in the legends of Rinzhu, Dang Hun Mountain. Right now, Dang Hun Mountain had almost recovered to its former state. It was not completely restored. The reason was the same as in the previous life. Fan Yuan was wary of the celestial court, fearing that they had methods similar to fixed immortal travel. Of course, it was already close to complete. Dang Hun Mountain's production of guts goo had fallen to almost nothing. Fan Yuan could accept it. Rockman rank 6 goo immortal Shirshirching arrived at the mountain. Even though he already knew that Fan Yuan had the guts goo, but when he looked at this legendary mountain with his own eyes, he still could not control his excitement, his eyes shining with unparalleled passion. Dang Hun Mountain, guts goo! He muttered. Guts goo had a huge significance to the Rockman tribe. Rockmen were all males, they had tall and sturdy bodies, which placed a heavy burden on their souls. Once the Rockmen moved too much, their souls would be damaged. Therefore, in their lives, they would spend 80% of their time sleeping, using it to nurture their souls. After an old Rockman dies, the scattered souls and rocks would fuse together to form a new Rockman, inheriting a portion of the old Rockman's memories and some important experiences. Or if the old Rockman slept for a long time, his soul foundation would accumulate to a certain extent, and he would give up a portion of it to form a new Rockman. This unique reproduction method made the Rockman's soul's strength a crucial factor. The stronger the Rockman's soul, the more Rockmen they could produce. However, Rockmen were variant humans. They had innate Earth Path Tao marks that conflicted with Soul Path. Soul Path methods that could increase the strength of the soul were rarely useful to Rockmen. Guts goo was different. It was born from a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It could increase the strength of the soul. Even though it was immortal goo, it was very useful to goo immortals. The effect of using Rockmen was extraordinary. Back then, when Fan Yuan had just taken control of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had nurtured Rockmen wantonly. Shirshirching saw Dang Hun Mountain. He saw the rise of the entire Rockman tribe. It was a smooth path to prosperity. How could he not be excited? His emotions surged, and he increasingly felt that following Fan Yuan was the right choice for him and the Stone Golem tribe. Shirshircheng's performance fell into Fan Yuan's eyes. Fan Yuan was secretly satisfied with this. Fan Yuan purposely sent Shirshircheng to plunder Guts goo. It was to lure him with benefits, to let him feel that his future was extremely bright. As long as he followed Fan Yuan closely, there would be endless benefits. Shirshircheng finally calmed down a little and started to control the formation. Fan Yuan had formation path and soul path attainment. He did not lack immortal goo, and his current soul path cultivation was of utmost importance. He set up an immortal level formation around Dang Hun Mountain. After Shirshircheng obtained Fan Yuan's approval, he was able to control the formation. The great formation rumbled and released rays of grayish-blue light. The light was like mist and smoke, quickly spreading to Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain trembled slightly. The pink crystal mountain also emitted a hazy light, which quickly dyed the grayish-blue light mist pink. The pink mist quickly dyed the entire array. There were large numbers of soul beasts imprisoned in the formation, as well as soul cores. The soul core and the soul beast quickly dissipated under the pink mist of light. The formation worked for a while. Guts goo condensed one after another, quickly accumulating from single digits to 4 digits. Shirshircheng immediately revealed a shocked expression. What kind of efficiency is this? Moreover, the number of Guts goo is still increasing, so fast, it is about to break 5 digits. This soul path formation was modified by Fan Yuan using the contents of Spectral Soul's true inheritance, and his own immortal goo to deduce and modify it. It was called Soul Enchanting 10,000 Guts formation. Each time, it could produce at least 10,000 Guts goo. This was definitely much more efficient than just using Dang Hun Mountain. Of course, the premise of producing 10,000 Guts goo at once was that there were enough soul beasts and soul cores. In this aspect, Fan Yuan was already prepared. That was his previous arrangement. He had already cooperated with Fang clan to develop Western Desert's Green Ghost Desert. This method of obtaining soul beasts was not only large in quantity, it was also stable. Even if Fan Yuan's demand for soul beasts and soul cores was so terrifying, Green Ghost Desert could still satisfy him easily. This desert was too huge, there were countless soul beasts, this was a super resource point for Soul Path. Unfortunately, Fang clan, who cultivated Formation Path, relied on the desert. Moreover, Qin Chou was hidden in Green Ghost Desert, it was a huge threat. As long as it existed, Green Ghost Desert would be a fatal threat, it was not a good place. Fan Yuan did not even think of buying soul cores from Jewel Yellow Skies or extorting Southern Borders Yang clan. If he did that, he would leak some important information. In the previous life, Fan Yuan repaired Dang Hun Mountain a long time later. Moreover, even after Dang Hun Mountain was repaired, he did not have enough immortal essence, soul beasts and soul cores, it was too slow. In this life, not only did Fan Yuan repair Dang Hun Mountain in advance, he also provided soul beasts and soul cores perfectly. With these two factors, his soul path foundation would rise sharply. Fan Yuan's soul entered the enchanting soul and myriad daring formation. The formation activated and helped him absorb Guts Goo. In almost an instant, Fan Yuan had already consumed over 10,000 Guts Goo. Guts Goo's effect was still so obvious. Fan Yuan's soul expanded like a balloon. In just a few breaths of time, he became a small giant. Fan Yuan's soul flew out of the formation, arriving at Luopa Valley not far away. Bewildering fog shrouded his soul, causing it to loosen up. The desolate wind cut at his soul, bringing innumerable wounds and unparalleled pain. Pain, pain, pain. This pain was rooted in the depths of his soul, it was 10,000 times more painful than death. Fan Yuan almost went crazy. But he endured it with all his might. After a while, he dragged his tattered soul out. He flew back to the soul path formation and used Guts Goo to repair his soul, before his body expanded again. Guts Goo was like the perfect nourishment, while Luopa Valley's bitter cultivation allowed Fan Yuan's soul to be forged from iron, all the impurities were removed. As such, after 3 rounds, Fan Yuan's soul foundation rose to 10 million man soul. Shi Shiqing, who was controlling the formation, was tongue-tied, he was extremely shocked, he could not believe it. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were the sacred lands of soul cultivation. This reputation was not just for show. Fan Yuan let out a sigh of relief, thinking, I finally recovered. Earlier, his soul foundation was expended quickly, he was almost forced to use other soul path methods. Although these soul path methods were outstanding, they had side effects, they were not as flawless as Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley. For example, this was like the difference between using other methods to extend lifespan and using lifespan goo to extend lifespan. Oh my heavens! Shi Shiqing let out a groan. He finally reacted and accepted this dreamlike reality. Fan Yuan's soul foundation rose like he had taken drugs. It almost shattered Shi Shiqing's worldview, outlook on life, and values. His excitement could not be expressed with words, his fingers were trembling intensely. As long as we attach ourselves to Lord Fan Yuan and follow in his footsteps, our Rockman tribe will climb to the peak of this world. With these 2 soul path sacred lands, we have a foundation that surpasses the 5 regions immortal world. Shi Shiqing did not know that Fan Yuan was still not satisfied. It is a pity I do not have soul calming soup to use. Otherwise, the efficiency of soul path cultivation would be even faster and more terrifying. Wisdom path cultivation had 3 essences: thought, will, and emotion. Soul path cultivation also had 3 essences: strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul. The extreme cultivation methods of the first 2 were Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley. The soul-calming soup in Bewitching Lake was also recorded in the legends of Renzu. When the soul was cultivated to a certain extent, it would gradually separate from the body. A portion of the soul could easily float out, causing a cultivation accident where the soul was distracted and the soul was unable to leave the body. At this time, drinking soul-calming soup could perfectly resolve this flaw. Fan Yuan did not have soul-calming soup, he could only rely on other methods to make up for it. This was on a completely different level compared to the first two cultivation methods. This caused Fan Yuan to only cultivate soul path once in a while. Even though the efficiency was already shocking and almost scared Shi Ching silly, if he had soul-calming soup, he would be able to cultivate without stopping. Haste makes waste. Fan Yuan stopped and could only temporarily cultivate his soul. Commotion could be heard from jewel-yellow skies. The celestial court spread rumors that Fan Yuan's cultivation level was close to rank 8. These few years were likely to be the final period for him to undergo tribulation and advance to rank 8. Other than that, the celestial court also spread the news that Fan Yuan had captured southern border Gu immortals. Fan Yuan smiled coldly. This should be Fairy Myrtle's doing. In the previous life, Fairy Myrtle had done this, but that was after some time. In this life, Fan Yuan advanced step by step, causing Fairy Myrtle to face even more pressure, so she used this method in advance. Honestly speaking, this vicious scheme was very powerful. Fairy Myrtle could easily borrow strength and make all the Gu immortals in the world wary of Fan Yuan, afraid that he would advance to rank 8 and attack him. In the previous life, during the Battle of 5 Regional Mountain Range, Fan Yuan beat them at their own game. He made use of this mentality of the Gu immortals. If I did not have the sovereign immortal aperture, I might have fallen into Fairy Myrtle's scheme and fallen into her tempo. Now that she is spreading this rumor, it should mean that she has not discovered the secret of my sovereign immortal body. Of course, it is also possible that she already knows but is pretending not to know. Spreading this information is only the prelude to her scheme. Fan Yuan started to use wisdom path methods. He thought deeply. A moment later, his eyes flashed with cold light. He made a new decision. In that case, I cannot sit here and wait for death. I might as well expose your Star-cast killer move, as well as the deaths of Qin-Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Fairy Myrtle was borrowing strength. Fan Yuan was also borrowing strength. Compared to Fan Yuan, the Celestial Court made the 4 regions Gu immortals feel even more fear and panic. In the previous life, the Celestial Court's Gu refinement caused the 4 regions to attack together. Fan Yuan's information had a huge effect on this. This time, I'll completely display my strength. In any case, the matter of the southern border cannot be concealed. Since the world will be shaken by this, I might as well make them fear me even more. This way, it will be easier for me to extort southern border's righteous path. As expected, Fan Yuan and the Celestial Court had a public argument. Countless Gu immortals gasped in shock. The news spread like wildfire, quickly spreading throughout the Gu immortal world. Chapter 1806. So Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu immortals all died in Langya Blessed Land. Unbelievable, Thunder Ghost True Monarch is a legendary character. She had resisted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in the past. And Qin-Yi was the previous first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He had a Genesis Lotus True inheritance. These 2 people actually died in Fan Yuan's hands? Unimaginable. Not just that, this demon Fan Yuan has not stopped. He has harmed Southern Border's Gu immortal world again. Southern Border's Xia Cha, Ba Shi Ba, and a group of rank 7 experts were all captured by him. How can he have such strength? He is only rank 7. Against Celestial Court, he used Langya Blessed Land's foundation. And against Southern Border, he used a super time path formation. There are too many mysteries in this. I still can't believe it. It should be true. Celestial Court and Southern Border did not refute it. Fan Yuan, this demon is getting scarier. In such a short time, he has already ambushed and killed a rank 8 expert. He even captured a large number of rank 7s and rank 8s. Ha ha ha, Southern Border's righteous path has lost too much face. You can't say that. Even Celestial Court was defeated by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan is only rank 7, how can he have such extraordinary methods? I understand now, a person like Fan Yuan cannot be judged with common sense. He has the aura of a demon venerable. Weren't the previous demon venerables like him when they were young? It is normal for them to challenge higher ranks, it is easy for them to kill rank 8s. That makes sense. It is a pity that there will only be great dream immortal venerable in the future, not a demon venerable. This is not Fan Yuan's era. That is where you are wrong. Celestial Court's fate Gu was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Who knows what will happen in the future? Fan Yuan is already so vicious at rank 7, he has committed so many sins, what will happen when he reaches rank 8? Right. While he is still rank 7, we should kill him. This is our final chance to get rid of him. Difficult. Even the Celestial Court couldn't find any trace of him. Fan Yuan is not only fierce but also cunning. He was a reborn otherworldly demon, so he had too many tricks up his sleeves. Ordinary experts seeking trouble with him would be courting death. Even rank 8 Gu immortals have to be careful and not fall into his schemes. But if we really kill Fan Yuan, then the harvest will be too great. That's right, Fan Yuan has a venerable true inheritance, countless resources, spring-autumn cicada, fixed immortal travel, all sorts of immortal Gu, and several secluded domains of heaven and earth. He can match a super force. The Gu immortal world of the 5 regions was in an uproar. Fan Yuan became the center of discussion among countless Gu immortals. The Gu immortals felt hatred, fear, and jealousy towards him. They had complex emotions. If Fan Yuan had escaped from Thunder Ghost's true monarch's pursuit, and hung her rib bones in jewel-yellow skies, he was famous in the world. But now, Fan Yuan, who had the blood of a rank 8 expert on his hands and even captured a large number of Gu immortal experts, was truly famous in the immortal world. Earlier, he relied on reverse flow protection seal to fight against rank 8 Gu immortals. He could be said to be the number 1 rank 7 Gu immortal. But now, not just rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals, even most rank 8s were wary of Fan Yuan. They did not look down on him at all. A new title regarding Fan Yuan was gradually recognized by the Gu immortals, Little Demon Venerable. This title represented that Fan Yuan had the potential to become a demon venerable. He could be said to be a future demon venerable. This was a very high evaluation. In human history, since ancient times, Gu immortal experts were like stars in the sky. But how many venerables were there? In total, there were only 10 of them. Right now, the Gu immortal world recognized that Fan Yuan had the potential to become a venerable. Of course, other than the discussions about Fan Yuan, the Celestial Court also did not escape the discussions of the Gu immortals. Fan Yuan's exposure of star caste shocked the other 4 regions' Gu immortals. Especially those righteous path superforces, they felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. Star caste had great strategic significance. It allowed Central Continent and the Celestial Court to secretly dispatch several Gu immortals to attack suddenly. This move allowed the Celestial Court to gain the initiative. The other 4 regions' rank 8 Gu immortals were all leaders of their own forces. They could not stay together at all times to defend against star caste, right? This way, the Celestial Court could use star caste and gather rank 8 battle strength to fight against the Gu immortals. Within the Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle had a grim expression. Even though she had expected it, when it really happened, she could not help but feel upset. Fairy Myrtle did not want Fan Yuan to have an easy time, but Fan Yuan similarly did not want the Celestial Court to have an easy time. In this open and intense battle, both sides were losers. And the person who suffered the greatest blow was likely Gyue Fangjing. He had just advanced to rank 6 and grasped the strength of a Gu immortal. His confidence was rising, but he suddenly heard such a grievous news. Fan Yuan was actually able to harm the Celestial Court. Even Southern Border's righteous path forces could not do anything to him. Fan Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, but this defied common sense. Even rank 8 Gu immortals were not his match. Gyue Fangjing heard this for the first time. He wanted to say many words, but he could not. After a long while, he muttered to himself with a pale expression. I was too naive. He smiled bitterly. Fan Yuan, is this the true gap between us? This pitiful child still did not know that Fan Yuan had already advanced to rank 8. In fact, the whole world seemed to have been deceived by Fan Yuan. But this was not surprising. Even Fairy Myrtle did not know about the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's secret. If Fan Yuan wanted to advance to rank 8, he would have to undergo tribulation. Regardless of success or failure, there would be important clues left behind. And if he really became rank 8, this speed would be too fast. The other Gu immortals cultivated cautiously for a long time. Wouldn't that be a waste of their lives? Fan Yuan was paying attention to the discussions. There was actually a day when my limelight overshadowed heaven's stairway? Fan Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that the other Gu immortals paid more attention to him than the celestial court, but he was not disappointed. Because Fan Yuan knew that the superforces of the other 4 regions were definitely discussing how to deal with the celestial court. Because long ago, predecessors had already sensed the changes in the future, for example, southern borders Yao clan. And now that the earth veins were shaking, a huge change was about to happen. Most of the superforces knew that the regional walls were going to vanish and the future of the 5 regions' chaotic war. Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Celestial Court, just wait and see. Fan Yuan was paying attention to the discussions. He was also exploring the ink effect. He knew that researching this change would greatly benefit his understanding of fate, all living beings, and the world. Looking back, since rebirth, I annexed Langya Blessed Land. That was the right first step. One step ahead, every step ahead. My advantage is getting bigger and bigger, like a rolling snowball. This is the advantage of rebirth. Of course, I also have the advantage of being a complete otherworldly demon. And also Red Lotus' contribution in destroying Fate Gu. Compared to the previous life, there were many positive aspects, but there were also many negative ink effects. Firstly, Southern Borders Rule Path Rank 8 expert Ba Shiba was captured by Fan Yuan. His aperture would be devoured in the future. He would die a horrible death. This meant that when Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance to attack Central Continent, they would lose a strong helper. In the previous life, Ba Shiba resisted Celestial Court's Gu immortal Qin Yi. He was one of the pillars of support for Fan Yuan's side. As for Celestial Court, because Fan Yuan took away the 5 regional true inheritance and destroyed the 5 regional mountain range, there was no ambush in the 5 regional mountain range. Celestial Court's member Jun Xinguang was captured by Fan Yuan during the 5 regional mountain range battle in the previous life. In this life, he was still free. Other than that, Celestial Court had another rank 8 Gu immortal, that was Prince's Impatience. In Jewel Yellow Skies, my dragonfish business also suffered a huge blow. My profits are at rock bottom. Even though it was the same in the previous life, this time, Fairy Myrtle was provoked by Fan Yuan. Celestial Court's attacks were at least 10 times stronger than before. The dragonfish business's losses were also brought forward. Thankfully, I annexed so many immortal apertures, I gained a huge source of income. But in the previous life, Fairy Myrtle cooperated with Southern Borders' righteous path to target my economic lifelines. I wonder if it will be brought forward in this life. Would they increase the intensity of their attacks? Like the dragonfish business? Fan Yuan guessed. He felt that the possibility was high. There was also a foreseeable negative effect, that was Longevity Heaven. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven annexed Langya Blessed Land. It caused its reputation to soar. It successfully subdued the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Bing Sai Chuan and the rest invaded Celestial Court. But in this life, not only was Langya Blessed Land annexed by Fan Yuan, Longevity Heaven did not get it. Prince's Impatience also returned to Celestial Court. Northern Plains' righteous path had such a huge traitor. The Huang Jin bloodline lost face. Longevity Heaven could not escape from this. It was implicated. The outside world was in an uproar, but Fan Yuan could not be shaken at all. He stayed in a corner and developed, changing his position from time to time. His enemies could not figure him out. His soul path cultivation was progressing rapidly, but he was still a distance away from split soul. Fan Yuan's time path clone was in charge of deductions, while his main body practiced killer moves. He was very familiar with Xia Chao's killer moves. This was the wealth of his previous life. He brought it with him after rebirth. Fan Yuan focused on cultivating the contents of Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Immortal Killer Move, 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. Gu Worm spiraled. immortal essence poured in, a grand light chi burst out. It was purple-black in color. It was more like smoke than light. It made people think of Southern Borders Miasma Regional Wall. It was one of the 5 restriction profound light chi, Southern restriction purple-black miasma light chi. The other 4 were Central restriction white gold holy light chi, Northern restriction jade licorice light chi, Western restriction scarlet raging flame light chi, and Eastern restriction azure water blue light chi. Fan Yuan had just learned it. He could only use one of them. He could not use 2 at the same time. As for the other 5 regional limit formation, because he lacked earth vein immortal gu, Fan Yuan did not cultivate it for now. According to Fan Yuan's memories, earth vein immortal gu had not appeared yet. Chapter 1807. It was not easy to practice killer moves. If one was careless, the killer move would fail and the gu immortal would suffer backlash and be injured. The stronger the killer move, the higher the risk. But he had no choice but to practice it. He could not just recklessly use it in an intense battle, right? The battle environment would be even worse. The opponent would retaliate fiercely. In history, there were many examples of gu immortals who failed in activating killer moves and suffered backlash, dying from severe injuries. Among them, there were many cases of death while practicing killer moves. But the 5 restriction profound light chi that Fan Yuan had was a powerful killer move. He was extremely focused and careful when practicing it. As for the 5 restriction profound light chi and the 5 regional limit formation, Fan Yuan had not decided on these 2 options yet. The 2 could not be used together. It was too difficult to set up a formation in battle, and if the 5 regional limit formation was set up, it would not be easy to dismantle. During the battle, having the 5 regional limit formation would mean losing 5 restriction profound light chi. In terms of agility, the 5 restriction profound light chi killer move was naturally stronger. But formation path had its own advantages. Once the 5 regional limit formation was set up, it would be like a super immortal killer move that could be prepared at any moment. It would often give Fan Yuan a huge advantage. The specific example was the ambush battle of Year's Flow execution not long ago. Be it his previous life or this life, this battle was the proudest achievement of Fan Yuan's life. Not only because of the huge gains, but more importantly, the entire battle situation was under Fan Yuan's control. Fan Yuan had been in control. He had successfully made the battle progress according to his plan. This was not an easy thing to do. The most perfect and flawless moment of any plan was when it had yet to be implemented. When it was implemented, even the celestial court or longevity heaven would not be able to control it. The most important thing that allowed Fan Yuan's ambush to succeed was that time path immortal formation. As long as the formation was set up, formation path gu immortals could often defeat stronger opponents. But formation path's weakness was that it was inflexible and had many inflexible aspects. Most immortal formations could not be moved once they were set up. A formation path gu immortal was very strong. He created a formation, but after the enemy discovered it, they went around it. This awkward situation was recorded in history books. Thus, Chi Chu Yu and Fairy Myrtle sighed at how Fan Yuan's time path formation could be so concealed that the southern border immortals were ambushed. Another point was that it was not easy to set up an immortal array, and it took a long time. 5 to 6 days was considered very low, and 2 to 3 months were common. There were even those that took 1 to 2 years. For example, in his previous life, the Celestial Court had built the 9-9 unending interlocking formation about a year ahead of schedule. However, after the formation was completed, the speed of setting up the sub-formations inside would be extremely fast, to an unimaginable extent. This was a method left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable. It could not be underestimated. Even so, setting up the child formations still required time. In his previous life, Chenyi and the others had no choice but to come out and defend against Wu Yong and the others in order to buy time for the rear to set up the sub-formations. There were many super-immortal formations that could not be easily set up by Gu immortals. In the previous life, Wu Yong and the others were the support, while Chi Chu Yu, Fan Yuan, and Black Extremity were the main ones in setting up the formations. The long hair refinement path formation in Lang a blessed land was not created by long hair ancestor. He was the one who invited the formation path great expert, immortal Empress Jiuhua. Fan Yuan estimated that if he wanted to choose the 5 regional limit formation, he would need to do it at least half a year ahead of schedule. But thankfully, he could use the difference in time flow between his immortal aperture and the outside world to greatly reduce this disadvantage. In his plan, the new 5 regional limit formation needed to be fused with earth veins, formation flags, and formation spirits. With these 3, Fan Yuan could first set up the formation in Sovereign Grotto Heaven, and when he needed it, he could use it directly. It was very convenient. However, Fan Yuan had yet to deduce the contents of the 5 regional limit formation. During this period of time, Fan Yuan's time path clone was mainly deducing immortal Gu houses. Immortal Gu houses were also Gu formations. They were developed from formation path to begin with. The initial reason was that many formation path Gu immortals felt that setting up formations was too inconvenient. They were not flexible at all. Many times, when battles occurred, they could not set up formations in time. In history, there were many examples of formation path Gu immortals or even great experts suddenly encountering a battle. They could not display much of their abilities. They were lucky to be defeated. But most importantly, many of them died in battle. They must have felt very sullen. The original concept of an immortal Gu house was a mobile immortal Gu formation. The time path clone had been developing his immortal aperture during this period of time. He was shrouded in the light of wisdom at all times. There were too many things he had to deduce and modify. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan's main body was cultivating killer moves. The rest of his time was used to cultivate his soul. He also took some time to develop his immortal aperture. The number of killer moves increased continuously. His soul foundation rose sharply every time he cultivated. The development of his immortal aperture was also smooth sailing. Most importantly, he had a group of elite Gu immortals who were helping him. The Year Essence Pool was very crucial. With it, your beasts would have a place to rest. It had too many advantages. It saved space, provided a place for your beasts to rest, produced time path Gu worms, and could even adjust the immortal aperture's flow rate. It was a miniature river of time. In the previous life, Fan Yuan had prepared painstakingly to create a Year Essence Pool, but when he annexed Xia Cha's immortal aperture, he found that she also had one. Now, he directly took Xia Cha's Year Essence Pool and used it. Xia Cha had already constructed this pool well, but it could not match Fan Yuan's vision and overall situation. These last days, Fan Yuan and his subordinates had been focusing on fine-tuning the Year Essence Pool's construction. It was very effective. Fan Yuan's immemorial year beasts were all trapped inside, but they were very comfortable. They did not want to come out. For the year beasts, there was food and water inside. It was very comfortable to soak in the water of the river of time. Most importantly, there were no strong enemies. Only one tribe was strong. It was not like the true river of time. Year beasts and eagle beasts were the burden of the sovereign immortal aperture. Now that the year beasts were dealt with, the eagle beasts also made huge progress. To create the eagle beast food chain, Fan Yuan first built more nests. He then chose grass weaver birds as food for the eagle beasts. This type of bird was called bird weaver grass. This type of life form was quite unique. In spring, they were only grass seeds. The grass seeds would sprout and grow out of the ground, gradually growing into a grassland. When summer shines, the grass in the grassland would intertwine and weave into the shape of birds, flying in groups. This was grass weaver birds. In autumn, they would migrate in groups. In winter, they would land on the ground and dissipate, turning back into grass seeds and burying themselves in the snow, waiting for the next spring to sprout. This type of bird was easy to raise. They reproduced quickly and had a large number. Even though the eagle beasts did not like to eat them, in Fan Yuan's current situation, the food chain had just been constructed. There was no such thing as food. How could he let them be picky? Fortunately, Fan Yuan had already refined spring goo and summer goo for him to use. He sent a goo immortal to guard the mini 9 heavens while Fan Yuan activated his killer move. He modified 2 killer moves. One move was called Spring Sprout. It used rank 8 immortal goo spring as the core and would sprout immortal goo as the supplementary, causing bird weaver grass to sprout everywhere in the cloud soil, quickly dyeing the vast cloud soil green. The other move was called summer. It used rank 8 immortal goo summer as the core and some light path immortal goo as the supplementary to form hot sunlight, causing the grass weaver birds to fly around in groups. Their numbers increased rapidly, and soon reached an astonishing scale. The eagerly waiting eagle group finally had something to eat. Fan Yuan also got rid of the situation where he had to buy food from the outside world to feed the eagle group. However, because the bird weaver grass consumed a lot of cloud soil, if Fan Yuan wanted to buy cloud soil, he would have to consume rank 8 immortal essence. Activating killer moves also consumed rank 8 immortal essence. Fan Yuan's expenditure was even higher than when he was feeding the eagle beasts. This was a necessary pain in the process of building the food chain. Fan Yuan did not attack the eagle beasts at this time in his previous life. In this life, he had a huge business. He did not care about these pains, he could handle it, so he did not care. This caused another flaw. Because he used 2-time path killer moves, the surrounding environment changed between spring and summer. This was a huge stimulus to the eagle group. This caused many eagle beasts to go into heat and lay eggs. And because the changes between spring and summer were too intense, without autumn and winter to adjust and recuperate, the eagle beasts became more and more violent. Many bloody conflicts occurred as they fought for mates. At this time, the goo immortals that Fan Yuan sent over played the role of babysitter. This simple food chain was only the beginning. It would continue to be built in the future, until it became a complete and stable food chain. This was not a complete disadvantage, at least in Fan Yuan's eagle nests. There were a lot of eagle eggs added to them. Unlike the year beasts who had the year essence pool and the river of time as a reference, the eagle beasts were much more troublesome. The food chain was related to many aspects. A slight change in one part could affect the entire situation. Sometimes, a small caterpillar could have a huge impact on the sovereign immortal aperture. Fan Yuan still needed to consider the future. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture still had a vast amount of empty space. Deductions in this aspect were already more difficult than deducing a rank 6 immortal killer move. In the future, this deduction would be even more terrifying. With the immortal aperture stabilized, the annexed blessed lands and grotto heavens were gradually digested. Many places were already flourishing, surpassing most of the goo immortals in the world. Fan Yuan's time path clone continued to make deductions. He finally had a result. Immortal Goo House, Myriad Year Flying Warship. In the previous life, Fan Yuan had always wanted to create an immortal Goo House to explore the River of Time, and also to let his subordinates participate in rank 8 level battles. But unfortunately, he did not succeed in many attempts. The first incomplete immortal Goo House was destroyed by Li Huang. He tried to construct it many times, but after extorting Southern Border's righteous path, the goo worms were all over the place. Even though the immortal goo house was constructed, it was at a disadvantage in the Central Continent battle. It did not have much use. Chapter 1808. Celestial Court. The construction of Eternal Yacht had reached the most crucial moment. Celestial Court's rank 8 rule path goo immortal, Song Yen, took out an immortal goo. This immortal goo was like a centipede. It was as long as an arm and had an orange-gold color. There were countless small diamonds growing on its back. They were closely connected. It looked extremely beautiful and luxurious. It was Rule Path Immortal Goo, Permanence. This goo was originally used in Celestial Court's Eternal Sand Cave, but now it was used to construct Eternal Yacht. The final step. Song Yen breathed in deeply. He had a solemn expression as he carefully used a method to send permanence goo into the incomplete Eternal Yacht Immortal Goo House. The incomplete Immortal Goo House first absorbed it. Its aura fluctuated unsteadily as it rapidly fell into an abyss that was about to go out of control. Song Yan's expression changed. Oh no! Boom! At the next moment, there was a thunderous explosion as the incomplete Immortal Goo House collapsed. A vast number of mortal goo were destroyed. Many of the supplementary immortal goo were also damaged. Only permanence goo was protected by Song Yan, even though it was spitting out blood and was heavily injured. Permanence goo was the core, it could not be damaged. It was not like other supplementary immortal goo, even if they were destroyed, they could be replaced. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle left Celestial Court and landed in Central Continent, arriving at Duke Long's place. I succeeded in cultivating Shattered Dream! Feng Kim Hong raised his arms and cheered. Fairy Myrtle did not expect to personally witness Feng Kim Hwang's important growth in this trip. She looked at the shattered dream realm fragments. It was like a broken mirror. She was inwardly shocked. Feng Kim Hwang's progress in Dream Path was beyond her expectations. Feng Kim Hong laughed happily. Duke Long sent him away and asked Fairy Myrtle for her purpose. Fairy Myrtle spoke the truth. These last days I have been feeling uneasy, but I could not find the reason, so I came to ask Lord for guidance. Duke Long nodded. Any progress on calculating Fan Yuan? Fairy Myrtle frowned slightly, showing a troubled expression. I have to say, Fan Yuan's wisdom path defenses are impeccable. We have already done our best but cannot count him in. Duke Long consoled. Your previous plans to deal with him were already very good. I can't scheme like you. After all, I am not a wisdom path goo immortal. Is that fixed space goo destroyed? The refinement path killer moves on those goo worms have not been activated yet. But I've already ordered Yuan Cheongdu to be ready at all times. Duke Long nodded. It seems that it will not be easy for Fan Yuan to plunder the goo immortal captives' goo worms. Thinking about it, he asked, Did you go to Spectral Soul's place to investigate? Fairy Myrtle answered directly. He is only a remnant soul in the end. He has no immortal essence or immortal goo. He is only a prisoner. After the defeat in Langya Blessed Land, I will take care of him. There is no problem with that. Duke Long sighed. Maybe it is him. Who? Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Fairy Myrtle's heart shook. She heard Duke Long continue to ask, How is the progress of finding Red Lotus true inheritance? Fairy Myrtle's expression was unsightly. Present and past pavilion has been guarding the river of time. As long as Fan Yuan enters, we will sense it. But earlier, Eternal Yacht's construction failed. We need to start again. I still plan to construct 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, Shark Flow Lever, and Moment Stage. With these 5-time path immortal goo houses, even if we cannot find Red Lotus true inheritance, we will not let Fan Yuan succeed. Duke Long heard this. Forget about the first 4, the core immortal goo of the 5th Moment Stage is an immortal goo from Million Heavenly King Gallery. Fairy Myrtle said, This is the result of my deductions, it is the safest plan. In Duke Long's mind, even though he valued Fan Yuan could not compare to Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He pondered. Red Lotus true inheritance is the biggest variable. Using 5-time path immortal goo houses to seal the river of time is the safest plan. We will go with your plan. Even though I do not cultivate formation path, I know the difficulty of constructing immortal goo houses. There is no need to criticize Song Yen. Yes, Lord Duke Long. Because of the defeat in Langya Blessed Land, the Celestial Court in this life was even more aggressive, their pace was even faster. Guyue Fengjing's immortal ascension was only one aspect. Eternal Yacht was also being constructed quickly. They even added a 5th-time path immortal goo house. This ink effect was something Fan Yuan was not clear about. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. We have reached the most crucial part. Years flow like water, immortal goo, go. Fan Yuan willed, an immortal goo flew out and shot forward. When it reached the incomplete immortal goo house, it immediately let out a colorful radiance. The radiance flickered and flickered. Fan Yuan paid full attention. He did not dare to be careless, and controlled the situation. At once, countless thoughts appeared in his mind, like waves in the sea. His accumulated wills melted like snow. In just a short while, his main body was drenched in sweat. The Time Path clone was also sent over to assist in the immortal aperture. He was barely holding on. His face was pale as paper. His body was shaking. All this effort and hard work was not in vain. The colorful radiance gradually merged and formed a clear blue color. The radiance was no longer flickering and flickered like before. It gradually stabilized. Eventually, when the blue light vanished completely, there was only one immortal goo house left in the battlefield. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House, myriad-year flying warship. The core was years flow like water immortal goo. It raised this immortal goo house to rank 8. Fan Yuan built a rank 8 immortal goo house right from the get-go. Originally, years flow like water immortal goo was mainly used to produce year goo. A vast number of year goo were used as food to feed the year beasts in Fan Yuan's hands. But now, because of the year essence pool, there was a complete and stable food chain. Fan Yuan could let these year beasts be self-sufficient inside. Years flow like water immortal goo was also taken out. This rank 8 time path immortal goo was created by He Fan. It was specialized in logistics. It was a top-tier immortal goo for immortal aperture management, but it lacked offensive killer moves. Fan Yuan made up for this. He created it into a rank 8 immortal goo house. Other than years flow like water immortal goo, myriad-year flying warships' main supplementary immortal goo were precaution and fight, 2 rank 7 immortal goo. The former was originally used by Fan Yuan for divination tortoise transformation. It was paired with Vajra thought immortal goo. But now, this transformation killer move was no longer suitable for Fan Yuan, so he took it out to greatly increase myriad-year flying warships' defensive power. The latter was a rule path immortal goo, fight. It had not been used much. Because previously, Fan Yuan's rule path attainment was not deep, he had few rule path Dao marks, and his rule path attainment level had only risen recently. Rule path was the most widely used path. These 2 immortal goo paired with years flow like water was perfect. The entire myriad-year flying warship was long and narrow. It was like a small boat. It shined with silver light. It was dazzling and gave off a strong feeling of sharpness and sturdiness. Celestial Court's eternal yacht failed, but Fan Yuan succeeded. The reason was that Fan Yuan was not only a time path quasi-supreme grandmaster, he was also a rule path great grandmaster and formation path grandmaster. For a long time, Fan Yuan had invested a lot of effort in cultivating many paths. After the initial pain of development, the benefits were gradually showing, and these benefits would only increase in the future. This is the first immortal goo house. I created it myself. It is a brand new object. In future battles, it will definitely give my enemies a huge surprise. Fan Yuan felt gratified and joyful. In the previous life, he had always intended to create an immortal goo house, but he did not succeed. It was only a transitional product. Its power was barely passable. In this life, he created myriad-year flying warship. He was very satisfied. But this was not the end. This was only the first immortal goo house. Fan Yuan's plan was very grand. He estimated that he would need to build at least 3 immortal goo houses. In his deductions, this plan could make the most efficient use of all the resources he could obtain in this life. Myriad-year flying warship was placed to one side. The time path clone had almost fainted while constructing this house. His condition was extremely poor. Fan Yuan could only arrange for him to rest for the time being. He did not deduce anything anymore. Fan Yuan's main body also rested for 2 days. 2 days in the outside world was several months in the sovereign immortal aperture. The time path clone had recovered long ago, and his deductions had made some progress. Immortal goo formation. Goo as before formation. After spending some effort, this formation was successfully constructed by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan then decided to make a move on Lu Hao. Lu Hao's immortal aperture was still in his body, but his soul had already been extracted by Fan Yuan and imprisoned somewhere else. Fan Yuan took out fixed space goo from Lu Hao's immortal aperture. Almost instantly, fixed space goo was about to be destroyed, but the goo as before formation had already activated, exerting an intense influence. Fixed space goo flickered with light. The refinement path Dao marks on it were eliminated and destroyed. A moment later, fixed space goo regained its tranquility, but it was slightly damaged. Fan Yuan held this goo and let out a breath of turbid air. He had finally obtained this goo. In the previous life, the Celestial Quartz method was activated. Not only did fixed space goo self-destruct, Lu Hao's other goo worms also self-destructed. But Fan Yuan had some gains. From the remains of fixed space goo, he obtained the hope of developing the immortal goo as before. In the previous life, he researched these remains deeply, and did not stop his deductions in this aspect. With such accumulation, in this life, he finally succeeded in the first step of his deduction and obtained a goo as before formation. This formation involved many goo worms. There were over 10 million goo worms. The immortal goo included refinement path, time path, and rule path. There were over 20 of them. Fan Yuan's idea was goo as before immortal goo. Thus, this goo as before formation was only the initial result. When he simplified this formation into a practical killer move, it would be the middle stage result. In the future, he would condense the killer move into an immortal goo recipe and refine goo as before immortal goo. That would be the final result. But for now, the goo as before formation is already my limit. I need to continue improving. I need to increase my foundation. I have absorbed long hair true meaning, and my refinement path attainment has reached quasi-supreme grandmaster. But in the history of refinement path, there are still two great monuments, old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kong Ju, who were equally famous as long hair ancestor. Most of these two's inheritances have already been taken by the Celestial Court. Maybe the refinement path methods that the Celestial Court used on fixed space goo came from these two monuments. As long as I obtain these contents, my foundation will increase greatly. I might not be able to condense an immortal goo recipe, but I can definitely simplify it into a killer move and obtain the middle stage result. Fan Yuan's eyes seemed to be burning with intense flames. In the previous life, he could not see any hope. He felt that the Celestial Court was an insurmountable obstacle. But in this life, he did not think so. Chapter 1809. Fan Yuan observed his main body soul. After cultivating several times during this period of time, his soul had already recovered to the level of 60 million man's soul. Right now, his soul was no longer weak and dispirited, it was full of vitality, and looked like it was alive. His face was exquisite, his body size was normal, there was a halo emitting from the depths of his soul that enveloped his entire soul, giving off a feeling of sturdiness and exquisiteness. Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. Rank 9 Killer Move Ghostly Concealment. It was like a silk undergarment that stuck to the surface of his soul. Above it, there was a layer of Ghost Official Garment. Ghost Official Garment used Rank 7 Change Soul Immortal Goo and Rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo as the cores. It had turned into a set of combat clothes. There was even a layer of battle armor on it. It looked very majestic. With such a soul foundation, Fan Yuan finally had the confidence to split his soul. Immortal Killer Move, Split Soul. At once, Fan Yuan's soul left his body. He used his remaining thoughts, wills, and emotions to control all sorts of goo worms to maintain the killer move Split Soul. It was as easy and natural as drinking water. Almost half of his soul split from his main body, before the main body's soul returned to his body. This time, Fan Yuan's main body's soul fell to 30 million man soul. However, the soul that he split off was also a soul of 30 million people. Fan Yuan closed his eyes and rested for a while. When his soul returned to his body, he felt a slight dizziness. This was a normal reaction, because he split half of his soul this time. It was too much. The immortal essence in his immortal aperture stopped flowing, all sorts of goo worms rested without any damage. This split soul was quite successful. Actually, this move was not easy to activate, there was a huge risk and a high chance of failure. But Fan Yuan had practiced this move bitterly before, he had paid a huge price and effort, he succeeded on his first try. Fan Yuan opened his eyes, he had recovered to his original state, his mind was clear. He opened a crack in his immortal aperture's entrance. The split soul immediately entered with a dark wind. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, there was already a body waiting for the split soul. This body was none other than the pure dream reality seeker physique body formed from the dream realm. After the split soul entered the pure dream reality seeker physique body, there were some aura fluctuations at first, but soon, there was no sound, as if it was dead. Fan Yuan had a calm expression. He had roughly grasped 3 types of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. The first was the strongest pure dream reality seeker physique. Elder Inkstone had condensed this physique back then, which was the original Ing Wu Xie. This kind of pure dream reality seeker physique only had a lifespan of 18 hours. With every 2 hours, their cultivation would increase by 1 rank, and their strength would become more and more terrifying. However, this pure dream reality seeker physique required many immortal goo, and even a vast amount of dream realms. Fan Yuan could not meet this requirement. The second was the goo immortal pure dream reality seeker physique body. Fan Yuan used it the most. He had once used it to resist the pursuit of southern borders goo immortals. Now he was using it to secretly trade with Chichuyu. The biggest weakness of this pure dream reality seeker physique was that it had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, it would directly explode and return to a dreamland. It couldn't be maintained for long. The third pure dream reality seeker physique was something that Fan Yuan had learned from Feng Kim Hong in his previous life. This was a perfect pure dream reality seeker physique body. It consumed very few dream realms and did not have many immortal goo. They could be replaced. However, it was a mortal body and did not have goo immortal cultivation. The split soul had fused into the third pure dream reality seeker physique body. It had an aperture and only had rank 1 cultivation. A moment later, the pure dream reality seeker physique body opened its eyes. The 30 million man soul had already been restrained and fused into this body. Because this body's cultivation level was not high, it could not contain the complete 30 million man soul. This was a typical situation where the body was too weak and the soul was too strong. As a result, Fan Yuan's split soul had to restrain most of its strength. It was like a giant curling up its body and carefully curling itself into a paper house. But it did not matter. Fan Yuan had already prepared relic goo. Relic goo was a spherical mortal goo. It was only the size of a thumb and looked ordinary and unremarkable. But it had a huge use. It could refine the aperture walls and raise a goo master's cultivation level by a small realm. Goo master's cultivation level ranged from rank 1 to rank 5. Relic goo also had the corresponding rank 5. Rank 1 green copper relic goo, rank 2 red steel relic goo, rank 3 white silver relic goo, rank 4 yellow gold relic goo, and rank 5 purple crystal relic goo. No matter which rank the relic goo was, it was an extremely precious goo of that rank. Its value far surpassed goo worms of the same rank. For example, red steel relic goo was worth 8,000 yuan stone in the mortal realm. This price was even higher than ordinary rank 3 goo. And white silver relic goo was an extremely precious rank 3 goo. Its price directly rose to 50,000. Yellow gold relic goo was directly controlled in the mortal market. Only white silver relic goo were circulated at most. Yellow gold relic goo were extremely rare and were often kept in their hands. This situation was slightly better in Jewel Yellow Skies. After all, Jewel Yellow Skies was a goo immortals trading market. It was the largest market in the world. In Jewel Yellow Skies, rank 1 to rank 3 relic goo were sold in batches. Rank 4 yellow gold relic goo were much rarer, and rank 5 purple crystal relic goo were even rarer. This was not because goo immortals also kept these goo worms in their hands and did not allow them to circulate, but because relic goo could only be formed naturally. No goo immortals could refine them. Even in Langya Blessed Land or Celestial Court, it was the same. Why was it like this? Fan Yuan now had Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grand Master Attainment level and Human Path Master Attainment level. He understood the reason. Because relic goo was also a human path goo worm. It had an intrinsic effect on variant humans and humans. In places with large numbers of variant humans and humans, relic goo would form more. Fan Yuan's pure dream clone started to use green copper relic goo. His aperture was different from ordinary goo masters. Ordinary apertures were stable, while the pure dream clone's aperture was constantly breaking and reforming. It was like an illusion. This was the characteristic of a dream realm. In the previous life, Feng Kim Hong had also sighed. The reason why she was able to modify the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique was mostly due to coincidences. She had created the killer move Shatter Dream in advance. But no matter how the pure dream clone's aperture broke and reformed, there was still a thin light membrane around it, but it firmly restricted the dream path aperture. This light membrane was the characteristic of rank 1 initial stage. After a green copper relic goo was used, the light membrane immediately thickened, Ripples of light moved on it, it shook and turned into a water membrane. The pure dream clone used another green copper relic goo. Thereupon, the water membrane solidified, thickened and hardened, turning into a stone membrane. After the third relic was used, the stone membrane in the pure dream clone's aperture turned into a crystal membrane. The pure dream reality seeker physique was naturally a special grade aptitude, although the green copper primeval essence was dreamlike, it was more than 90%. Fan Yuan's pure dream clone immediately sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He focused and manipulated his primeval essence, preparing to attack the crystal membrane. However, before he could make a move, his aperture directly ascended, the crystal membrane shattered and turned into a red steel rank 2 light membrane. In an instant, the pure dream clone became a rank 2 initial stage goo master. Fan Yuan was slightly surprised, but quickly reacted. The pure dream reality seeker physique is the 11th extreme physique. It is the same as the 10 extreme physiques. Its cultivation level can rise on its own and break through continuously. In goo master cultivation, small realms were easy to advance. As long as there was enough time, it was a painstaking effort. But every large realm was a checkpoint. The higher it was, the harder it was. Fan Yuan had wanted to rely on his rich experience to break through a large barrier, but to think that the pure dream reality seeker physique would break through naturally, it was much more convenient than he had expected. As relic goo were fed, Fan Yuan's pure dream clone's cultivation level rose rapidly, breaking through continuously. Although there were few purple crystal relic goo in jewel yellow skies, there were many in Langya's treasury. This was not a problem. Thus, in just an hour, Fan Yuan's pure dream clone had rank 5 peak stage cultivation. Prepare to undergo immortal ascension. Fan Yuan let the pure dream clone out of the sovereign immortal aperture. He could not undergo tribulation in the sovereign immortal aperture, because this would cause a huge chaos in the heaven and earth chi. It would greatly disturb the immortal aperture's balance. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had a huge demand for heaven and earth chi. If the pure dream doppelganger successfully passed the tribulation, the depletion of the chi of heaven and earth would be huge. Thus, Fan Yuan's original plan was to arrange for the pure dream clone to undergo tribulation outside. Fan Yuan intended to create a perfect pure dream clone with goo immortal cultivation level in one go. But just as he was about to carry out the next step, he suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. Wait a moment! Fan Yuan's gaze focused slightly. He had deep wisdom path attainment. He suddenly felt a strong sense of danger for no reason. This was not a rumor, it was some kind of omen. Fan Yuan could not help but pay attention to this feeling. This seems to indicate that if I forcefully let the pure dream clone undergo tribulation, I will encounter a huge danger? Fan Yuan frowned slightly. Goo masters had to undergo tribulation to become immortal. According to common sense, there was a limit to this level of tribulation, no matter how strong providence was. No matter how strong a rank 6 tribulation was, it would not surpass a rank 7 tribulation. But if it is a dream path tribulation... Fan Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie. The pure dream reality seeker physique body's immortal ascension had a high chance of facing a dream path tribulation, but Fan Yuan knew very little about this. In the current situation, even someone as strong as Duke Long was helpless against dream path methods. Fan Yuan was much stronger than Duke Long in this aspect, because he had Unraveled Dream. However, Unraveled Dream was not omnipotent. Moreover, dream realms were mainly divided into 2 types. One was realistic dream realms. Fan Yuan explored this type the most. The second was strange dream realms. Anything could happen. They could not be understood with common sense. Fan Yuan did not want to touch them. If I let the pure dream clone undergo immortal ascension, will I be giving Providence a chance to kill me? In that case, I will undergo immortal ascension in the sovereign immortal aperture. There is no Providence in the sovereign immortal aperture. Even though a large amount of heaven and earth chi will be drawn out and my foundation will be damaged, if I have a goo immortal level pure dream clone, the benefits will be even greater. However, when Fan Yuan teleported the pure dream clone in and wanted to undergo tribulation, the sense of danger in his heart was slightly reduced. but it still lingered. Fan Yuan pondered. This means that even without providence, if I use the pure dream reality seeker physique body to undergo immortal ascension, there will still be a dream path tribulation. And it will pose a huge threat to me. Immortal ascension meant taking risks. Was this risk worth it? Fan Yuan hesitated for a while before sighing. He chose to play it safe. It was not worth taking risks at this time. Most importantly, he had no confidence at all. It would be fine if it were other paths, but dream path, Fan Yuan shook his head. In fact, he had great expectations for this path. Because once he succeeded, not only would Fan Yuan obtain an immortal level pure dream clone, he would also have the chance to learn from nature, he would gain insight into dream path research results, and even have a chance to advance dream path mortal goo into immortal goo. But now, Fan Yuan regretfully found that the risk of immortal ascension was extremely high. I might not even be able to use spring-autumn cicada. In this life, Fan Yuan had developed very well. It was not worth the risk. Taking risks blindly was not courageous, it was foolish. Chapter 1810. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of waves entered Fan Yuan's ears. There was also the chirping of seabirds. The surface of Eastern Sea was shining brightly under the warm sunlight. The sea breeze caressed their faces, making them feel relaxed and happy. Fan Yuan, however, felt slightly disappointed. Indeed, it is not time yet. He used Jade Float Pearl to come to Eastern Sea from southern border. His goal was to find the blue dragon whale. Right now, for Fan Yuan, obtaining regret goo was a wonderful thing. Because he wanted to refine a large number of rank 6 immortal goo to raise his overall strength. With regret goo, he could reduce his losses and minimize the risk of goo refinement. In fact, ever since rebirth, he had been here many times. This area was the place where he saw the blue dragon whale with Miao Mingxun and the rest in the previous life. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan did not manage to find the blue dragon whale. Maybe I should attack Miao Mingxun and snatch that method from him? With that method, I can find the exact location of the blue dragon whale myself. This thought flashed past Fan Yuan's mind as he quickly assessed the risks. If he wanted to attack, Miao Mingxun was not hard to deal with. Fan Yuan could even use Chu Ying's identity and wisdom path methods to trap them. The true risk was that Fan Yuan did not know what this method was. If it was an ordinary immortal killer move, so be it. But he was afraid that it was something else. If he used it rashly, it might backfire. According to Fan Yuan's deductions, the latter was quite likely. Because in the 500 years of his previous life, he had never heard of anyone snatching this method from Miao Mingxun. Eastern Sea had rank 8 goo immortals too. Miao Mingxun was only rank 7. His method was related to Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Rank 8 goo immortals would definitely be tempted. But these goo immortals did not seem to want to make a move. It meant that there was more to this than met the eye. According to the previous life's trajectory, I can wait patiently and enter with Miao Mingxun. But this method has a flaw, that is the ink effect. In the previous life, Miao Mingxun chose chewing after some hesitation. Will he still choose chewing in this life? Fan Yuan used Jade Float Pearl to return to southern border. Currently, southern border was the safest among the 5 regions. Even if the southern border righteous path came to deal with him, he had a large number of captives to negotiate with, and he had the most thorough understanding of the southern border's situation. Fan Yuan was not in a hurry to attack Miao Mingxun. His rebirth plan was going smoothly and he had thought it through. Even if Fan Yuan wanted to kill Miao Mingxun, it would be too hasty to do so now. Everything had to be done at the right time. Everything had to be done step by step in an orderly manner. Sometimes life needs to be fast, and sometimes it needs to be slow. If it was too fast and the fire was too strong, all the good things would be burnt. It was too slow and the fire was too weak. It was a waste of time. Fan Yuan had long mastered the control of the speed of the fire. Next, his main task was to create doppelgangers. He needed to create a Dragon Man doppelganger. The Dragon Man transformation method that Bai Ningbing had was already obtained by Fan Yuan. He had already started researching this method. This method was called the Humans Alike Dragons Goo Refinement Method. It involved the Gu Immortal using themselves as a Gu material, combining with raging wave rising dragon fire to refine them into a dragon man. This method's success rate was less than 1%, and during the Gu refinement process, all of the Gu Immortal's down marks would affect the final result. When Fan Yuan first saw it, he was shocked by the ingenuity of this method. But soon, he found the weakness of this method. This method was created by Duke Long. Duke Long was proficient in Qi path and transformation path. He did not have deep refinement path attainment. He relied on his comprehension of Qi path and transformation path attainment levels. But Fan Yuan was a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster. This method could give him a huge boost in refinement path. After modification, the success rate would also increase by a lot. It could even reach 10%. That was 1/10. This was already the limit of Fan Yuan's modification. He could not increase it any further. Because the humans alike dragon's Gu refinement method was a human path killer move, it involved the profundity of transformation path. Fan Yuan's transformation path attainment level could not compare to Duke Long. The same was true for human path attainment level. Thus, the humans alike dragon's Gu refinement method was an excellent material. It could allow Fan Yuan to comprehend some of the essence of human path. The true obstacle is Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire was a rank 9 immortal material, the human flame of heaven, earth, and human flames. It was extremely rare. Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven originally had a lump of it, but Bai Ningbing had already used it. It did not exist in Jewel Yellow Skies. Publicly asking to buy it in Jewel Yellow Skies? No, Fan Yuan had a better choice. Xia Clan headquarters. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and oppressive. Fan Yuan's extortion letter was the first to reach Xia Clan. Fan Yuan, you scoundrel, you have committed a heinous crime, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Xia Fei Kuai shouted with a ruthless expression. The other Xia Clan Gu immortals also had ashen expressions. They were very unsightly. But other than anger and hatred, these righteous path Gu immortals also felt like they were in a dream and unreal. The great Xia Clan, a superforce, was actually being extorted by a demonic path Gu immortal one day. And the source of the extortion was Xia Clan's strongest expert, Xia Clan's foundation, the person in charge of Xia Clan, First Supreme Elder Xia Cha. If someone had told this to Xia Clan's Gu immortals before the ambush, they would have slapped them and scolded them, "Wake up!" But at this time, Xia Clan's Gu immortals only had the urge to slap themselves. How did things end up like this? As Xia Clan's second supreme elder, Xia Zhao was the person with the greatest pressure. He sighed. You have all seen that information path Mortal Gu. Fan Yuan wants us to take out the Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. What ideas do you have? Let's hear them. Xia Clan's immortals looked at each other, not speaking. Xia Zhao could only point out names. He looked at Xia Fei Kuai. Didn't you shout quite loudly earlier? Tell us your thoughts. Xia Fei Kuai had an impatient personality. He hated Fan Yuan to the extreme, but he pondered for a long time before saying, This scoundrel Fan Yuan can even kill Celestial Quartz Gu immortals. Even though he has rank 7 cultivation level, he is too vicious and evil. If he really wants our clan's Lady Xia Cha's life, he will not hesitate. Maybe we can ally with other clans? Fan Yuan is extorting us. He is definitely extorting other clans as well. Once he said this, Xia Lu Pei immediately retorted. We lost our first Supreme Elder. How can we rely on those outsiders? Right now, they want us to lose Lady Xia Cha. Since Fan Yuan will definitely extort other forces, do you know which force contacted us? You. Xia Fei Kuai stared with wide eyes, but could not retort. After a while he said, Even if we compromise, we don't have Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. Our clan doesn't have it, but that doesn't mean others don't. Maybe that demon Fan Yuan is only trying to raise the price and wait for us to negotiate. Xia Clan's Gu immortals spoke one after another. Like in the previous life, Xia Clan's highest authority fell into Fan Yuan's hands. Xia Clan's Gu immortals could only admit defeat and be extorted by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's reply was very direct. Don't talk to me about other things. I want raging wave rising dragon fire. I don't care how you get it, we can only continue our discussion after you get it, otherwise Xia Cha's life? Hee hee. Fan Yuan was even calmer than in the previous life. In the previous life, when he extorted Southern Border's righteous path, there were also many probing elements. In this life, he knew himself and his enemy, he knew the bottom line of every Gu immortal, Xia clan was completely in his hands. Although in this life, both Xia clan and Ba clan had rank 8 Gu immortals captured, Xia clan's situation was still the worst. Because Ba clan still had a powerful rank 8 candidate, Ba De. Thus, Fan Yuan's first target of extortion was still Xia clan. Xia clan did not have raging wave rising dragon fire, this was within Fan Yuan's expectations. Because he had already searched Xia Cha's soul, he did not find anything in the treasury. If it were any other clan's rank 7 Gu immortals, they might not know the entire treasury, but as the first Supreme Elder, Xia Cha definitely knew the details. In fact, Fan Yuan did not know which force in Southern Border's righteous path had raging wave rising dragon fire. It was possible that they had it, but the rank 9 immortal material was hidden at the bottom of the treasury, only the first Supreme Elder would know about it. It was also possible that the entire Southern Border righteous path did not have this fire. Fan Yuan did not care about this, he was going to let Southern Border's righteous path worry about this problem for him. In Fan Yuan's plan, the Dragon Man clone was also a huge matter. Because this clone was related to obtaining Dragon Palace. Fan Yuan did not know much about Dragon Palace, but he had at least deduced that the Dragon Man identity was the key to inheriting Dragon Palace. In the previous life, Bai Ningbing becoming the Lord of Dragon Palace was the best proof. Fan Yuan extorted Southern Border's righteous path while continuing to cultivate and digest his gains. Not long after, Time Cutting Edge was successfully modified, the new killer move was 30% stronger than in the previous life. This was because Fan Yuan had far more Time Path Immortal Gu than in the previous life. Not only because he annexed Langya Blessed Land, but also because the year's flow execution formation was not heavily damaged by the Southern Border Immortals like in the previous life, many Time Path Immortal Gu were preserved. Furthermore, Fan Yuan even included some Time Path Immortal Gu in Southern Border's Righteous Path's treasury. First was Xia Clan, then Ba Clan, and finally Yi Clan. Yi Clan's Gu Immortal Yi Yang was the direct bloodline descendant of Yi Clan's first Supreme Elder. He was the successor that first Supreme Elder had specially nurtured. He was extremely important. Fourth was Qi Clan. Towards Qi Clan, Fan Yuan's attitude was very amiable. Brother Qi Chuyu, we are close. It was all thanks to you that we were able to capture the Southern Border Immortals. I'll directly release your second Supreme Elder back to you. Qi Chuyu's expression was dark like the bottom of a pot. Don't call me so affectionately. Qi Chuyu felt extremely disgusted. He found that he had boarded Fan Yuan's pirate ship and could not leave. These last days, his mood had been very heavy. Because he knew that Fan Yuan was able to capture the Southern Border Immortals because of the Dream Realms. And these Dream Realms were secretly traded to Fan Yuan. If Southern Border's Righteous Path knew of this secret, not just Qi Chuyu, even Qi Clan would be in danger. The Dream Realm transactions had already become Qi Chuyu's problem. He wanted to stop this extremely dangerous transaction, but was it possible? Chapter 1811. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. Rumble. A loud sound echoed. The earth shook, the dense light of an earth path killer move covered the surrounding 100 li. Like a formless hand moving the soft soil, the surrounding terrain started to cave in while the soil at the periphery protruded upwards, forming a circular valley. Mountain peaks formed a circle around the concave area, isolating it from the outside world. And in this concave area, there was no vegetation, there was little soil, a large amount of steel was exposed, facing the wind and clouds. This is the White Steel Bowl Valley. Standing outside the valley, Rockman Gu Immortal Shirshirching looked at this scene with shock. Fan Yuan's methods were endless and grand. He casually created another mid-sized resource point. These last days, Shi had conversed with other Gu immortals. He knew how vast the sovereign immortal aperture was. There were a large number of resource points scattered all over the grotto heaven. Such a deep foundation made people speechless. It increased these Gu immortals' confidence towards the future. However, what made Shi admire even more was Fan Yuan's boldness. Other Gu immortals might not dare, but Fan Yuan dared to fight the strong. He attacked Southern Border's righteous path. Most importantly, not only did he attack, he even obtained complete victory, capturing these Southern Border Gu immortals. If not for these captives, how could Fan Yuan extort these resources and easily create the White Steel Bowl Valley? Compared to Fan Yuan, the other Gu immortal elders of the Rockman tribe were more conservative. Lord Fan Yuan is the one I should follow. Shi Cheng's inclination towards Fan Yuan was growing. He was completely moved by Fan Yuan's charisma. He was subdued by his magnanimity. These last days, He Lulan and the other Gu immortals were busy. They had already arranged all the resources. The sovereign immortal aperture was originally barren, but the annexed blessed lands and grotto heavens had gathered a large amount of resources. But now, these resources were cleverly and harmoniously distributed, forming a balanced and harmonious ecology. There was no chaos or mutual interference. They were mutually reinforcing each other. This was the result of Fan Yuan's meticulous deduction using Wisdom Path. Next, he had to make up for some flaws. For example, the White Steel Bowl Valley was something Tai Chuzhong wanted to build but had not started yet. With it, Tai Chuzhong could feed Edgegu himself. He did not need to rely on the outside world. Fan Yuan had already made up for it. In the previous life, he had done this. He was even more familiar with it now. As for the necessary construction resources, they were extorted from Southern Border's righteous path. Regarding Southern Border's righteous path's extortion, Fan Yuan clearly felt that it was much easier in this life compared to his previous life. Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals. Fan Yuan had exposed Heavenly Court's information earlier. He had killed Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch. This should have greatly affected Southern Border's righteous path. Celestial Court of Gu Gu King Gu Demon, even Celestial Court. Gu King is, Demon even Celestial Court was, he Gu and Gu Southern Gu. Even if Southern Border's Gu immortals did not admit such thoughts, they more or less had some of them. In addition to Fan Yuan's rich experience in extortion, his techniques were also more experienced. These Southern Border righteous path cultivators could only submit. The extortion in this life was different from the previous life. In his previous life, Fan Yuan mainly wanted to build the year essence pool and extorted many precious immortal materials. Right now, he didn't need it at all and switched to other things. Of course, the main thing was immortal materials. A small portion of these immortal materials were used to fill the gaps in the sovereign immortal aperture, like constructing the White Steel Bowl Valley. The rest was to prepare for the advancement of immortal Gu in the future. Fan Yuan had more immortal Gu than in the previous life. Rank 6 immortal Gu were the majority, but for his rank 8 cultivation level, they were too weak. Thus, a large-scale advancement refinement of immortal Gu was necessary. It would greatly increase Fan Yuan's overall strength. In the previous life, he had done this. In this life, after annexing Langya Blessed Land, with such a refinement path Gu immortal, he would have an easier time. He planned ahead and prepared these immortal materials in advance. The results of annexing apertures were almost completely digested. The entire sovereign immortal aperture had been developed to 16%. This was close to his previous life's limit. But in this life, he still had Lu Hao and Ba Shi Ba's immortal apertures, as well as Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Killer moves were still being created, true inheritances were still being researched, and human path was still being comprehended. Fan Yuan took some time to go to the River of Time again. He was still thinking about the Pure Dream clone. Even though the Pure Dream clone's plan was thwarted, Fan Yuan thought of the future self-killer move on the Stone Lotus Island. Maybe I can use future self to obtain a Gu immortal level Pure Dream clone in advance. The four Xuanzi were monitoring the situation in present and past pavilion, but they could not find any traces of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan understood present and past pavilion even more than them. After successfully returning to the Stone Lotus Island, future self was used on the Pure Dream clone. However, to Fan Yuan's disappointment, the Pure Dream clone did not move at all. Is it because the Pure Dream clone is created from dream realms, most killer moves are ineffective against him? Or does the Pure Dream clone have no future in becoming an immortal? Fan Yuan's Pure Dream clone had rank 5 peak stage cultivation level. He was just one step away from becoming an immortal. However, this stage had a fatal risk. Fan Yuan wisely stopped. If future self is ineffective, it is because the Pure Dream clone does not have a future in becoming an immortal. This means that if the Pure Dream clone undergoes tribulation, I have no hope of passing it with my current strength. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan felt a little interested. There is no harm in trying. He immediately activated the Immortal Killer move, exposing Heavenly Secret on the Stone Lotus Island. This move used Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo as the core. It could see the contents of the next calamity, or tribulation. It was completely blank. Exposing Heavenly Secret did not have any effect on the Pure Dream clone. Is it because of the Pure Dream clone's uniqueness, or because exposing Heavenly Secret cannot target dream path calamities and tribulations? Fan Yuan was vexed. There were few goo worms that could be effective against the Pure Dream clone. Relic goo could be effective against the Pure Dream clone because it was a human path goo worm. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body was a human, thus human path goo worms were effective against it. But the truth was, many other goo worms were ineffective against the Pure Dream clone. Because the Pure Dream clone was created from dream realms, it still had the characteristics of dream realms. Fan Yuan had relied on Dream Path's superiority many times to get through difficulties or to summon wind and rain, but now, he was stuck by this superiority. Like Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Duke Long, and others, they could not resist Lead Soul into Dream. Spectral Soul also fell into a deep slumber after falling into dream realms. Old methods had little effect against dream realms. To speak the truth, Fan Yuan had many methods against calamities and tribulations. For example, Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo or Endless Trouble Killer move. But could these methods deal with dream path calamities and tribulations? Fan Yuan shook his head in his mind. It was almost impossible. The only possibility is to develop a corresponding dream path killer move. However, Fan Yuan's dream path attainment level was firmly holding him back. In the 500 years of his previous life, he did not focus on dream path. He spent most of his time on blood path. Not long after returning from the River of Time, Fan Yuan was pleasantly surprised by the Dragon Man clone's progress. Xia Clan said that southern borders Shang Clan treasure realm had raging wave rising dragon fire. They were currently trading for it. Shang Clan treasure realm is the immortal aperture of Shang Clan's founder, Shang Clan Ancestor. After Shang Clan Ancestor died, he left it in Shangliang Mountain. Goo immortals could not enter or leave. Even Shang Clan's Goo immortals do not know if it is a grotto heaven or a blessed land. It seems that this treasure realm's foundation is much deeper than I estimated. Fan Yuan sighed at Shang Clan's foundation. Shang Clan had always been in the upper echelon of southern borders Goo immortal world. Because of their unique location, they had a harmonious relationship with other super forces. If Xia Clan can trade for Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire, then the Dragon Man clone's obstacle will be reduced by half. Fan Yuan waited patiently as he developed peacefully. He gained more experience in using 5 restriction profound light chi. He could gradually use 4 different types of light chi at the same time. His soul path cultivation level rose again and again. For the Dragon Man clone, Fan Yuan split out another lump of soul, but even so, his soul cultivation level rose to 80 million man soul. The Dream Realm transaction with Qi Clan continued in the dark. Qi Chuyu compromised. One wrong move and he would only sink deeper and deeper. Of course, Fan Yuan had never let down his guard against him. This rank 8 Goo immortal was not someone to be trifled with. If he was not dealt with properly, he might suffer a backlash. Thankfully, Fan Yuan had chosen to support Qi Clan long ago and plan for the future. Qi Clan obtained Dream Path research results from the transaction. This made Qi Chuyu feel both pain and joy. since this transaction had already caused a huge mistake, why not continue? Chi Chuyu did not want to take the risk, but Fan Yuan made such a move, he could only grit his teeth and continue down this path. During his free time, Fan Yuan's soul searched those Gu immortals. Even though he had done this in the previous life, he wanted to do it again in this life, because he had something else to research. That was the ink effect. Compared to the previous life, the minute differences in this life made Fan Yuan feel deeply. An indescribable and profound feeling gradually engulfed his mind. Is this fate? Fan Yuan felt like he had interacted with the threads of fate Gu's web. He gradually had a strong premonition. If I continue to research in this aspect, my understanding of fate will deepen. This is the best direction to understand fate. After a few more rebirths, I will gather more clues and make deductions. I might be able to create a mortal killer move with the effect of fate. If I combine it with the profundity of luck path, fate. Fan Yuan's heart shook, bright light flashed in his eyes. Celestial Court. Feng Jioge stood in front of embroidered building. This rank 8 immortal Gu house was a short building with glazed eaves, red walls and jade bricks. It was exquisite and beautiful, but it lacked half of its foundation. Traces of damage could be seen on the immortal Gu house. In the sky above embroidered building, there were 3 bloody skins that were sewn in the air. They were still leaking traces of a savage and desolate aura. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable attacked Celestial Court and was obstructed by embroidered building. In the end, reckless savage demon Venerable destroyed embroidered building. Even now, Celestial Court could not repair it completely, but he was left with 3 bloody skins. After returning from the defeat in Langya Blessed Land, Feng Jioge had been immersed in a wondrous state of comprehension. He did not cultivate transformation path. He came here specially to comprehend a trace of transformation from these 3 bloody skins. This transformation was a kind of concept. It was the change of fate. It was reckless savage demon Venerable's injury. Reckless savage demon Venerable was strong, embroidered building was weak, the strong was left with 3 bloody skins by the weak. This was an unexpected transformation. Just like how Celestial Court failed in its attack on Langya Blessed Land, southern borders Gu immortals chased after Fan Yuan but were captured, it was a similar transformation. These continuous transformations moved Feng Jioge's soul. The wondrous comprehension gradually entered an optimal state. Chapter 1812. Western Desert. Fang Clan's headquarters, Guanyuan Blessed Land. GUH. Fang Dichang coughed out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. Father! Beside him, the adopted son Fang Yun quickly came forward and helped Fang Dichang up. Fang Dichang was heavily injured. When he stood up with help, his body was still swaying and his vision blurred. He quickly inspected his body and smiled bitterly in his mind. This injury had heavily injured his brain. There was a huge crack that almost split his brain into 2. At the same time, his soul was also injured. There was a strange green halo in his body that emitted woodpath aura. Fang Dichang sighed as he looked at the huge palace in front of him. This palace was majestic like a mountain. It had green bricks and golden tiles, emitting a dense fragrance of plants and trees. It was solemn and dignified, but also full of vitality. At the top of the door, there was a plaque with 3 words written on it, Divine Being Palace. This is an immortal Gu house created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. After all, it is well-rounded and has no loopholes. I forcefully deduced and suffered such a backlash. I underestimated the Venerable's power and was too impatient. Fang Dichang sighed. Father, our Fang clan's current situation is not bad, let's take it slowly. Fang Yun consoled. Fang Dichang shook his head. Although our Fang clan's situation has stabilized, it is still not optimistic. Those clans are restraining themselves because they were intimidated by our theft path killer move. They have not given up on suppressing us. We need to make the best use of our time. We cannot slack off. Yes, Father. Fang Dichang looked at Divine Being Palace and sighed. Sigh, it is a pity that our Fang clan does not have a woodpath Gu immortal. The core of this Divine Being Palace is woodpath. If there was a rank 7 woodpath Gu immortal assisting me, I would definitely have a lot of progress in deducing this house. Western Desert had many deserts and oases, but wood path and water path were the least among them. Among the 5 regions, Southern Border had the most wood path Gu immortals, while Eastern Sea had the most water path Gu immortals. Fan Yun thought about it. Although our Fang clan does not have a wood path Gu immortal, we have a wisdom path Gu immortal. You mean Swan Bujin? Fang Dichang's gaze focused, vigilance flashed across his eyes as he looked at Fan Yun. Did he ask you to recommend him? Fan Yun let out an ah sound and shook his head. No, I'm just saying. Lord Swan Bujin has never hinted at this. In fact, after he joined our clan, he has been guarding outside and has never contacted me. Fang Dichang's expression eased up. Swan Bujin's surname is not Fang after all, even though he joined Fang clan. We need to be aware of this. Godfather, are you doubting Lord Swan Bujin's loyalty? Fan Yun scratched his head. Fang Dichang narrowed his eyes. If I have his help, I can indeed make progress. However, one might know a person's face but not their heart, especially a peerless treasure like Divine Bean Palace. Even if he didn't have such thoughts in the past, when he sees this palace and spends so much time with it, it's hard to say that he won't be greedy. At this point, Fang Dichang was still worried. Are there any movements on Swan Bujin's side recently? Fan Yun answered honestly. There's no movement. However, there are rumors targeting Lord Swan Bujin, saying that he is Old Man Lishan's inheritor, a remnant of the demonic path that was recruited by our clan. There are also rumors that Wan clan will investigate this matter and verify Lord Swan Bujin's identity. Fang Dichang snorted coldly. These people are still trying to catch Swan Bujin. But this excuse is quite convincing, at least it is more believable than the previous rumors of him being the demon Fan Yuan. Fang Dichang sneered, not knowing that the previous rumors were the truth and that the current rumors were distorting the truth. Old Man Lishan was a wisdom path Gu immortal of Wan clan, but because of a mistake in his cultivation, he became deranged and delirious. Old Man Lishan had rank 7 cultivation and his battle strength became even stronger after going crazy. He caused huge losses to Wan clan and even slaughtered the Gu immortals of other righteous path forces. This caused a commotion in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Afterwards, several righteous path forces allied and wanted to kill Old Man Lishan. No matter how hard they tried, they could not find any traces of Old Man Lishan. Eventually, Old Man Lishan disappeared without a trace and this matter was left unsettled. Fang Dichang pondered. Swan Bujin's strength is not ordinary, he is definitely aware of this petty trick. But he has not joined Fang clan for long, it is normal for him to be seen as a weakness of Fang clan. We still need to take care of him and make him focus on defending, don't move out easily and leave a weakness for the enemy. As for his identity, our Fang clan will clarify it for him and give Western Desert's righteous path a perfect explanation. The moment he said this, Fang Dichang's expression changed. Fan Yun saw that his foster father's expression was not right and quickly asked, What happened? Fang Dichang's pale and weak face turned even more ashen. Swan Bujin just sent a letter saying that he reverse-deduced a wisdom path Gu immortal nearby and is likely to be the one who spread the rumors. He has already gone to capture him. Fan Yun was stunned. This? According to normal rules, any Gu immortal guarding a resource had to first report to the clan before they moved out. Only after the clan's approval could they move out. But Swan Bujin's action was clearly acting first and reporting later. He directly moved out and then reported. Regardless of whether Fang clan agreed or not, he left the area he was guarding and moved out directly. He is a lone cultivator after all. His wild nature is hard to tame. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth hatefully, but at this time, he was heavily injured and could not make any more deductions. He could only contact Fang clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong and asked him to reinforce Swan Bujin as soon as possible. Fan Yun was puzzled. Lord Fosterfather, the situation might not be so bad. Wasn't asking the first Supreme Elder to provide support a little too much of a fuss? Lord Swan Bujin is a wisdom path Gu immortal. He must have deduced this time and acted only because he is confident. Fan Dichang's expression was very gloomy. Swan Bujin is indeed outstanding, but he has an arrogant personality and might be schemed against. If those righteous path forces intentionally lure him out and set up a series of traps, it would be terrible. Once he is captured or killed, those clans will make an irrefutable case and can casually frame our Fan clan to further suppress us. Of course, this is only a possibility. I hope I am too pessimistic. But at this critical juncture, our Fan clan cannot afford to make such a mistake. Fan Yun heard this and came to a realization, his expression also turning unsightly. He forced a smile. The matter shouldn't be so serious, right? The matter was so serious. When Fan Yuan arrived, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Wan Lianghan was leisurely. Swan Bujin, you are finally here. I have been waiting for a long time. Saying so, the immortal battlefield that had been lying in ambush activated and enveloped Fan Yuan. So it was a trap. Fan Yuan, who was disguised as Swan Bujin, sneered. His gaze flickered as he looked at the 3 Gu immortals approaching him. These 3 Gu immortals were all rank 7. One was tall and thin, wearing a green robe and surrounded by whirlwinds. His name was Wan Xiao, he said confidently. Swan Bujin, to think you are a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. You actually fell into our trap so easily. The second Gu immortal, Wan Hao Guang, his face could not be seen, his whole body was covered in a layer of light armor that emitted intense heat. A buzzing voice came from the heavy mech. Swan Bujin, if you know what's good for you, surrender yourself and join the Fan clan. If you testify against the Fan clan, we won't make things difficult for you. We'll even treat you as a distinguished guest. The third Gu immortal was the Wisdom Path Gu immortal who had lured Fan Yuan. His name was Wan Lianghan. His forehead was swollen and he had an ugly appearance, but he smiled. Swan Bujin, you are a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. You should understand the current situation better. Even if you escape today, there will be endless troubles coming for you in the future. You should not have joined Fan clan at this time. Fan Yuan's expression was cold, he only sneered. He was currently disguised as Swan Bujin. His appearance was thin, his hair was long, his temples were white, and his black eyes were filled with vicissitudes and ambition. Even after hearing the 3 immortals' words and being trapped in the immortal battlefield, he did not waver in the slightest. This was only natural. Because Fan Yuan had concealed his strength, not to mention 3 rank 7s, even if there were 3 rank 8s, he would not fear them. Wan clan's 3 immortals thought they had schemed against Fan Yuan, but they did not know that Fan Yuan had rushed back from southern border this time to get rid of them and stir up a storm in western desert. Recently, Wan Lianghan had repeatedly deduced against Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had Yama Emperor's killer move to defend against him and had no flaws, but this had also weakened his soul foundation. It was very troublesome, he had to get rid of them this time. Fan Yuan immediately opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out soul beasts. Desolate level and ancient soul beasts were released one after another. Wan clan's 3 immortals were very shocked. Wasn't he a Wisdom Path Gu immortal? How could he control so many soul beasts? In this immortal battlefield, no matter how many soul beasts there are, it is useless. Wan Xiao activated the immortal battlefield, immediately creating a huge tornado that slowly moved towards them. The soul beasts closely gathered around Fan Yuan, moving along with Fan Yuan, their numbers increasing. How can he have so many soul beasts? Wan clan's 3 immortals were even more shocked. This Swan Bujin was clearly a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, but he was actually controlling a soul beast army. This was too unprofessional. The tornado moved even faster, closing in on Fan Yuan's soul beast army. The soul beasts roared and fiercely counterattacked, but the tornado was like the might of heaven and earth in this immortal battlefield. It was only weakened, it was extremely stable. Fan Yuan personally took action, activating a killer move to block the tornado. One with 3 immortals saw this, and their shock eased slightly. Fan Yuan had used a Wisdom Path killer move in the end, not a Soul Path killer move. This cannot go on, his soul beasts seem to be endless. I am going to attack. Wan Hao Guang shouted. Go, the 2 of us will cover you. Wan Lianghan instructed. Wan Hao Guang charged into the soul beast army, His speed was extremely fast. He fully displayed the advantage of light path. Every time Fan Yuan mobilized the Soul Beast army to encircle him, Wan Lianghan and Wan Shao would activate killer moves to cover Wan Haoguang. With good coordination, Wan Haoguang charged forward and was about to charge into the center. Fan Yuan's expression did not change. He let out another 4 soul beasts. Wan Haoguang's charge paused. He immediately cried out in shock. Immemorial Soul Beasts. Chapter 1813. Immemorial Soul Beasts had rank 8 battle strength, and 4 of them appeared at the same time. At once, Wan Clan's 3 immortals felt a sense of absurdity rising in their hearts. Fan Yuan ordered the 4 immemorial desolate beasts to surround and protect him. He wore a black robe and had his hands behind his back as he stood on the back of one of the immemorial soul beasts, saying in disdain, "Just the 3 of you want to scheme against me?" The corners of Wan Lianghan's eyes twitched. Wan Zhao's expression was ashen. Wan Haoguang's heart sank even more. Swan Bujin's strength far surpassed their expectations. They all realized Swan Bujin might have guessed this was a trap, but he still came. Because with such a trump card, anyone would be confident. Wan Clan's 3 immortals were already in a difficult situation. Hold on! He is a Wisdom Path Gu immortal after all. It must be very difficult for him to control 4 immemorial soul beasts. That's right, maybe these 4 immemorial soul beasts only look impressive. Even if it is true, I want to see how Wisdom Path and Soul Path work together. The 3 immortals stabilized their morale and attacked Fan Yuan again. Fan Yuan did not attack, he purely defended. Thus, from the looks of it, Wan Clan's 3 immortals had the upper hand. Wan Shao controlled the immortal battlefield and also activated killer moves. Wind spears were thrown down one after another, each attack severely injuring or even killing an ancient soul beast. Wan Haoguang's whole body was covered in a thick light armor as he rampaged through the soul beast army, slaughtering countless enemies. Wisdom Path Gu immortal Wan Lianghan commanded the battle while also taking action, constantly deducing Fan Yuan's true location in the soul beast army. As the battle dragged on, Wan Clan's 3 immortals felt increasingly uncomfortable. Because they killed many, but Fan Yuan released even more soul beasts. These soul beasts united and guarded Fan Yuan from all directions, above and below him, forming a tight defensive line. In this situation, the soul beast army was so dense that Wan Clan's 3 immortals' best method was to use large area of effect killer moves to attack. However, every time such a move appeared, Fan Yuan would interfere. Even if some escaped, it would not affect the overall situation. Large area of effect killer moves were often ineffective, so Wan Clan's 3 immortals could only use individual killer moves to kill soul beasts one by one. They adopted the decapitation tactic in an attempt to open up a path and kill Fan Yuan. The Wan family's 3 immortals cooperated very well, each of them fighting quite well. They worked together seamlessly. The 3 immortals helped each other. Their fighting strength was very strong. Even a peak rank 7 expert would be in a predicament. Unfortunately, they ran into a monster like Fan Yuan. The 4 immemorial soul beasts formed the core line of defense. After a few exchanges, the strength of this line of defense made the hopes of the Wan family's 3 immortals increasingly uncertain. Damn it, there are too few opportunities. Wan Haoguang growled in dissatisfaction. He had just found a small gap that could allow him to break through to the central defensive line, but many ancient spirit beasts immediately filled up the gap. There are too many soul beasts here. Swan Bujin can actually command such a strong soul beast army, and what is even more hateful is that with such strength, he could have tried to attack and destroy our immortal battlefield, but he chose to defend to the death. Wan Shao mumbled with a gloomy expression. Wan Lianghan's expression was also very unsightly. I underestimated this Swan Bujin. If he had chosen to attack, we would have had more opportunities. But he chose to defend. Fan Clan's reinforcements are probably already on the way. What do we do? Wan Shao could not help looking at Wan Lianghan. To them, this situation was very awkward. The original plan was for the 3 immortals to work together and quickly take down Swan Bujin. Even if Swan Bujin had peak rank 7 battle strength, this plan had a huge chance of success. However, the moment Fan Yuan took out 4 immemorial soul beasts, Wan Clan's 3 immortals' plan was shaken. When Fan Yuan chose to defend to the death, Wan Clan's plan had already failed. As a wisdom path Gu immortal, although Wan Lianhan's attainment level was not as high as Fang Dichang's, he was also very sharp and had the intention to retreat. However, taking the initiative to retreat now was not easy. The immortal battlefield was set up. If he took the initiative to retreat, it would definitely leave behind a huge flaw. Swan Bujin was a wisdom path Gu immortal. How could he give up on such an opportunity? Moreover, the current situation had not completely lost the opportunity. Wan Clan's 3 immortals still had trump cards that they had not used yet. Wan Lianghan showed a rare sign of hesitation. Fan Yuan was very calm. If his true strength was exposed, these 3 Wan Clan immortals might be so scared that they would beg for mercy on the spot. However, he did not want to make a move. Wan Lianghan was definitely going to die. It was this rank 7 wisdom path Gu immortal who had repeatedly deduced him. He was very annoyed. As for the other 2, Fan Yuan was more willing to see them alive. Back then, when he disguised as Swan Bujin, Fan Yuan had specially prepared a set of wisdom path immortal Gu and methods for this identity. Now, this set of methods was even more abundant. Fan Yuan secretly activated immortal Gu distracting thoughts and prepared an immortal killer move. Wan Haoguang's vision was filled with all kinds of soul beasts. From the outside, the soul beast army was like a torrential wave of ink, while Wan Haoguang's thick white light armor was like a speck of light submerged in the pitch-black ink. Wan Haoguang was surrounded, but he did not show the slightest fear or dodge. Forward, forward, forward. He was like a sharp sword that pierced through the tightly united soul beast army, finally stabbing into Fan Yuan's body. However, his repeated advances were all in vain. Most of the time, he would lose his momentum midway. There were a few times when he was about to succeed, but he was blocked by 4 immemorial soul beasts. There are 6 ancient soul beasts in front. They are tall and sturdy. They are lined up in 2 rows. There are 2 ancient soul beasts behind us. They are very fast and have been trying to tie me down. I cannot stop. Once I stop and get entangled by them, this assault will fail. But I cannot charge forward directly. The ancient soul beasts in front are clearly controlled by Swan Bujin. They are very sturdy. I can only change my path. That's right. The ancient soul beast on the left looks like a praying mantis. This shape is definitely ferocious in offense but weak in defense. I will charge forward for this. Although Wan Haoguang was a light path Gu immortal, he had a mystical light path killer move that could create bright thoughts in his mind. Using these thoughts to think was extremely fast. Precisely because of it, Wan Haoguang could always think clearly in an instant and choose the most correct path to charge forward in the midst of the army. Wan Haoguang charged forward. Although he was hit by the praying mantis ancient soul beast, he managed to escape from the pincer attack. Haha, success. I can still charge forward. In this situation, there is still hope before I retreat. I am the main attacker. I need to give Swan Bujin huge pressure from the front. Together with Wan Xiao and Wan Lianghan's methods, I can create a chance to kill Swan Bujin. Actually, it was very dangerous earlier. If not for the praying mantis soul beast with weak defense, I would not know what to do. If Swan Bujin cultivated soul path or enslavement path, there might have been no hope just now. But Swan Bujin cultivated wisdom path. He has not used any killer moves in coordination with soul beasts. He should not have such methods. However, just the fact that he can control 4 immemorial soul beasts is already very powerful. He is definitely a rank 7 peak stage expert. If he has a method to coordinate with soul beasts, he might even be able to fight against the rank 8 Gu immortal for a few rounds. If I can kill such an opponent, I will definitely make a huge contribution when I return to the clan. With such an impressive battle achievement, I can brag about it when I meet Lady Qiqiao in the future. Wait. We are in a battle now. How can I be distracted and think about love affairs? Speaking of which, Lady Qiqiao is really adorable. Although she is not that kind of enchanting beauty, she is virtuous and sensible. She is the most ideal immortal companion. But why does she always refuse my love? Maybe I should change my way of pursuing her. Sometimes, giving her 1 or 2 small gifts is not impossible. If these gifts are too expensive, they will lose their interest. I can weave a doll from grass and give it to her, see if it can make her happy? That is a good idea. Other than grass dolls, I can also weave grass rabbits, grass hats, and grass mantises. Speaking of which, that mantis soul beast that just broke through looks very similar to the mantises I often caught when I was a child. Boom! With a loud sound, Wan Hao Guang was surrounded by soul beasts. Attacks from all directions landed on his light armor at almost the same time. Wan Hao Guang's thoughts moved randomly. He could no longer focus on the battlefield. He was hit by these vicious attacks. The light armor deformed intensely. He was dazed, his vision blurred. In the sky, Wan Shao saw that Wan Hao Guang was in danger and quickly wanted to activate an immortal killer move to save him. But at this time, Wan Lianghan suddenly shouted, "Don't!" Wan Zhao's reaction was slower than usual for some reason. He had already activated an immortal killer move. At the next moment, the killer move failed, intense winds attacked and Wan Zhao's hand was cut into a bloody mess. He himself felt like he was electrocuted, blood spurted out of his nose and his face was deathly pale. "Oh, you are a wisdom path Gu immortal after all," you finally reacted. Fan Yuan smiled faintly under the heavy protection of the Soul Beast army. The killer move he had just activated was called Distracting Thoughts Rebirth. It could cause distracting thoughts to appear in the minds of enemies within a certain range. At first, the killer move's effect was not obvious. But the longer it was delayed, the more distracting thoughts would appear in the enemy's minds, eventually interfering with their normal thinking. Wan Hao Guang was affected by the distracting thoughts and was the closest to Fan Yuan. He was distracted in the battlefield and thought of other things, thus he was surrounded. Wan Shao was disturbed by this move, and at the crucial moment of activating the immortal killer move, distracting thoughts caused the killer move to fail and he suffered heavy injuries. Wan Lianghan was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. He sensed something amiss and finally made up his mind. This Swan Bujin is so sinister. He actually has such a strange method. We do not know his details after all. We were not on guard against him, thus we suffered a huge loss. Today's opportunity has been lost. I should go back and think of a way to break this move. I will find trouble with this guy in the future. Just as he was thinking. Whoosh! Chapter 1814. At the crucial moment, Fan Yuan suddenly switched from defense to offense, catching Wan Clan's 3 immortals off guard. "Damn it!" Wan Shao gritted his teeth and shouted. "Quickly save Wan Hao Guang. His light armor is a killer move. It won't last for long." Wan Lianghan's whole body was covered in cold air. Fan Yuan had been defending for a long time without attacking. Once he moved, he would directly attack the 3 immortals' vital points. This ruthlessness and incisiveness made Wan Lianghan feel regret for the first time. I should have investigated more in advance. Wan Clan offended such a person. I wonder if it is a blessing or a curse. The Soul Beast army attacked like a tide, easily submerging the 3 immortals. The army formed by the 4 primordial spirit beasts rose into the air like a mountain, advancing steadily toward Wan Shao with an unstoppable aura. "Wan Shao, quickly retreat!" Wan Lianghan sensed Fan Yuan's sinister killing intent and quickly reminded him. Wan Shao was anxious. "No, I have to save Hao Guang. He is trapped. Light armor killer move has already been cancelled. Only light armor immortal Gu is used." Wan Clan's 3 immortals had distracting thoughts. They could not use any killer moves at this moment. It was extremely easy to fail, and they would be injured before killing the enemy. Wan Hao Guang realized this and could only cancel light armor killer move, only activating light armor immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was the core of light armor killer move, but it was only a rank 7 immortal Gu. Its defensive power was far inferior to the previous light armor killer move. Thus, in just a short while, Wan Hao Guang was already in a perilous situation. Wan Shao and he had a close relationship. Going against the current in this dangerous situation, he still wanted to save Wan Hao Guang. "Damn it!" At the moment of danger, Wan Lianghan could only cooperate with Wan Shao, activating Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Wisdom Obstacle. Wisdom Obstacle Immortal Gu created obstacles around Wan Shao and Wan Lianghan, protecting them and giving them great help. Wan Shao and Wan Haoguang displayed their solid battle foundation at the moment of danger. The two finally converged under the Soul Beast Tide. Good! With the two of you working together, along with my cooperation, there is a high chance of breaking out. Wan Lianghan had just revealed a trace of joy when he heard a sneer behind him. Don't you think about yourself? You really are sacrificing yourself for others. Fan Yuan had already arrived behind him. At this moment, Wan Lianghan felt as if he'd fallen into an icy pit. Before he died, he finally understood that everything was part of Swan Bujin's scheme. He had purposely exerted pressure and revealed his killing intent towards Wan Shao and Wan Haoguang, but his real target was Wan Lianghan. The four immemorial spirit beasts were still far away, but Swan Bujin had already arrived by Wan Lianghan's side. It turned out that the four immemorial soul beasts were merely used as bait by him. These were four rank 8 beasts. Who would have thought that Swan Bujin would abandon them? All along, under the protection of these four immemorial soul beasts, he had constantly given the three immortals of the Wan family many psychological hints, causing them to gradually form some kind of inertia. Perhaps, Wan Lianghan would be able to see through this layer of trap in his normal state, but now, he had also fallen for it. While suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind, he also had to take care of Wan Haoguang and Wan Zhao's safety. He had long since been unable to think about anything else. Swan Bujin is not someone who is afraid of death. He can take the risk to attack at the crucial moment. Everything earlier was just an act. Thoughts flashed in Wan Lianghan's mind. He wanted to counterattack without any regard for the slightest hope of survival. But it was all too late. How could Fan Yuan give him a chance to struggle before death? Immortal killer move, Wisdom. Fan Yuan's palm lightly pushed, a great thief ghost hand flew out, and directly entered Wan Lianghan's body. Next, the great thief ghost hand flew back, its fist tightly clenched like it was pinching something. Fan Yuan lightly smiled and announced, "Your life is mine." Wan Lianghan's eyes were wide open, he was already dead. "Brother Lianghan!" Seeing this, Wan Shao and Wan Haoguang cried out in shock, their voices hoarse and filled with extreme grief and indignation. Wan Zhao's eyes were bloodshot while Wan Haoguang's tiger eyes were also filled with tears. It was not easy to nurture a wisdom path Gu immortal. Wan Lianghan's death was a huge loss to Wan clan. By killing Wan Lianghan, Fan Yuan had already completed half of his goal. The remaining half would depend on the follow-up performance of these two Wan clan Gu immortals. By now, the spoils of battle of these two rank 7 Gu immortals were no longer in Fan Yuan's eyes. What he was after was the situation of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Thus, he activated transformation path methods and his aura gradually fell. This guy suddenly became weak. So he was not so strong after all. Maybe the move he used to kill Brother Lianghan has a huge repercussions. Wan Shao and Wan Haoguang were pleasantly surprised to find that Fan Yuan's aura had weakened. The Soul Beast army under his control was no longer tightly united, instead becoming scattered. But soon after, Fan Yuan stored Wan Lianghan's corpse and hid in the protection of the four immemorial soul beasts. Wan Shao and Wan Haoguang gritted their teeth in hatred, but they also understood that Fan Yuan could not be killed. If this dragged on, they would also die here. Thus, they stored the immortal battlefield and chose to retreat. Fan Yuan took the chance to beat Wan Shao until he fainted, while Wan Haoguang hugged Wan Shao tightly and ran away. Fan Yuan controlled the Soul Beast army and pretended to chase for a while, before looking at Wan Haoguang's back in satisfaction as he disappeared into the clouds. I should go too. Fan Yuan, however, did not stay. He looked at the direction of Wan clan's headquarters and smiled, before withdrawing his army and disappearing without a trace. When Fan clan's first supreme elder Fan Gong rushed over with great difficulty, he could only stare blankly at the empty desert. All the traces left behind at the scene showed that there had been a huge battle earlier. Fang Gong's expression was somewhat unsightly as he thought. This Swan Bujin! It seems that I was a step too late and let the enemy succeed. Just as he was thinking, there was a commotion in the jewel-yellow skies. Fan Yuan used the same trick again, using Swan Bujin's identity to announce the process of this battle to the public. The Gu Immortals discussed heatedly, and Western Desert's Gu Immortal world was even more shaken. What kind of person is this Swan Bujin? He actually has 4 immemorial soul beasts as guards, and his wisdom path methods are also very strange. No wonder Fang Clan recruited him. Another rank 7 peak stage expert has appeared in Western Desert's righteous path. The great era is really coming. Not only are earth trenches appearing frequently, all kinds of monsters are also starting to appear. Fang Gong only noticed the change in the jewel-yellow skies after Fang Dichang's reminder. Fang Gong let out a sigh of relief, but was also a little puzzled. So the victor is Swan Bujin. But why is he not returning yet? Fang Dichang laughed. He is a lone immortal after all, he just joined our clan. Now that he killed Wan Lianghan, this is a Western Desert Righteous Path Gu Immortal, a member of a super force. Adding on our Fang clan's current situation, he is worried that we will abandon him in order to protect ourselves. Thus, he stayed outside and took the initiative to announce this battle to the public. After hearing this, Fang Gong's mind immediately felt like the fog had dispersed. He understood. You Wisdom Path Gu Immortals are all so cunning. Swan Bujin is threatening our Fang clan, but his worries are not wrong. This time, Wan Lianghan was killed by him. The relationship between our Fang clan and Wan clan is almost broken. The situation that had just stabilized might collapse because of this. Our Fang clan's situation has become even more difficult. In your opinion, what should we choose? Should we abandon Swan Bujin and maintain our relationship with Wan clan? Or should we abandon Wan clan and protect Swan Bujin? Right now, I can already see that Swan Bujin does not truly want to integrate into our Fang clan. He can go against us for his own selfish reasons. However, Wan clan is not a good person either. This time, they took the initiative to attack us and suffered a loss. They will definitely retaliate even more fiercely. Fang Dichang pondered. I think it is more advantageous to protect Swan Bujin. Swan Bujin has an arrogant nature. It is normal for him to not be on the same side as us. It is because he has enough strength to support his pride. Just those 4 immemorial soul beasts are already beyond our imagination. In this battle, he even exposed 2 wisdom path killer moves. Each of them is strange and dangerous. If the enemy is slightly careless, they will fall into his hands. This time, Wan clan is indeed the first to find trouble with us. If we show weakness, the other clans will instead think that our strength is lacking. They will become even more restless. The results of our theft path killer move earlier will also disappear. At this crucial moment, our Fang clan should maintain a strong stance and protect Swan Bujin. Although Swan Bujin is not on the same side as us, he is a qualified ally. We have the experience of working together. We even have the foundation of working together before. Our clan still owes him a sum of money. This is the capital we can use to our advantage. With him reinforcing our clan, this is what the other Righteous Path forces do not want to see. Fang Dichang was indeed a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. After some analysis, Fang Gong immediately understood the situation. Fang Gong nodded and said in a heavy tone, You are right. Protecting Swan Bujin is indeed more advantageous to our clan than easing the relationship with Wan clan. But if we do this, Wan clan will definitely take revenge. Our Fang clan will face even greater pressure. Fang Dichang sighed helplessly. There is nothing we can do. The news of Divine Beam Palace has been leaked. Didn't we already foresee this situation? The current plan is to refine Divine Beam Palace as soon as possible. With this house in hand, our Fang clan will be able to resolve our current crisis. Green Ghost Desert. An immemorial soul beast could not retaliate against Fang Yuan's attack. A moment later, it lowered its head and was forcefully subdued by Fang Yuan, turning into his. Wu Xie stood beside Fang Yuan. Recently, it was all thanks to him being in charge of this place that there was an endless supply of soul beasts. After sending off the 3 Wan clan immortals, Fan Yuan did not return to Fang Clan, he came here to help Ing Wuxia. In the process of subduing soul beasts, Ing Wuxia encountered a tough immemorial soul beast. It was not easy to make a move. Fan Yuan was here to help him clear the obstacles. "Alright, let's go to the next place," Fan Yuan said, but his expression changed slightly. It was a message from Fang Clan. "Lord Sect Leader, how is Fang Clan's reaction?" Ing Wuxia was very sensitive, he asked with concern. Fang Clan's reaction was related to the development of Green Ghost Desert. Chapter 1815. Wan Clan's Headquarters. "Father! You died so miserably!" Sobbing sounds echoed in the discussion hall, causing the eardrums of all the Gu immortals present to buzz. A young man in mourning clothes was crying and snot. This person was Wan Zhuiqing, a rank 6 Gu immortal, Wan Lianghan's son. Wan Zhuiqing was kneeling on the ground and crying. Nobody could dissuade him. In the hall, Wan Clan's Gu immortals were frowning with gloomy expressions, remaining silent. Wan Clan's second supreme elder had a benevolent nature, he could not help but sigh. "The matter actually reached this stage. Our clan sent 3 rank 7 experts but they all lost, it is truly unbelievable." Wan Clan's immortals had the same feeling towards these words. If not for Fan Yuan taking the initiative to expose the whole process of the battle in jewel yellow skies, these Wan Clan immortals might have had some doubts before accepting it. In fact, Wan Lianghan's action this time had been approved by most of Wan Clan's Gu immortals. With 3 Gu immortals of the same rank in an immortal battlefield, they had thought victory was in the bag, but they had not expected to encounter such a tough opponent. First Supreme Elder, who had been silent, finally spoke. "Swan Bijin killed our clan's Gu immortals, our Wan Clan will not forgive him. Wan Zhuiqing, did your father leave behind an inheritance for you?" Seeing First Supreme Elder's question, Wan Zhuiqing did not dare to be impudent, he stopped crying and said, "I don't dare to hide it from First Supreme Elder, my father left behind all the contents of the inheritance, I am familiar with all kinds of killer moves and Gu recipes. But there is not a single immortal Gu in it." First Supreme Elder's expression sank further. This situation was not common. Swan Bijin had rank 7 cultivation, Wan Lianghan was the same, but the former could instantly kill the latter, making the latter unable to resist. Normally speaking, it was rare for Gu immortals of the same rank to have such a direct result. Normally speaking, life and death battles would fall into a stalemate. At this time, if one side wanted to leave and was not trapped in an immortal battlefield, the other side would not be able to stop them. The value of an immortal battlefield was here, it prevented enemies from escaping. The Wan family's 3 immortals used it to deal with Fang Yuan so that he couldn't escape. But to think that Fang Yuan did not even try to escape, he did not even use the immortal battlefield and directly killed Wan Lianghan, forcing the other 2 Wan Clan Gu immortals to flee. This result was truly ironic to the Wan Clan. The Wan family's first supreme elder felt regret. If he had known this, he would have lent his immortal Gu house to Wan Lianghan and the rest. However, the first supreme elder was also in a difficult position. He only had rank 7 cultivation level, not all righteous path leaders had rank 8 cultivation level. Precisely so, they needed the clan's immortal Gu houses to defend their headquarters. What he didn't know was that his arrangement was actually reasonable and correct. If Fan Yuan saw this immortal Gu house, he would definitely have methods to plunder it. The first Supreme Elder's arrangements actually reduced the Wan clan's losses. The first Supreme Elder sighed inwardly and said to Wan Zhuiqing, "Wan Lianghan's death was a mistake in our decision-making. Wan Lianghan would be bestowed posthumously by the clan. Whatever Gu materials he needed to refine his immortal Gu, the clan's treasury would provide them for free. Now I only hope that these immortal Gu are already destroyed. Thank you, First Supreme Elder." "Thank you, Elders." Wan Zhuiqing quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards the First Supreme Elder and the other Wan clan Gu immortals. This was the main goal of his tearful complaints, and now, he had achieved it. He was the youngest, so kowtowing like this was not wrong. The First Supreme Elder continued to speak, his voice was eerie and cold. Swan Bujin is a member of Fang Clan. We are pressuring Fang Clan to hand over this person. After the previous battle, my Wan Clan can confirm that Swan Bujin is Old Man Lai Shin's inheritor. This is a demonic path scoundrel. The blood debt of Old Man Lai Shin back then will be repaid by him. The eyes of many Wan Clan Gu immortals shined brightly. This was the only way. Back then, Old Man Lai Shin had already become the hidden pain of many Western Desert Righteous Path forces. By placing this crime on Fan Yuan, more Western Desert Righteous Path forces would have an excuse to deal with Fang Clan. Previously, this was only an excuse. Wan Clan wanted to capture Swan Bujin and make Fang Clan unable to defend themselves. But now, it was not possible, but Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder still decided to accept it. Lack of evidence? I will create my own evidence. Although it was shameless, the super forces wanted to deal with Fang Clan. They could make use of their fear of Fang Clan's rise. It was just that the success rate of this plan was not as high as the previous plan. Wan Clan's Gu immortals died in battle, and it was widely announced. This could not be tolerated. Wan Clan had to brace themselves and continue acting. Second Supreme Elder heaved a deep sigh. The situation might not be so bad. Maybe Fang Clan has already decided to give up on Swan Bujin. Even if they give up, Fang Clan will not be able to escape the debt of harboring a demonic path Gu immortal. However, on the second day, bad news reached Wan Clan. Fang Clan announced their stance. They would protect Fan Yuan and prove that Fan Yuan's true origin was related to Jing. Wan Clan immediately denied it, and took out all kinds of evidence. Fan Dichang did not even bother to deduce the flaws in these evidence. He directly threw out even more evidence. Laughable. You can fabricate evidence, can I fabricate evidence? At once, the two forces of Western Desert's righteous path revolved around whether Swan Bujin was Jing Shin's inheritor or Old Man Lai Shin's inheritor, arguing fiercely. One side said I have evidence. The other side said I am truthful and reliable. Just as one side threw out one piece of evidence, the other side did not show any weakness and threw out two. Fan Yuan, as the person involved, was in a political whirlpool, but he was continuously capturing immemorial soul beasts in green ghost desert, leisurely and high-spirited. Of course, he was also paying attention to the development of the situation. Thinking about it, it was actually quite funny. Fan Yuan was not anxious at all. He did not take out any evidence, but Fang Clan and Wan Clan were excited and proactive. They took out evidence. Even if they did not have any, they had to fabricate evidence. The two super forces were fighting to be the first to testify for a demon. They were also very confident and spoke with certainty. If they knew Fan Yuan's true identity, who knew what would happen to them? Fang Clan would definitely feel like they had fallen into an ice cave, but Wan Clan would also be worried. This was the demon Fan Yuan. Even the Celestial Court and the whole of Southern Border's righteous path could not deal with him. Fan Yuan had not only subdued several immemorial soul beasts these days, he had also completely digested Wan Lianghan's wisdom path inheritance. Wan Lianghan was instantly killed by him. The difference in strength was too great. He could not destroy the immortal Gu in time. Fan Yuan obtained 3 of his immortal Gu, 2 rank 6 and 1 rank 7. The rank 7 wisdom path immortal Gu was called Wisdom Obstacle. Wisdom Obstacle immortal Gu had the appearance of a snail. It was black and swarthy, occasionally flickering with a trace of purple light. It looked very stupid. Fan Yuan had already experienced the power of this immortal Gu in battle. Just by activating Wisdom Obstacle immortal Gu, it could instantly form an obstacle in a huge area around the Gu immortal. It expended immortal essence and a large amount of will. There were also many killer moves that used Wisdom Obstacle immortal Gu as the core. Among them, there was one killer move that was the most outstanding. Even Fan Yuan was surprised. This killer move used the obstacle created by Wisdom Obstacle immortal Gu to directly descend on the enemy's mind. With a huge obstacle, the thoughts in the enemy's mind would be severely obstructed. It would be difficult for them to think. Often, after this move succeeded, it would cause the enemy to become stupid. It would be like a huge rock was stuffed in their mind. they would not be able to think of anything. This move was very outstanding, but it needed to sense the enemy first, and probe into the enemy's mind. Thus, there were several other killer moves that specifically targeted the enemy's mind. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan had wisdom path attainment. He had many methods to protect his mind. Wan Lianghan's killer moves had little hope of overcoming these obstacles. Moreover, he was hit by Fan Yuan's distracting thoughts proliferation killer move. He lost the initiative. He could not use his killer moves. Most of his abilities were crippled. Looking back at the battle, Fan Yuan was very satisfied. After the test of actual combat, the two killer moves he deduced were very effective. One was distracting thoughts proliferation killer move. It was a wisdom path killer move, but it also used the profundity of soul path. When the killer move was activated, Fan Yuan used the 4 immemorial soul beasts around him to conceal the killer move's aura. If his aura was exposed, it would be bad if the enemy sensed it. Because distracting thoughts proliferation killer move needed a certain amount of time to accumulate its power to a certain extent. There was also wisdom grab. It was a wisdom path killer move that Fan Yuan deduced by referring to Great Thief Ghost Hand and the Steel Life True Inheritance. Great Thief Ghost Hand stole immortal goo, while wisdom grab was used to steal lives and instantly kill the enemy. But this move was only rank 7, it was not very effective against rank 8 goo immortals, but it was perfect against Wan Lianghan. In order to disguise himself as Great Thief Ghost Hand, Fan Yuan even added some transformation path goo worms to the killer move wisdom grab to assist it. Fan Yuan had once used Great Thief Ghost Hand in front of Fang Gong during the battle for Divine Being Palace, and had also subdued immemorial soul beasts with Fan Di Chang's cooperation. Thus, the methods that Fan Yuan exposed did not shock Fan Clan, but showed his value. At the same time, he cleverly showed his weakness. Fan Yuan clearly had methods to manipulate soul beasts, but he did not use them. In this way, the Fan clan felt that Swan Bujin was still under their control. Following that, it was only natural that he would try to protect and recruit them. This battle looked like an intense battle between Fan Yuan and Wan clan's 3 immortals. But the truth was that Fan Yuan could intensify the conflict between the two sides based on the current situation. He could influence Fan clan and Wan clan, these two colossi, and manipulate the situation of Western Desert. Fan Yuan's true objective was behind the battle. If he carried out this plan, his future gains would be unimaginable. Mere wisdom block immortal goo and so on were just appetizers before the main course. Unknowingly, Fan Yuan no longer cared about the gains and losses of a city or a lake. He was aloof from everything. His body was in the middle of the battle. He could move freely in all directions. His heart was in the middle of the battle. He could look around. Unknowingly, I have already reached this stage. Since ancient times, were those heroes who led the eras and controlled the world like this? Heh. Fan Yuan collected his thoughts. Green Ghost Desert was even darker at night. Dark clouds covered the sky, not even a trace of starlight shone through. Fan Yuan sat on the head of a sinister and terrifying immemorial soul beast. An army of soul beasts surrounded him. Chapter 1816. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Red Heaven. A large formation was buzzing. The variant human goo immortals with Bai Ningbing at the lead were ready to fight. Swoosh! There was the sound of a huge tide as an immemorial year beast charged out of the formation, shining in silver light. This is an immemorial year pig! Lady White Rabbit exclaimed in excitement. Very good, the year essence pool lacks this kind of year beast. Fairy Meow Yin said excitedly. There was nothing to say, the battle began. The immortals controlled myriad year flying warship as they attacked the immemorial year pig. The immemorial year pig had thick skin and flesh, but myriad year flying warship was also extremely tough. The two were evenly matched. The intense battle created winds and clouds, creating aftershocks. If it were an ordinary immortal aperture, the goo immortal would suffer huge losses. But Fan Yuan's sovereign grotto heaven was too vast. He had devoured the lifetime wealth of a large number of goo immortals, but the sovereign immortal aperture was only 17 to 18% developed. And Mini Red Heaven was purposely left empty by Fan Yuan to be used as a battlefield. There was no content for management. At present, the minor 5 regions were already thriving. 7 of the minor 9 skies had their own resources. The minor scarlet sky had nothing, followed by the minor green sky, which stored dream realms, and the minor yellow sky only had a small section of the gold fragment river. There was still a lot of empty land in the mini 5 regions. It could be foreseen that the mini 9 heavens would remain barren for a long time. Normally speaking, when a Gu immortal advanced to rank 8 and obtained a grotto heaven, they would actively develop the sky, because there was no space left on the ground. But Fang Yuan's situation was special. He could not be judged by common sense. The battle between the rank 8 immortal Gu house and the immemorial desolate beast lasted for several days. It finally ended with the latter's defeat and surrender. Fan Yuan's main body rampaged in Green Ghost Desert, while in his immortal aperture, his subordinates used myriad-year flying worship to subdue immemorial year beasts. On one hand, Fan Yuan wanted these rank 7 Gu immortals to familiarize themselves with myriad-year flying worship and deepen their cooperation, so that they could participate in a battle between rank 8s in the future. On the other hand, Fan Yuan was using the immemorial year beast fishing formation to lure immemorial year beasts, attempting to form a 12 zodiac battle formation. The idea of the 12 zodiac battle formation had been in Fan Yuan's mind since his previous life. This was an ancient battle formation. He needed to gather 12 different types of immemorial year beasts, and use them as the core to form a great formation. The 12 zodiac battle formation was good at attacking. After assembling, it could move freely. Normally, the 12 archaic year beasts were sealed like statues, not moving at all. They didn't need to be fed. During battle, they would unseal themselves, form battle formations, and attack the enemy. There were many advantages to this formation. One of them was that it could save a lot of money on feeding expenses. In the previous life, Fan Yuan saw this point and planned to use this method to relieve the pressure of immortal aperture management. In this life, Fan Yuan was very rich. Saving on feeding expenses was secondary. What Fan Yuan valued was the great power of this array. Only primordial year beasts were qualified to be the core of the 12 zodiac battle formation. If he used ancient or desolate grade year beasts, Fan Yuan would not be able to form the 12 zodiac battle formation. From this, it could be seen that the 12 zodiac battle formation was a method that could suppress ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals. However, it seemed easy to gather 12 different types of immemorial year beasts, but it was actually very difficult. Not only did it depend on strength, it also depended on luck. In the previous life, Fan Yuan did not have the time and energy to spend on this. His luck was also bad. He did not manage to gather a complete set of battle formations during the Central Continent Gu Refinement War. There were many year beasts in the River of Time, but these year beasts were not evenly distributed. Instead, every once in a while, there would be a huge increase in the number of immemorial year beasts. Fan Yuan did not have absolute confidence that he could gather them in this life. But the manpower, resources, time, energy, and luck that he invested in this was far more than in the previous life. This was the truth. Time passed by quickly. Southern Border's righteous path was being extorted by Fan Yuan. They secretly thought of ways to deal with Fan Yuan, but they were afraid of harming him. Western Desert's righteous path was in a stalemate. Fan clan and Wan clan were debating endlessly. The other righteous path forces were restraining themselves, but there were turbulent undercurrents in the dark. In Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven had been working hard to gather the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world, but there was not much progress. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven had spent a lot of money to recruit Langya sect. This move made Northern Plains Gu immortals realize Longevity Heaven's sincerity. Their resistance was greatly reduced. But in this life, Langya blessed land had already been devoured by Fan Yuan. Eastern Sea was calm as usual. Occasionally, there were some small conflicts, but they did not amount to much. The most sensational matter was the Ascending Heaven Plane contest, but this matter had already been settled. Meanwhile, in Central Continent, Celestial Court was licking its wounds after losing the Battle of Langya sect. Fairy Myrtle wanted to find trouble with Fan Yuan, but she could do nothing about Fan Yuan's secluded cultivation. Even if he took action, he would disguise himself, making it hard for people to distinguish the real from the fake. The 5 regions Gu immortal world entered a temporary period of peace. Fan Yuan did not waste any time. He made full use of this rare period of peace to digest his gains and strengthen himself. Time cutting edge had been perfected again. 5 restriction profound light qi, after this period of hard work, had already reached the level of being able to use 5 different colored light qi. It was only a small distance away from mastering it. And the progress of his soul path cultivation was also very gratifying. Fan Yuan's soul had already surpassed 10 million man soul, reaching 100 million man soul. This was already the limit of a human. Before spectral soul demon Venerable appeared, in the long river of history, no matter how talented a person was, the peak of their soul was 100 million man soul. There was no higher. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Humans had the strongest intelligence, but in terms of strength, sharpness of claws and fangs, they could not compare to many other living beings. However, cultivation itself was a process of breaking one's own limits. When Gu masters used Gu worms, they could have the strength to suppress fierce beasts, sharper claws and fangs than fierce beasts. They could naturally have a more robust soul. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the first to create this method of breaking through limits. Fan Yuan had inherited Shadow Sex true inheritance, he had naturally grasped it. Beyond the level of human soul, the next level of cultivation was Desolate Soul. Although 100 million man soul was extremely condensed and could interfere with matter, it was still relatively weak. But at Desolate Soul level, there would be an earth-shattering breakthrough in battle strength. Just by relying on his soul, Fan Yuan could match most desolate beasts. In this aspect, the pinnacle was still Spectral Soul. In the Battle of Etian Mountain, he had relied on his own strength to resist the heavenly and human calamities. His demonic might and unparalleled divine abilities left an extremely deep impression on Fan Yuan. He could not help but yearn for it. But before I break through to Desolate Soul, I still have something to do. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Fan Yuan sent a portion of his soul into the long hair refinement path formation. When the grand formation was activated, it was like a raging inferno, and the light of the flames illuminated everything within a radius of 100 miles. He had already failed several times before. With experience, Fan Yuan's actions were familiar. Pay attention, add the main immortal material next. Fan Yuan ordered. Land Spirit of Langia, who was assisting, immediately nodded and assisted Fan Yuan in controlling the formation. There was a hidden space inside the formation, forming secret rooms that were specially used to store immortal materials. At this moment, a secret room opened and the immortal material inside was instantly thrown in. This immortal material was called Joyful Spring Light. It was rank 8, although it was a light path immortal material, it was condensed like a flower. The flower bloomed, the pure white petals were dotted with dots of red, there were even patches of parrot green. It was lifelike and tender, exuding vitality. Once the joyful spring light entered the fire, it melted into a pure white light that poured onto Fan Yuan's split soul. The stream of light tightly wrapped around the soul. The fire continued to burn and roast the soul. The supplementary materials were thrown in one after another. At the same time, the immortal Gu outside the formation were also being activated. The hairy man Gu immortals were also doing their best to assist. They were either handling the immortal materials, using hand seals to influence the fire, or inspecting the dregs. This was a group Gu refinement. The expenditure was much higher than individual Gu refinement, but the difficulty of the Gu refinement was also lower. In the previous life, Fan Yuan was alone. He naturally did not receive such treatment. In this life, after annexing Langya sect, his refinement path strength had already surpassed Celestial Court. How many refinement path Gu immortals had awakened in Celestial Court? Even among the refinement path great experts sleeping in the immortal graveyard, there were very few who had quasi-supreme Grand Master attainment level in refinement path. Of course, Celestial Court's treasury was extremely rich. This far surpassed Fan Yuan's. Even if Fan Yuan annexed the lifetime accumulation of these Gu immortals, he could not compare to celestial court. After refining for a while and seeing that everything was going well, Fan Yuan's spirits rose as he shouted. Next is Fake Pearl. Fake Pearl was not a pearl, it was a transformation path immortal material that could transform into any treasure. It was also at rank 8 level, it was the main material of this goo refinement like the previous bright dawn and spring light. Fake Pearl also quickly fused into the fire. Fan Yuan called out again. Bai Ningbing! Bai Ningbing nodded, she was already standing in a formation core. At this moment, she lightly cut her arm, a stream of blood flew out of the wound. Once the blood entered the blazing fire, with a whoosh, the scarlet fire turned into a bewitching red color. Moreover, a dense blood energy spread in the surroundings. Sixth Hair immediately took action, quickly gathering the blood energy and removing it from the outside. If he did not do this, the blood energy would cause a severe disturbance to the goo refinement. The blood energy decreased as it burned, it soon shrunk to the size of a fist, it was shrinking rapidly. Fan Yuan breathed in deeply, the other goo immortals also had solemn expressions. Next was another crucial step. Release the raging wave rising dragon fire, Fan Yuan ordered. The raging wave rising dragon fire had intelligence. Once it flew out, it wanted to escape the formation. But how could it do that? The long hair refinement path formation blocked it, forcing it to collide with the blood energy. The two flames were clearly separated at first, but soon, they fused together, forming a large lump of chaotic fire that was colorful. The chaotic fire also decreased as it burned, it was so thick that it made people cry. The thick smoke descended, wrapping around the flame and forming a pitch-black ball of smoke. Looking from outside, one could see the bright flame at the center of the ball of smoke. Boom! The ball of smoke lasted for an hour before it suddenly exploded. Countless traces of smoke danced like dragons, air currents surged, it was like the roar of a dragon, piercing everyone's ears. A dragon man goo master stood up from the smoke, taking large strides as he appeared. He had a strong body and a handsome face. His tall nose bridge and firm lips made him look like a peerless warrior. He was covered in golden dragon scales, his dragon eyes were amber, and there was a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his forehead. Seeing him, Land Spirit of Langia laughed loudly, waving its hands. Success! We succeeded! Chapter 1817. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Soul Path formation was already set up. The formation floated in the air, covering an area of about 3 miles. The dark light emitted by the formation was like a huge pancake, the edges were thick and the middle was thin. Inside the formation, cold winds blew and the temperature fell, but outside the formation, it was as usual. Fan Yuan scanned it several times with his divine sense and was satisfied. This formation is modified from a soul path killer move, it is more stable than a killer move, and the user can control it more exquisitely. This was a soul cultivation method recorded in the Shadow Sect True Inheritance. It could let the human soul break through its limits and reach the desolate soul level. Fan Yuan used his own formation path attainment as the foundation of this soul cultivation killer move to perfect improvement. After everything was prepared, Fan Yuan sent his 100 million man soul into the formation. A desolate beast soul core was held in Fan Yuan's hand. When his soul came to the center of the formation, he crushed the soul core. The soul core had already been dealt with in advance, and now that it was affected by the formation, it became extremely fragile. Once the soul core was crushed, it turned into mist and floated out. The formation sped up, causing the mist to spread rapidly, completely shrouding Fan Yuan's 100 million man soul. In the next few hours, the mist gradually thinned until it dissipated. Fan Yuan's 100 million man soul still looked the same as his sovereign immortal body. It was condensed and lifelike. Fan Yuan's soul's feelings and experience were very different from before. This is a desolate soul? Fan Yuan's soul looked at his hands. He could clearly feel that although his appearance did not change much, there was a surge of power surging within him. This power was completely unimaginable in his previous state. 100 million man soul could only interfere with matter, it was very dangerous to be surrounded by ordinary beasts and suffer. But the desolate soul's battle strength was completely different from the 100 million-man soul. Next is the actual combat test. Fan Yuan's soul flew out of the formation, eager to try. He was already prepared. A desolate beast was imprisoned not far away. Just as the desolate beast regained its freedom, it saw a blue-black soul the size of an adult flying towards it. With a loud roar, its ominous aura erupted. It opened its mouth and bit towards Fan Yuan's soul. At this critical moment, Fan Yuan's soul suddenly rose up, avoiding the desolate beast's bite and flying above its head. Fan Yuan's soul suddenly lifted its leg, and then its right leg chopped down like a battle axe. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain-like wild beast was severely injured and sent flying by Fan Yuan's kick. Again! Fan Yuan's soul shot out and chased after him, waving his fists and legs. How could a desolate beast's intelligence compare to Fan Yuan's? In addition to its large physique, Fan Yuan dodged it nimbly, so it could only passively take a beating. Fan Yuan's punches landed on the beast's flesh, and after a while, the dire beast was howling in pain. Finally, it lost its will to fight and turned to flee. Fan Yuan did not chase after them. He would arrange for someone to deal with them later. A faint excitement lingered in Fan Yuan's soul. I really possess desolate beast's battle strength. Together with my battle strength, ordinary desolate beasts are not my match in a one-on-one battle. However, my human soul could float, but after breaking through to desolate soul, I am completely unable to fly. I can only rely on goo worms. The reason why Fan Yuan could fly in battle was because his soul contained all kinds of immortal goo and beads of immortal essence. Some soul beasts could fly, while others could not. In Shadow Sect's true inheritance, when a human soul breaks through to desolate soul, it was impossible to gain the ability to fly. Because humans were innately unable to fly. The souls of feather men were different, they could fly. But feather men were not pure humans. Even Spectral Soul, who had cultivated his soul to the extreme, could only stand on the ground during the Battle of Yitian Mountain. He could not fly. The number of soul path down marks on my soul has increased explosively. It actually broke through the 10,000 mark. Previously, Fan Yuan's soul had very few soul path down marks, even though he had accumulated to 100 million man soul. This was because Fan Yuan used Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, the two sacred lands of soul cultivation. Using other soul cultivation methods would increase the number of down marks on his soul, allowing him to accumulate the same level of foundation. The body was the carrier of down marks, the soul was also the same. Not only could soul path carry down marks on the soul, other paths could also do the same. For example, time path. Southern Border's rank 8 Gu immortal Xia Cha had planted a defensive method on her soul. Her soul was covered in a web of time path down marks. This layer of defense had obstructed Fan Yuan's soul's search a lot in his previous life. After breaking through the limit and becoming a desolate soul, Fan Yuan could continue his soul path cultivation. The following journey would be much vaster and longer than human soul cultivation. 10 desolate soul, 100 desolate soul, 1,000 desolate soul, 10,000 desolate soul. Fan Yuan's desolate soul started to cultivate. The time path clone was deducing, while Fan Yuan's main body continued to research the Dragon Man clone. Even though this clone was created by himself, it still had research value. The Dragon Man clone's soul originally had the appearance of Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body. It had 30 million man soul foundation. But now, its appearance had changed greatly. It was identical to the Dragon Man body. It also had a dragon tail, dragon horns, dragon scales, and Dragon Man vertical pupils. Moreover, the soul path down marks on the soul had already been reduced to single digits. Its human soul foundation was at most a few dozen man soul. This was the result of Fan Yuan's refinement. It was also the level that Fan Yuan wanted to reach. The souls created by the split soul were all human souls. If it was paired with the Dragon Man body, it would only be a possession of a human soul. It would not be considered a complete Dragon Man. Fan Yuan created the Dragon Man clone in order to obtain the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Be it transformation path killer moves or human soul possession, they were not as safe as such a complete clone. After a period of arduous Gu refinement, Fan Yuan refined the Dragon Man body and the corresponding Dragon Man soul. Only like this could it be considered a complete clone. Fan Yuan's pure dream clone was only a half-finished product. The pure dream clone's body had no problems, but its soul was only Fan Yuan's human soul. Even though the pure dream clone was human to begin with, it was not compatible with Fan Yuan's split soul. It needed a long period of adjustment, and some soul path methods to completely transform Fan Yuan's split soul into the appearance of the body. Only then could it be considered a true match. In fact, when Fan Yuan first obtained the sovereign immortal body, his body and soul were also not compatible. Later, after a long period of cultivation, he used soul path methods to adjust them, finally reaching the current state of perfect compatibility. Dragonians were also mutants, so their physical bodies naturally had their own unique features. Rockmen had dense earth path Dao marks, snowmen specialized in ice and snow path, hairy men had refinement path Dao marks, mermen specialized in water path, while dragon men had innate enslavement path Dao marks. Dragon men had incredible talent in enslavement path. They were a natural king race. They could control other lifeforms more easily than other races. The influence of enslavement path Dao marks is not only external, it also has huge benefits for dragon men. According to Fan Yuan's deduction, with enslavement path Dao marks, the Dragon Man society was much tighter than other races. This tightness was not due to external factors, it was due to the Dragonman's innate talent. According to Fan Yuan's viewpoint, the influence of enslavement path Dao marks was far more important than the Dragonman's external influence. Dragonmen would be united, they would not be like other races, especially humans, who had internal strife and friction. As for enslavement path, it was specialized in attrition tactics. The cost of cultivating it was very high, but if it reached a certain scale, it could fight against many, defeating stronger opponents. Some paths had outstanding battle strength, like blood path, metal path, sword path, and so on. But fighting against many, defeating stronger opponents was something only a few paths had. For example, formation path. When Fan Yuan was immortal, he had used enslavement path methods to participate in the imperial court contest. Not long ago, he had used formation path methods to capture the southern border immortals. Fan Yuan suddenly thought of something. No wonder in my previous life, Dragon Palace was able to enslave Di Zunxing. This immortal Gu house should be an enslavement path immortal Gu house. Regarding Dragon Palace in his previous life, Fan Yuan did not know about the inside story. Even now, he did not understand why Bai Ningbing suddenly became the Dragon Palace Lord. But it did not matter. Even if the Dragon Man clone is useless, I still have a living Bai Ningbing. The Dragon Man clone was only a rank 1 Gu master. The next step was to nurture him and help him ascend to an immortal. The path he would take was probably enslavement path. The pure dream clone's aperture had already been sealed by Fan Yuan with great difficulty. The clone's soul continued to cultivate and transform, trying to perfectly match the body. These two clone souls might have some soul path cultivation, but they would not have the amount of the main body's soul, they would only have some superficial knowledge. Because different Dao marks would repel and interfere with each other. After cultivating for a while more, I can attack. Fan Yuan's eyes burned with eerie fire. Celestial Court's side was still under Fairy Myrtle's control. Central Great Hall. A piece of news made her frown disappear. That's right, old ancestor Shui who has accepted Princess Impatience's suggestion, he is accepting our funding. Longevity Heaven wanted to unify Northern Plains Gu immortal world, it showed great determination, thus lone immortals and demonic path were in great conflict. Fairy Myrtle thus made a bold plan and arranged for Princess Impatience to return to Northern Plains to persuade old ancestor Shui Hu. Old ancestor Shui Hu was unwilling and had a firm attitude, but under his wife's persuasion, he reluctantly nodded and agreed to cooperate with Celestial Court. Even though the cooperation is limited now, who knows in the future? Fairy Myrtle smiled confidently. Looking at the situation of the world. Northern Plains made important progress, Western Desert's righteous path was in a stalemate, and Celestial Court was fanning the flames behind the scenes. Central Continent was fine, Eastern sees several forces divided ascending heaven plane. But in the dark, Celestial Court was trying to find Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace. As for Southern Border, Fairy Myrtle's smile faded. Southern Border's situation was not optimistic. Southern Border's righteous path accepted Fan Yuan's extortion. Fairy Myrtle could not stop it. At the same time, the Southern Alliance was established. The Alliance leader position was vacant, but Tai Clan's beacon towers were already being set up everywhere. These two situations were bad news for Celestial Court. There is also Fan Yuan. He captured so many Southern Border Goo immortals and extorted a vast amount of immortal materials. He also has the entire refinement path Goo immortals of Langya sect as his subordinates. Fairy Myrtle was very concerned about Fan Yuan's situation. But this demon, Fan Yuan, was in hiding. She could not find him. Fairy Myrtle felt even greater pressure. She would rather see Fan Yuan jump around and do whatever he wanted. Right now, she could not even hear a trace of information about Fan Yuan's current situation. What is Fan Yuan doing? How much has his strength improved? When and where will he appear again? This final question did not bother Fairy Myrtle for long. About half a month later, she received a battle report. Fan Yuan suddenly appeared in the River of Time and fought with the four Xuanzi. Chapter 1818. Immortal Goo House Myriad Year Flying Warship was moving in the River of Time. Fan Yuan stood proudly at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. He wore a green robe, his black hair was like a waterfall, his handsome face had a pair of deep and dark pupils, he looked at the endless waves around him with a cold expression. Bai Ningbing and the rest were inside the Immortal Goo House, looking at the rank 7 aura circulating around Fan Yuan's body as he put on an act. Some felt a chill in their hearts, while others realized, no wonder Fan Yuan could move unhindered until now. If they had rank 8 cultivation level, they would have dominated an area long ago. But he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, not letting go of any chance to deceive the enemy. Some sighed. Both sides had not even come into contact, but Fan Yuan had already started to mislead the enemy. This was a battle of intelligence and strategy. This battle had already started the moment Myriad Year Flying Warship appeared in the River of Time. Fan Yuan had his own plans. If he could not expose his rank 8 cultivation level, he would not expose it. Because once it was exposed, the secret of the sovereign immortal body would not be able to be concealed. In the previous life, this secret was exposed, but in this life, this secret seemed to have not been discovered yet. As for the secret of rebirth, it will probably be exposed after this battle. Fan Yuan estimated in his mind. So what if it was exposed? Fan Yuan felt that this was the time to expose it. The significance of this battle was extremely huge. Although Fan Yuan had been vigilant and paid attention to the ink effect, he would not be careless when it was time to make a move. Advancing and retreating, attacking and defending at will, he had already grasped all of this. He was extremely shrewd and ruthless. A pavilion was situated in the River of Time. The pavilion had openings on all sides, it had a simple structure. The pavilion cover seemed to be woven from yellow grass, the pavilion pillars were gray-white stones that had not been polished. There was a screen in the pavilion. It was the most luxurious decoration. It was the rank 7 time path Immortal Goo House present and past pavilion. Central Continent's 4 time path Goo immortals were standing in present and past pavilion. They were the 4 Xuanzi. They discovered Myriad Year Flying Warship the moment it appeared. The 4 Xuanzi immediately reported this information to Fairy Myrtle. They did not dare to delay. Fan Yuan has finally appeared. That's right. We 4 siblings have not waited here for so long in vain. He still has rank 7 cultivation level, but he has a rank 8 Immortal Goo House. What Immortal Goo House is this? I've never heard of it. It seems to be a time path Immortal Goo House. The 4 Xuanzi did not make the first move. In their opinion, the present and past pavilion was best at scouting in the River of Time. At this moment, they were extremely far away from Fan Yuan. They could detect Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan couldn't detect them. They only had rank 7 cultivation level, it was only because they cultivated time path that they were chosen by the high and mighty celestial court to suppress this place. Moreover, the four Xuanzi were not celestial court Gu immortals. Their next move would depend on Fairy Myrtle's arrangements and orders. Myriad-year flying warship carried Fan Yuan and drifted slowly at first. Fan Yuan looked around from the bow of the ship, seemingly searching for something. It seems that Fan Yuan is here to find Red Lotus true inheritance. He did not discover us after all. Has Lady Ziwei not given any orders? Within present and past pavilion, the four Xuanzi stared at Fan Yuan with deep concern. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was joyful at first before becoming suspicious. She was joyful because Fan Yuan had finally appeared. She was not afraid of him not appearing, she was afraid of him hiding and not knowing what he was up to. Honestly speaking, as long as Fan Yuan did not appear, Fairy Myrtle felt even more pressure. She did not know what Fan Yuan was up to. But now that Fan Yuan had appeared, Fairy Myrtle let out a sigh of relief inwardly. Good, come! I want to see how much you have grown. I will definitely make good use of this opportunity to kill you. Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with killing intent. As for that rank 8 immortal Gu house, is that the source of your confidence? Fan Yuan. Fairy Myrtle could not help but feel slightly bewildered. This rank 8 immortal Gu house appeared without any warning. According to common sense, even super forces could not conceal the construction of an immortal Gu house. Many traces would be exposed. Because there were simply too many things to prepare. During the construction of an immortal Gu house, the commotion would not be small and would be discovered by others. Fan Yuan was not an exception. But the process of his accumulation was in the previous life. Fairy Myrtle could not discover it. How did Fan Yuan suddenly obtain a time path immortal Gu house, and it is rank 8? What abilities and methods does this boat-shaped immortal Gu house have? Thoughts collided in Fairy Myrtle's mind as purple chi spread rapidly in Central Great Hall. She quickly deduced and made her decision. She estimated that even if this time path immortal Gu house was rank 8, its strength would be limited. Because it appeared too suddenly, there were no records of this boat in history. It was likely that Fan Yuan used the immortal Gu to test it out in a hurry. Moreover, regardless of whether it was strong or weak, the Celestial Court needed to probe it and stop Fan Yuan from obtaining Red Lotus true inheritance. Fairy Myrtle quickly ordered Qin Yi to move Eternal Yacht to present and past pavilion. A detailed and clear topographic map immediately appeared in her mind. When Eternal Yacht meets up with present and past pavilion, we will have them attack Fan Yuan from the front and back. Fairy Myrtle's gaze was sharp as a blade. Earlier, present and past pavilion was monitoring the river while Eternal Yacht was moving around, searching for Red Lotus true inheritance. Now, Eternal Yacht was already rushing over under Fairy Myrtle's orders. In the River of Time, the four Xuanzi also received Fairy Myrtle's orders. They are going to attack. According to Fan Yuan's speed and direction, he will leave present and past pavilion's range soon. We will attack first and restrain Fan Yuan, luring him here. Then, Eternal Yacht will attack him from behind. Attack! The four Xuanzi quickly controlled present and past pavilion, causing huge waves in the River of Time. The waves were like a huge army crashing towards Myriad-year flying warship. They finally attacked! Inside Myriad-year flying warship, a variant human Gu immortal shouted in excitement. Fan Yuan purposely appeared near present and past pavilion to lure the latter into attacking. Lord Sect Leader is so bad, he clearly does not want to expose the fact that he has already discovered present and past pavilion. He is pretending to be ignorant. The other party has been deceived. Lady White Rabbit's long eyelashes fluttered as her eyes shined with a bright light. She had learned another sinister move. Fan Yuan gasped. He frowned as he sensed the change in the river. The four Xuanzi could clearly see the minute changes in his expression. Fan Yuan found something amiss. He is controlling that rank 8 immortal Gu house to charge towards us. Don't worry, we are far away from him. So fast! The speed displayed by Myriad-year flying warship shocked the four Xuanzi. A moment ago, they were still calm and composed, but now, their expressions changed as their bodies and minds shook. In the waves, myriad-year flying warship was like a swordfish. It pierced through the waves and charged towards present and past pavilion with incredible speed. Increase the strength! The eldest of the four Xuanzi, Shang Xuanzi, shouted. Present and past pavilion let out a dazzling light. The waves created were tens of feet tall. Like a tsunami, they submerged myriad-year flying warship. Boom! 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 Myriad-year flying warship was covered in a layer of silver light. It crashed through the waves again and again. Its speed became even faster. It was like a peerless sword stabbing towards them. The four Xuanzi were pale. Their eyes were filled with shock. Fan Yuan was too fast and ferocious. They felt uneasy. Zhong Xuanzi quickly shouted. Quick, use that move! Present and past pavilion's light shone even brighter. It was like a grand pillar of light that soared into the sky. Under present and past pavilion's influence, the water around myriad-year flying warship underwent a strange change, turning into a huge whirlpool in the blink of an eye. The whirlpool's water flow was rapid. It barely trapped myriad-year flying warship. The four Xuanzi let out a sigh of relief. We finally trapped it. This immortal goo house's speed is astonishing. In just a few breaths of time, it has already traversed more than half the distance. But it is already trapped by us now. Let's test it out and see what kind of power it has. The whirlpool's water flow became even more rapid. The waves changed into sawtooth shapes. Countless sawteeth surrounded myriad-year flying warship, gnawing and grinding at its body. Myriad-year flying warship was stuck in the center of the whirlpool. Fan Yuan's expression was cold. Sun Guozi revealed a shocked expression. Such a tough immortal goo house, even the sawtooth whirlpool cannot break its protective light. Xia Xuanzi patted Sun Guozi's shoulder and consoled. Don't worry, it has only been less than 10 breaths of time. If we continue to grind and gnaw at it, it will collapse. Although he said that, the four Xuanzi were astonished. They knew the power of the sawtooth whirlpool killer move. This was present and past pavilion's strongest offensive method. Ordinary goo immortals would be sliced into pieces in the blink of an eye. None of the four Xuanzi could last for 3 breaths of time. Even present and past pavilion itself would become unstable after entering it. A large number of goo worms would die. But looking at it now, myriad-year flying warship was completely unscathed. It was even somewhat peaceful. The four Xuanzi felt a chill in their hearts. It is a rank 8 immortal goo house after all. Where is Eternal Yacht now? Oh no, the situation is bad. Sun Guozi suddenly shouted. The other 3 Xuanzi quickly looked over, only to see that the water flow around myriad-year flying warship was changing rapidly, from the sawtooth whirlpool to a silver-white torrent. The torrent moved around myriad-year flying warship. In just a few breaths of time, the torrent had expanded by more than 10 times. Present and past pavilion has methods to manipulate the river. How can our myriad-year flying warship not have them? The variant human goo immortals in the room laughed heartily. Charge! Fan Yuan instructed plainly. Boom! Like a gushing waterfall or a torrent, the torrent around myriad-year flying warship surged and surged forward. Myriad-year flying warship easily broke through the damaged sawtooth whirlpool under the pressure of the torrent, charging towards the four Xuanzi with a fierce momentum. Chapter 18-19. It is charging over. Quickly block it. Increase present and past pavilion's power to the maximum. The four Xuanzi's minds were in chaos. Present and past pavilion buzzed as the screens in the pavilion emitted thick smoke. The pavilion shot out a pillar of light that was almost solid. Myriad-year flying warship approached present and past pavilion. Crash into it. Fan Yuan sneered, standing proudly at the bow of the ship. But in an instant, present and past pavilion resisted with all its might. Myriad-year flying warship's momentum became extremely slow. Killer move, deceleration? Break it. Fan Yuan was familiar with this move. He ordered as myriad-year flying warship's silver light suddenly condensed. Swoosh! With a soft sound, present and past pavilion's killer move was broken. Myriad-year flying warship regained its original speed and crashed into present and past pavilion with a loud sound. Present and past pavilion was not specialized in defense. Fan Yuan had personally destroyed it in the past. Now that it encountered the stronger and faster myriad-year flying warship, it immediately collapsed. The pavilion's cover was blown away, the pavilion's pillars were broken, the screens were broken, and the pavilion's foundation was destroyed. The four Shunzi coughed out large amounts of blood, plop plop plop, they fell into the river of time. Without present and past pavilion's protection, the four Shunzi completely lost the ability to retaliate against Fan Yuan. In a short while, Fan Yuan killed them all. They still had rank 7 cultivation level. Like Lu Hao, they did not join the Celestial Court and kept their immortal apertures. But their immortal goo were already destroyed by them. Fan Yuan had just retrieved their corpses and the scattered immortal goo when Eternal Yacht arrived. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qin Yi was standing on Eternal Yacht. He saw the four Xuanzi corpses on the deck of myriad-year flying warship and his expression changed. Fan Yuan, you demon, I will make you pay with your blood. Fan Yuan turned around and smiled lightly. Another one is here to die. Myriad-year flying warship did not say anything. Silver light shrouded it as currents surged under it, attacking Eternal Yacht. Its ferocious charge immediately caused a commotion among the Gu immortals in Eternal Yacht. Veins were popping on Qin Ye's forehead. He hesitated for a moment before giving a wise order. We will hide for now, don't fight this rank 8 immortal Gu house head on. Although the four Xuanzi had died in battle, the battle report had been sent out in time. Fairy Myrtle and Qin Yi had learned a lot about myriad-year flying warship. However, how could it be that easy for Hangzhou to escape? Myriad-year flying warship's speed soared. It actually broke through its previous limit and became faster and faster. This immortal Gu house, even though it was called a flying carriage, it was in the shape of a boat. Right now, it was like a silver meteor, flying close to the river of time. The Eternal Ark was in the shape of a ship, and it was much bigger than the myriad-year flying warship. Even if they wanted to avoid it, their speed wasn't fast, so how could they avoid it? Boom! With a loud bang, the Eternal Yacht trembled twice, and a large hole appeared in the front of the hull. Fan Yuan's myriad-year flying warship actually smashed through the Eternal Ark. How is this possible? Just now, the Eternal Yacht had already activated its strongest defensive method, but it could not even block one attack from Fan Yuan. The truth was so shocking that Qin Ye's eyes were popping out of their sockets. Lord, that scoundrel Fan Yuan is charging over again. The Gu immortals inside the Eternal Yacht shouted in shock. The moment they said that, with a loud bang, myriad-year flying warships smashed through the Eternal Yacht. The Eternal Yacht shook intensely. Qin Yi staggered and could not stand stably. His fighting spirit was on the verge of collapsing. How could he fight like this? The Gu worms inside the Eternal Yacht had suffered huge losses. It would scatter after a few more collisions. Many Gu immortals had pale expressions and cold sweat. Fortunately, at this time, they heard Qin Ye's order. Retreat! The Eternal Yacht turned around and retreated resolutely. You think you can escape? Fan Yuan sneered. Boom, boom, boom. Myriad-year flying warship pierced through the Eternal Yacht again and again. The Eternal Yacht used killer moves to resist, but Fan Yuan had already dealt with it. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. As long as the Celestial Court did not have any huge changes, Fan Yuan would definitely be the final winner. The outcome of this battle was already decided from the start. Thus, when Eternal Yacht was destroyed and Qin Yi fell into the river of time, no one on Fan Yuan's side was surprised. Kill him! Without needing Fan Yuan's order, the other Gu immortals inside the warship shouted at the same time. Killing intent surged. Myriad-year flying warship dove into the river and crashed towards Qin Yi like a vicious shark. Qin Yi used all his strength to use defensive methods. But in the river of time, as a dark path Gu immortal, he was suppressed to an extreme level. Boom! The myriad-year flying warship directly smashed his black shield and sent him flying. Qin Yi coughed out large amounts of blood. He endured the intense pain and tried to rush out of the river. Seeing that the river was in sight, he was shocked to find that myriad-year flying warship had been waiting for a long time. Boom! With another loud sound, the bottom of myriad-year flying warship directly smashed into Qin Ye's head. A large part of Qin Ye's head caved in from the impact. He felt dizzy and his vision blurred. The huge force transmitted through his whole body, his spine, sternum and so on were all broken. Gurgle gurgle. Large amounts of the water of the river of time flowed into his mouth. The huge impact force slapped him into the depths of the river like a rubber ball. He's still not dead? Bing Yuan was speechless at Qin Ye's strong vitality. Then let's do it again. The Rockman First Supreme Elder's eyes were bloodshot. He was already in high spirits. Taking advantage of his weakness, myriad-year flying warship was like a killer as it launched a fatal pursuit. Boom! The third time, Qin Yi was heavily injured again. From his right shoulder down, more than half of his chest had been smashed into a pile of rotten flesh, and all of his internal organs had been crushed. Qin Yi stared with wide eyes at myriad-year flying warship. He still wanted to struggle, but he had no strength left. Eventually, he became a floating corpse, losing his life. He's dead, he's really dead. This is a rank 8 Gu immortal. We really killed him. The variant human Gu immortals were overjoyed, even by Ning Bing, He Lulan and the rest were moved. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit were also very excited. Killing a rank 8 Gu immortal, such an achievement was too rare. Even though they had borrowed a lot of external strength, just this achievement itself was enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Fan Yuan fished out Qin Ye's corpse, but unfortunately his soul had already dissipated. This Qin Yi is a ruthless person, he actually destroyed his own soul at the crucial moment. But this body is also a top-grade immortal material. I can research Phantom Path. Celestial Court possessed the supreme profundity of Phantom Path. Precisely because of this, members of Celestial Court could obtain phantom apertures after contributing their immortal apertures. They could leave Celestial Court and fight outside. Once Celestial Court Gu immortals died, the phantom aperture would dissipate on its own, all the Gu worms inside would remain, even most of the down marks would vanish. All in all, when fighting against Celestial Court Gu immortals, even if they won, there would be few benefits. But after Langya Blessed Land was annexed, the land spirit of Langya told Fan Yuan that the corpses of Celestial Court Gu immortals had other profundities. They contained the supreme profundity of Phantom Path. If Fan Yuan could comprehend some Phantom Path profundities from these corpses, he might be able to unravel Celestial Court's Phantom Path. He might even be able to get hold of Celestial Court's weakness. Even if he could not do anything to Celestial Court, with this Phantom Path method, Fan Yuan could use it on himself. With the Phantom Aperture method, Fan Yuan would be able to control Ing Wu Xie and the rest even more harshly. This was a great weapon to ensure their loyalty. Myriad-year flying warship continued to clean up the battlefield. The Gu immortals on Fan Yuan's side were very excited. Their long years of training had finally paid off. In this attack, they destroyed 2 immortal Gu houses. They even lost over 10 Gu immortals. Present and past pavilion had the 4 Xuanzi, while Eternal Yacht had even more Gu immortals. Immortal Gu houses originated from immortal formations. They normally needed many Gu immortals to control them together. They could be more flexible and comprehensive. Some immortal Gu houses had very strict requirements for the number of Gu immortals inside. They could not have one more or one less. Very few immortal Gu houses only needed one person to control them. None of these Gu immortals escaped with their lives. Their corpses were placed at the side and their souls were suppressed. The battle ended, but Fan Yuan was not in a hurry to leave. He was patrolling on the river surface, waiting for reinforcements from Celestial Court. Lady White Rabbit, Bing Yuan, Shizong, and the other Gu immortals discussed. They were still very excited. They talked about the rank 8 Gu immortal Qin Yi the most. Speaking of which, Qin Yi was quite unlucky. Once Eternal Yacht was destroyed, he was greatly suppressed in the River of Time. It would be good if he could use 20 to 30% of his original strength. This place was filled with time path down marks. It was the densest in the world. Precisely so, time path methods were very useful. Their power was amplified. As for other methods like Great Thief Ghost Hand, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and others, they were all greatly suppressed. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle had a pale expression. She was in a daze. She had obtained the latest battle report. Fan Yuan used the rank 8 Immortal Goo House to destroy present and past pavilion and eternal yacht. Even Qin Yi died? Fairy Myrtle found it hard to believe. She had been planning earlier. She wanted to control Fan Yuan remotely. Even if she could not kill him now, she wanted to chase him away. Then, the two great combat powers that she had placed so much importance on actually collapsed and fell apart. The speed of this defeat is too fast. This does not make sense. Even though present and past pavilion and eternal yacht were only rank 7, they were outstanding, their structures were exquisite, and they had abundant and comprehensive methods. If not for this, Fairy Myrtle would not have mobilized these two Immortal Goo houses to attack Fan Yuan. What was the problem? Looking at the battle report, Fan Yuan's mysterious time path Immortal Goo house might be rank 8, but its methods are limited. Other than using the water of the River of Time to accelerate itself, its strongest aspect is its toughness. Myriad-year flying warships' fighting method could only be described in one word, that was to collide. If it was described in one word, head-on collision. If it was described in one word, accelerated collision. Evidently, this battle tactic was very simple. But why did it succeed? That was because during the battle, present and past pavilion and eternal yacht's methods, especially their defensive measures, were instantly broken by Fan Yuan. Fairy Myrtle jumped up from her seat. She could not sit still anymore. Her forehead was covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. It seems that Fan Yuan has really revived. He has a deep understanding of present and past pavilion and eternal yacht. He made the most effective countermeasures and researched killer moves to counter them. Thus, present and past pavilion and eternal yacht are extremely weak. They have no way to retaliate. Just like Fan Yuan expected, Fairy Myrtle had serious doubts. After this battle, she was certain that Fan Yuan had revived. What do we do? Fan Yuan has a rank 8 Immortal Goo house now. He can move freely in the River of Time. Our 3 Immortal Goo houses are still being constructed. Should we stop it? He has revived. He is likely very familiar with these 3 Immortal Goo houses. If we stop it and change to another Immortal Goo house, will it be too late? The reason why Fan Yuan entered the River of Time is definitely to search for Red Lotus' true inheritance. If he succeeds, it would be terrible. The consequences would be far worse than losing Langya blessed land. Chapter 1820. Following the tributary of the River of Time, Fan Yuan and the rest returned to southern border. Even though the immortals were in good condition and had high morale, they still needed to rest and recuperate after the battle. Our gains from this battle are quite good. Fan Yuan inspected the corpses that he had salvaged. Other than rank 8 Goo Immortal Qin Yi, these Central Continent rank 7 Goo Immortals were mostly from the 10 great ancient sects. They did not have the qualifications to join Celestial Court, so they did not contribute their immortal apertures. Most of the goo worms were destroyed, but these immortal apertures were still intact. There were also 1 or 2 immortal goo that were luckily preserved after the 2 immortal goo houses were destroyed. In the following period of time, Fan Yuan was prepared to inspect these immortal apertures and see if there were any problems. If there were no problems, he would devour them. Of course, there were some Goo immortals like Fan Yuan who could not devour apertures because his path attainment level was not high enough. In fact, there were some such people among the southern border captives. The loot is just a bonus. The true meaning of this battle is that I finally got rid of the passive situation. This is the first time I have the initiative in this battle against Celestial Court. Fan Yuan had used the perfect timing in this battle. If he fought earlier, he would not have the Immortal Goo House Myriad-year flying warship. He would have to expose his rank 8 cultivation level. This was not good. Because once his rank 8 cultivation level was exposed, Celestial Court would find out that Fan Yuan had not undergone tribulation. The secret of the sovereign immortal aperture would also be exposed. If the battle was delayed, Celestial Court would not just have these 2 Immortal Goo houses. In the previous life, Fan Yuan had encountered 4-time path Immortal Goo houses. After destroying Eternal Yacht and Present and Past Pavilion, Celestial Court fell into an extremely passive situation. Celestial Court was afraid that Fan Yuan would obtain Red Lotus' true inheritance. They would definitely send more troops in the River of Time to stop Fan Yuan. However, after Lord Huangshi, Celestial Court lacked Time Path rank 8s. They could only use Qin Yi and Time Path Immortal Gu houses as replacements. This way, Fan Yuan had another chance to break through. Just like how Fan Yuan destroyed the Eternal Ship and the present and past pavilion. However, even if the Celestial Court knew this, they still needed to investigate as soon as possible and try their best to stop it, even if they had to pay a great price. In my previous life, the Celestial Court defended the River of Time impenetrably. But in this life, the River of Time has become a place that the Celestial Court must save. It is also the best battlefield for me to weaken the Celestial Court and allow the Celestial Court to continue bleeding. Fan Yuan was almost certain of the Celestial Court's reaction. Just like how the Celestial Court had the strategic advantage of Fate Gu, forcing the 4 regions Gu immortals to attack Central Continent and the Celestial Court. Fan Yuan relied on the pretense of being a true disciple of Red Lotus to force the Celestial Court to send more troops to the River of Time. But this way, the secret of my rebirth should not be able to be kept. During the Battle of Langya Domain, Fairy Myrtle already had serious suspicions. During this period of time, Fan Yuan captured the southern border pursuers and went on a killing spree in the River of Time. If Fairy Myrtle still could not confirm that Fan Yuan had reborn, she would not be Fairy Myrtle. Fan Yuan would not underestimate Fairy Myrtle, he understood her very well. Often, those who understood you were not your friends, but your enemies. Sure enough, a few days later, Fairy Myrtle announced in Jewel Yellow Skies that Fan Yuan had been reborn and had obtained a rank 8 Time Path Immortal Gu house. Once the news spread, it quickly spread everywhere. Fan Yuan's influence rose to another level, the world was in an uproar. How long has it been? Fan Yuan has already become a demonic path overlord, he is a pillar of the world. Earlier, Fan Yuan had that reverse flow river killer move that could reflect the attacks of rank 8 Gu immortals, he was undefeatable. Now he has a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. Isn't this too fast? The Immortal Gu house seems to have come out of the ground. Since he has been reborn, the Immortal Gu house is not too sudden. Don't forget, he annexed Langya Blessed Land, he has a deep foundation here. The discussion naturally spread to the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court seems to be very weak, they have never had any effective methods against Fan Yuan. The Great Celestial Court can only lose again and then announce Fan Yuan's information afterwards. It is not that the Celestial Court is weak, but they have no way to deal with Fan Yuan. Normally speaking, demonic path Gu immortals, even if they have rank 8 cultivation level, would not be as high profile as Fan Yuan. That's right. Demonic path Gu immortals are always alone. If they offend the righteous path, many forces will work together and use information path to gather information, while using wisdom path to deduce their location, and then work together to pursue them. Just like how the southern border immortals chased after him earlier. But what about Fan Yuan? He can actually defend against the Celestial Court's deductions in wisdom path. He also has fixed immortal travel moving around, it is hard to capture him. His formation path strength is also very powerful, he will definitely be able to see through the ambush and even make use of the time path formation to capture the southern border pursuing team. He even annexed Langya Blessed Land, his refinement path attainment level is at least Great Grand Master. The Gu immortals discussed deeply, they were shocked to find that Fan Yuan was so talented, he cultivated many paths, his talent was shocking and shocking. I finally understand, he is a monster! Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Most Gu immortals, even rank 8, cultivated only one path, who could be like Fan Yuan, who could take care of so many paths. If they took care of so many paths, their energy, resources, and time would be scattered, and Gu immortals would often achieve nothing. Actually, Fan Yuan had wanted to cultivate only one path before, but he had no choice. Before this, he had been fighting alone, under the pressure of external enemies. How could he not cultivate wisdom path? How could his battle strength increase if he did not cultivate soul path? How could he capture the southern border immortals without formation path? You can't say that, no matter how bad Fan Yuan's talent is, as long as he has Spring-Autumn Cicada, he can revive again and again, he can use the same amount of time to accumulate different things. That's right, with Spring-Autumn Cicada, even if he fails again, he can have countless chances to start over. The experience of failure can also be accumulated. Even a stupid pig can naturally succeed after failing many times, right? Spring-Autumn Cicada, as expected of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital goo, it is truly amazing. On the mystical goo list, Spring-Autumn Cicada's ranking should be raised again. Its current ranking is still too low for such a mystical goo. Because of Fan Yuan, Spring-Autumn Cicada's ranking has indeed been raised again, but I feel that everyone should not overestimate Spring-Autumn Cicada. It is only a goo worm after all, there are many methods to restrain it. The reason why Fan Yuan is so powerful is largely because he is an otherworldly demon. Indeed. The combination of the otherworldly demon and Spring-Autumn Cicada is truly too perfect. However, other than otherworldly demons, it is very difficult for other people to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to have a huge change in their lives. Fan Yuan saw this and after careful consideration, he decisively spread the video of the battle in the River of Time to jewel yellow skies. He even said, "Celestial Court, my counterattack has just begun. After I obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance from the River of Time, I will thoroughly destroy your Fate Goo. In the previous life, you succeeded in repairing Fate Goo, that was because your foundation was deep and beyond my expectations. But there are too few knowledgeable Goo immortals in the 4 regions, many rank 8 experts are still being secretly restrained by you. There are also many Goo immortals who are still naive and do not know the fatal threat of Fate Goo. All of you, just you wait." Once these words were said, the Goo immortal world of the 5 regions fell into silence. Next, even more terrifying public opinion erupted like a volcano, flooding down like a torrent. "Oh heavens, Fan Yuan is directly provoking the Celestial Court. How many years has it been since something like this happened? How many years is it? Throughout history, there have not been many like this. Very few people do this, and even fewer people can truly pose a threat to the Celestial Court. Fan Yuan might only have rank 7 cultivation level now, but he can already match rank 8. He annexed Langya Blessed Land, he has a large number of variant human Goo immortals and even a rank 8 time path immortal Goo house. What is even more terrifying is that he seems to have the exact information of Red Lotus True Inheritance, if he really obtains the Demon Venerable's True Inheritance. Terrifying. If this continues, Fan Yuan will become the new Demon Venerable. Sigh, the people of heaven are so innocent. Is another Demon Venerable going to appear and bring disaster to the world? We cannot easily become enemies with Fan Yuan. Take a good look at this video. The killer moves of the 2 immortal Goo houses of the Celestial Court were all broken by Fan Yuan. Clearly, Fan Yuan had experienced it in his previous life and found a way to break it in this life. The cooperation of Spring-Autumn Cicada and an otherworldly demon is simply too shameless. The Goo immortal world discussed intensely, gradually forming a kind of panic. A kind of fear towards Fan Yuan. In the past, Goo immortals felt more wariness, hatred, and jealousy towards the existence of Fan Yuan. But now, fear was gradually taking over. Goo immortals knew that Fan Yuan was not to be trifled with, but the current Fan Yuan was also not to be trifled with. Even a colossal force like the Celestial Court, the strongest righteous path force in the 5 regions, had its dignity trampled on by Fan Yuan time and time again. Even now, they could not do anything to Fan Yuan. Southern border, Wu clan. Wu Yong had a dark gaze. Fan Yuan. Celestial Court. Qi clan. Qi Chu Yu's expression was ashen. He finally realized the possibility. The traitor has not been found. Maybe this is a secret that was exposed in my previous life. If I had made a deal with Fan Yuan in my previous life, doesn't that mean I am the traitor? Thinking of this, Qi Chu Yu was stunned. Western Desert, Tang clan. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder were talking in secret. This demon Fan Yuan is getting stronger and stronger. If his relationship with our clan is exposed, the Celestial Court will definitely exterminate our clan. We are already cooperating with Fa Yuan. Fa Yuan is very powerful now. This relationship cannot be stopped. We need to be even more careful from now on. If he really becomes a demon venerable in the future, it will be a great opportunity for our Tang clan to develop. Shi clan. In the secret room, the first Supreme Elder smiled. Interesting. The Celestial Court wants the whole world to attack Fan Yuan. And Fan Yuan is also spreading the threat and weakness of the Celestial Court. He wants the Gu immortals of the 4 regions to attack the Celestial Court. Chapter 1821. Celestial Court, Immortal Graveyard. An indescribable change occurred. A lump of firelight was faint at first, but after a while, the firelight expanded and spread, dyeing the sky of the immortal graveyard red. The firelight illuminated the world. It immediately attracted the attention of Fairy Myrtle and the other members of the Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle immediately rushed to the entrance of the immortal graveyard. She found that there were specks of silver-white light in the midst of the firelight. It was like countless diamonds were decorating the red curtain. The firelight dissipated. An old Gu immortal wearing a crimson robe walked out from the depths of the immortal graveyard with large strides. The diamonds of light gathered. An old man sitting in a wooden wheelchair walked out from the warm light. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light. She was pleasantly surprised to find that she knew the identities of these 2 old Gu immortals. The old man in the crimson robe was Li Huang, a fire path great expert. The old man in the wooden chair was Gu Lu, a time path great expert. Junior Ziwei greets seniors. Fairy Myrtle greeted. Gu Lu nodded, not speaking. He was pale and sickly, his body was thin, he had experienced many hardships in his life, his lower body was paralyzed and could not be healed, he had a cold personality. Li Huang spoke. We did not wake up from our slumber for no reason, it is definitely because the Celestial Court needs our strength. I wonder what the current situation is. Fairy Myrtle said in embarrassment. She immediately told the 2 clearly about the current situation. Fan Yuan? To think that such a demon would appear in this world. An unprecedented great era has descended, there will always be some chaos. However, the demonic Tao was running amok, wasn't it a little too savage? In the end, it is still the seed planted by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Li Huang snorted coldly. His face was filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Gu Lu's expression was as cold as ice, his tone calm. Fortunately, the overall situation is still in my hands. As long as Fate Gu is completely restored in a few years, the Celestial Court will still be in an invincible position. No matter how strong that Fan Yuan is, he will not be able to cause too much of a ripple. Next, he said to Fairy Myrtle. You are a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, you should lead the Celestial Court. What do you want us 2 old men to do next? Just say it. There's no need to hold back. Fairy Myrtle showed joy on her face. Seniors, you have just woken up, of course you need to rest and prepare your immortal Gu to recover your battle strength. Now that the River of Time has lost control, I, Fanjing, am prepared to build a Time Path Immortal Gu house regardless of the cost. He also had to set up the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation in the River of Time. Seniors, it would be best if you could oversee the River of Time. Gu Lu and Li Huang glanced at each other. The former nodded slightly, while the latter laughed. So be it. Let me deal with this little demon venerable. In terms of battle strength, Li Huang was naturally stronger than Gu Lu, but Fairy Myrtle was more happy about Gu Lu's appearance. This Time Path great expert woke up in time and filled the gap in Time Path in the Celestial Court, resolving Fairy Myrtle's urgent problem. But does Fan Yuan know that these 2 have woken up after rebirth? Fairy Myrtle thought of Fan Yuan and frowned. Fan Yuan could be reborn. It was very troublesome to fight against such an enemy. It made people doubt their own decisions. Fairy Myrtle did not know, in the previous life, only Li Huang had woken up at the same time. And Gu Lu had woken up at the final moment, when Longevity Heaven attacked the Celestial Court. At that time, Gu Lu and He Fan fought intensely. They were evenly matched, but he was killed by Lu's sneak attack. Fan Yuan attacked prematurely, defeating Eternal Yacht and Present and Past Pavilion. He even killed Xinyi, causing the ink effect, causing Guluru to wake up prematurely. This rank 8 time path great expert, in an environment like the River of Time, would definitely be a huge obstacle to Fan Yuan. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. Fan Yuan's divine sense enveloped this swamp. There was extremely fertile and high-quality silt here. Above the silt was a layer of clear river water that was knee-deep. This was the resource point that Fan Yuan had just created, Misty Flower Extreme Swamp. Extreme Swamp was vast and boundless. Every few li, there would be a desolate plant extreme swamp flower bud that was as big as a house. When the extreme swamp flower bloomed, its petals were connected and shaped like a trumpet. They were mostly white, with a few having traces of pink. And from the center of the extreme swamp flower, traces of white mist would gradually spread out. This extreme swamp mist was Regret Gu's food. The troublesome aspect of Regret Gu's feeding was that the ingredients were hard to store. Extreme swamp flower mist needed to be fresh, so the best method was to create a corresponding resource point in the immortal aperture. In the previous life, Fan Yuan had created this misty flower extreme swamp, but that was only after he obtained Regret Gu. But in this life, because he had a lot of money, Fan Yuan had set it up in advance. Although he had not obtained Regret Gu yet, he had prepared ahead of time. Once Regret Gu was in his hands, he would not have to worry about feeding it. Even before he obtained Regret Gu, Fan Yuan had already solved the problem of feeding it. He was already self-sufficient with the immortal Gu he had. Not long ago, he had obtained rank 8 immortal Gu Jiada from Ba Ba, and Fan Yuan had also finished gathering them, creating a specialized sea area in Mini Eastern Sea. Furthermore, he brought in an entire group of water spider beasts, so that the rank 8 immortal Gu Jiada had sufficient food. Naturally, these water spiders were obtained from Fan Yuan's extortion of Southern Border's righteous path. Even though Fan Yuan had already annexed most of the Southern Border captives' immortal apertures, and even searched through their souls, Southern Border's righteous path did not know this. They obediently endured Fan Yuan's extortion. Just like how Celestial Court did not know that the true inheritance that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left for Fan Yuan did not have a way to destroy Fate Gu. But Celestial Court was afraid that the situation would turn bad. They did their best to recover from their disadvantage in the River of Time. There was a saying on Earth in the art of war: the best strategy is to attack the enemy, the second is to attack the enemy, the third is to attack the enemy, and the third is to attack the city. This was a wise saying. When people were young, they liked to fight and kill. But in fact, only after they matured would they gradually understand. Fighting was only a third-tier method to achieve one's goal and obtain benefits. Fighting with one's life was too risky, and the gains were not stable. Often, one would lose 800 of their own. Only when there was no other choice would they use this method. Fan Yuan's way of doing things was more inclined towards strategy. He was not a brute. He would only raise his butcher's knife when he needed to fight. He would not show any fear or weakness. Of course, the Gu Master world was fundamentally different from Earth. Through cultivation, an individual's strength could surpass that of a group or organization. Thus, there was a person like Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was alive, he only had one method: kill. Kill, 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 kill. Slaughter everything, destroy heaven and earth. Heads rolled, blood flowed like a river. He did not attack the enemy, nor did he attack the enemy, but he obtained supreme achievements. Why? Because he cultivated Tao. It was to fulfill his understanding of heaven and earth, and his understanding of himself. Every time he killed, he would gain a deeper understanding of heaven and earth. All of these helped to increase his soul path attainment level. And these advancements in realms were of great help to the improvement of his strength. If this was on Earth, if you did this, you would be courting death. Fan Yuan had 500 years of his previous life. When he suddenly realized this, he was already over 100 years old. Ever since then, he had been thinking, what is my Tao? Or rather, what kind of path can I create? He had not obtained a perfect answer to this question until now. Over 400 years had passed. He had been reborn again and again, but he was still searching. He only had a vague direction. He tumbled around in the darkness. And in this darkness, there were too many difficulties and obstacles. There were restless evil beasts that wanted to devour him. Fan Yuan was clear. Among these evil beasts, Celestial Court was the strongest one. He had to use all his strength to resist this evil beast, to escape its hunt, and continue on his own path. Fan Yuan understood. He and Fairy Myrtle had exposed each other's information many times, hoping to borrow the strength of other Gu immortals to deal with each other. In such a battle, there would be no victor. It was like a battle between a lion and a tiger. The smell of blood would attract countless hyenas. He seemed to have a great reputation, but the undercurrents behind the scenes were turbulent. Many people would think of ways to deal with him and Spring-Autumn Cicada. No one wanted to face such a threat. Spring-Autumn Cicada was not invincible. It was only a rank 7 Gu. There were too many ways to deal with it. Even Langya Blessed Land had many methods to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada. In fact, the fact that Celestial Court could not find any effective methods to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada had always been a surprise to Fan Yuan. The so-called title of Little Demon Venerable seemed to be glorious, but it was actually a hidden killing intent. This was a reminder to the world that if Fan Yuan was not killed, he would grow into a demon venerable. No one would have a good time in the future. Fan Yuan had won in the River of Time and held the initiative. But he was clear in his heart, this was only a small victory. It could not match Celestial Court's grand strategy. It was like a game of Go. He had only won in a small corner. A small victory, although turning passivity into initiative, was worth celebrating. But on the entire chessboard, Celestial Court still held the upper hand. And this was the accumulation of Celestial Court over countless years. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had already made his move 3 million years ago. Celestial Court's foundation, maybe the ink effect has appeared again. Some powerful person has awakened from the immortal graveyard. Only by not resting for even a second and raising my strength with all my strength is the most important thing. Fan Yuan did not become numb and arrogant because of his victory. His joy was short-lived. He once again focused on his cultivation. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was racing against time. His soul cultivation was very smooth. Fan Yuan's soul went from 1 desolate soul to 3 desolate soul, 5 desolate soul, 8 desolate soul, and finally to 10 desolate soul. He had already familiarized himself with 5 restriction profound light qi. Fan Yuan even modified it. This modification was very small, but it was very suitable for his usage habits. It made Fan Yuan feel very comfortable every time he used it. Fan Yuan started to practice other killer moves, for example, Ba Shi Ba's consecutive killer move. During this period, he went out frequently, and used Jade Flow Pearl to attack in advance, often gaining a lot from the newly formed earth trenches. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.